Okay, well the timer is counted down, so now for the most important part of any Dominions 5 game, and that is spending far too long designing your Pretender and Bless. So we're playing as Mantepbos, Cathedral Weather, a randomly generated nation consisting of giant cyclopses. So they have one eye, that's actually a weakness. If your one eye goes, then you are completely blind. Most races that have multiple eyes, taking out one eye, it just causes a wee bit of, I think, attack and defense skill loss, probably precision as well. With these guys, you get completely blind, meaning you're never going to hit again reasonably. And I don't reckon that we have Spirit Sight. No, not at all. Oh yeah, there are plenty of laminations in the bunch of nations here. Right, what do we have to work with? Well, we have, I think, exclusively size 4 and above units, which is alright when you're size 6 or so. When you're size 4, that's very awkward. You're just one above being able to have 2 units per square. So you're sitting very exposed and nothing can fill in the flanks because you have nothing that's size 2 to fit in around your feet. So every unit out there is going to be taking a pounding. On top of that, our units, even our chaff, are extremely expensive. 28 gold for a rank and file. 28 gold for a javelinier, 28 gold for the swordsman, 28 hatchet, bronze sword, 28. What makes you different from this guy? This guy has castle defense bonus with a bronze sword. You both got bronze swords. Great high shield, half helmet, great champion. Okay, I think we got different hats going on. Yeah, this one's got a proper half helmet. Not that many things are going to hit size 4 on the head. So I'm seeing completely useless rank and file that I'd never really want, because there's no way I'm going to pay 35 gold with 28 ongoing cost for something like this. Protection 13 is nothing special, and whilst you do hit hard, you don't hit very accurately. You only have attack skill 10, so this looks pretty grim. So we're going to be relying on our sacreds. Sadly, our recruit only in capital sacreds, and they're still, in my opinion, not very good. 50 gold and size 4, that's already pretty bad. 42 hit points is a nice chunk of sacred HP. Protection 17 is finally something a little bit worthwhile in these units. Attack skill 10 is still pitiful. I mean, attack skill 10 is your standard militia level, and this is meant to be our great sacred unit. Defense skill 12 isn't that great, because most of that is shield parry, but it's a good Hoplion shield. It'll do a lot of extra protection if we block with it. We have a magical weapon, which is pretty great. Not going to be bothered by annoying summons like flame elementals and air elementals. A little bit of fire resistance as a cherry on top. The gluttony one isn't too shabby. I don't think I'm going to be fielding a million of these guys. And the siege bonus is rather nice. Yeah, a small batch of these guys is going to be tearing down forts left and right. They'll also be eating everything in sight. So, since I don't want any of these, and I only really want to recruit my sacred, it makes sense to do something of a Hellbless. Meaning our scales are going to be dire. So in the long run we are not going to get a lot of money coming in, and probably lots of bad events as well, which means we need to soup these guys up to be as good as possible so that they can go in and solo entire enemy armies, both the independents and the other nations, at least until we take so much land that hopefully we have enough resources not to even have to worry about our crummy bless and rather flimsily held together nation. How about the mages and commanders? We have a spy. The 65 is pretty good, especially on a size 4 spy, but spies, in my opinion, are meant to be incredibly throwaway, so I really would just be having 1 or 2 of these guys until I can get independent spies. Well, independent scouts. The fact that he is a spy means that I can see what the thrones are, so I will be interested in that. Otherwise, you don't use these guys for fighting, but if we did, he does have a magical weapon. Unremarkable leadership 40 commander, unremarkable leadership 80 commander. He's got decent protection, and his attack and defense skill are a whole lot better than our sacred, so this guy is actually gonna hold his own. An annoying thing about commanders is when they take that stray arrow that just outright kills them, and then you have an army that can't be led. No, not even a stray crossbow bolt's gonna kill this guy. And he's got a full helmet on, jeez. Right, what about this guy? Size 8, Leadership 80 commander, who just completely murks on the other guy. Better stats, sacred, priest, siege bonus, fire resistance. Oh hell yeah, I have no idea why you take the Axe commander over the Master Champion. Master Champion is a bit more expensive up front, but he's cheaper in upkeep. That's because sacred units have halved upkeep. So yeah, Master Champion is the... well, let alone leader. It's not a bad chassis overall. Like I said, these are good stats, better than my sacreds. He is twice as expensive as one of my sacreds, but this guy can be fluffed up with items pretty well. Imagine a whole bunch of Master Champions. What would they need to become quite useful? A good bless for sure, but you only need a temple and a fort to build these guys. You don't need a laboratory. I'm just looking at him thinking what a great chassis this is for thugging. He doesn't have any magical paths, sure, but with some magical items, he could certainly hold his own. It's kind of a shame to get rid of the magical length 4 weapon, but they're not very killy, which is their problem, unless I give them a killy bless. Did we end up in budget Greece? Very budget Greece. Everything's very expensive. Right, mages. Astounding. Holy crap, why would I ever buy you? This guy is cheaper. He's also a priest. Got better leadership. Jeez, okay, right. I don't think I would ever want a parson. That protection 8 crummy parson when I have Master Champion. Yeah, the Master's pretty great here. I overlooked you when I first skimmed over this nation. 1 recruitment point as well. Yeah, man, I could crap these guys out. They can self-bless. I like you, right? We'll try and work with you. Staff is the superior weapon. It's non-magical. It is just as long, though. It's a length 3 weapon, made length 4 by our sheer size. But it's also got much lower attack, 11 to 13, yuck. Besides, I'm stabbing someone with 24 magical piercing damage, they're gonna die. So I don't need the extra damage on the quarterstaff. You've also got a quarterstaff, you're also monumentally expensive. Holy crap, no way. I don't like Priest 2s very much. Sure, they can bless more, but I'm more of a cheat. Well, they're better at banishing, that's for sure, but I'd rather just crap out loads of holy ones. Right, let's get over to our mages. This is our research gimp guy. He's only got Earth 1. He's quite cheap in upkeep, and he's so on the gold costs, 70. No armor. He only has basic thick skin protection. Yeah, I'd really rather not have to rely on you. But someone's got to do the research, and it probably would be you. Oh my... okay. So, this guy could also be a reasonable chassis, but it'd need to be given some proper armor and weapon. The difference he has over the Master Champion is that he has Magical Path of Earth 3, which opens up a lot of doors. But you'd be very expensive to get working. Oh god, no. A lot of things are going to be costing me money, and I will not have a lot of money if I Hellbless, and I think I'll be Hellblessing. You have sailing, though. But max size 3, doesn't that make this completely useless? If max size is 3 for sailing, then I don't think you can sail at all with our size 4 units. So, really, we're just paying money for you to have the ability to do sailing, and are not able to use it whatsoever. So I don't think I want my incredibly expensive Exalted Pier. This guy's a bit more interesting. Air magic I find a lot more interesting than Earth magic. Air 3 opens up some lovely spell options, and by default we get 2 air gems per turn, so if nothing else you could summon some air elementals, trample our enemies to death a fair bit. Gets a randomizer moment, I reckon. Still prohibitively expensive at 260 gold a pop, with monumental upkeep. For only 11 research, you'd really need this guy for combat. Next up, our Crosspather. I like the Death Air Crosspath. I believe that will give us access to 2 Wailing Winds, which will lower the morale of the enemy, but I don't think I'm in this for morale play. No, he's old as balls. I was thinking, could this guy thug? Not when he's that old. Right, next up, our capital only mage. Actually, the air guy is capital only as well. That's a shame. No, I tell a lie. The crosspath guy is capital only, and he's recruitment point 2. This is another crosspath, but it's random crosspath on recruitment 2. Getting even more expensive. This inflation is hitting Greece something fierce. 150 upkeep, minor fortune teller. Fire and shock resistance can be seen as rather nice for a chassis. And the fact that he's priest and sacred. This would be, I think, the ultimate thug chassis that we have. Massive hit points. Not very good stats on attack and defense skill, though. So you're a little too expensive and flimsy for that. But man, it's a big chunk of hit points. Juicy. Very juicy guy here. And how about the big chieftain here? I think he's just the same but air. Well, he's the same but air, but also with sailing ability. Useless sailing ability. That's what he trades his fortune teller for. The randoms could be all the way up to 4 air on you. That would be rather rare. More likely air fire, air water, air earth. Getting a 4 air on you would be something special, though. You could boost yourself up with a hat and then summon Queen of Elemental. But maybe I shouldn't be thinking that far into it. It's quite unlikely that we're going to be doing that much research if we're going Hellbless. Are you sure about the Hellbless? Seems like your nation wants scales for the big economy. We'd need the big economy to support these otherwise rather unhelpful units. But the question is, what can we do with this? Forget different unit types. This is the only unit we may as well have, because everything else is more expensive and far worse. With really crummy attack skill. That's what's bringing me down. At least this guy could be fluffed up in a way. And he's the one with protection 17. The rest of these protection 13. 16's alright on you, but again, look at that cost. 28 upkeep each. You can only have one of these per square. Makes me wish I had It makes me wish I had a smaller bless. If these guys shrank down to size 3, even if they lost some hit points and some strength for it, they'd just be so much better at putting out damage and surviving hits. Did you crap the bed? What are you doing up so early? I was actually about 30 minutes late for this stream because I was out shopping this morning. And I was trying desperately to find some figs, which I did, and they were alright. It's either Hellbless or Ritual Focus, and that was the last game, exactly, so I think we will try and Hellbless these guys. Don't want to retread old steps. Right, if we're Hellblessing, we need to base it all around the Unyielding Guard, and I suppose our Master Champion, which is really just a commander version of the Sacred Guard. Yeah, same weapon, same golden spear, same damage, Crested Helmet, Hoplon and Bronze Fool. Bronze Fool and a Gleaming Hoplon, which actually has 3 extra protection. And he's pretty good at defending himself, but that defense skill would quickly disappear due to harassment. Question is, what can we do with these units? I am open to bright ideas from chat, because I have not come up with one currently. My immediate thought is when you have few units but heavy damage output, Blood Surge is really good. Because the moment he hits something, he kills it, then he gets Blood Surge, and then he's going to melt away any fatigue, and his attack skill is going to rocket up to 16, his defense skill up to 15, and his strength up to 26. So this thing's going to start hitting for 32, and it will hit with attack skill 16, and with that attack skill and length 4 weapon, you will also be repelling quite a lot, which, when successful, also halves the amount of harassment you get. So let's just give ourselves all the accesses and see what we can play with. Acid Splash. It does seem interesting, but these guys, I don't think we'll be Acid Splashing with them. Problem with these guys is their defense skill isn't too crappy. What I'd be looking for is something more tanky, even more protection, even more hit points to Acid Splash back. And one of the problems with Acid Splash is it's very, very easy to negate. It gets reduced by, I think, 3 damage for every 1 length of weapon you have. So a standard sword is going to reduce this down to 4 damage. A standard spear is going to reduce it down to just 1 damage. It might be armor piercing, but you still get DRN against it. I could double stack this up to 14. Or I could use this one that's 11, but that's way too much water. I don't think that's good enough. I would want sacred units that are well and truly just gonna take a lot of hits and not care. So massive defense, massive protection, low defense, huge amounts of hit points, and probably some regeneration. Something like the Juggernaut. But the Juggernaut is a very late game summon, or some massive thing that you could put a Shroud of the Sacred on. Basically just not the unit that I have right now. An instant thought is to go for Blood Surge Regeneration. With regeneration 20%, they're going to regenerate 9 hit points per turn, which will hopefully be enough to get around the massive amount of hits they're going to be taking, despite their protection 17. And with the Blood Surge, like I said, they're suddenly going to defend and attack and hit much harder, which is pretty swell. And this itself could be put together for this could be kind of Hellblessy, but I would like to add a little bit more to these poor buggers. Anything in depth? Maybe larger. Larger cannot be stacked with limited regeneration. And larger would get extra hit points, would get even worse defense though. And in my opinion, I don't need the extra strength. So I'm not sold on larger. Fear needs blood and death, and I don't think we're going to be doing that much in the way of fear play. We just want to kill. It would be kind of brutal if we used some kind of heat aura, but I don't think we have heat aura. No. Besides, we're large units. Auras are better for small ones that pack together. See those little goblin-y guys with the Death Nation? We're looking at Bolberg, I think it was. Those guys I'd like to stack some auras on. All would reduce the amount of hits coming in a fair bit. And I think to a degree they need to be hit a lot less. Larger could be paid with Earth, though. Ah, you're right, we do have larger here. Still not sure it's worth that. I mean, I could give them Fortitude if I'm going Earth. And that would be pretty badass. After protection, it gets halved. It would be better if it was half before protection, but never mind that. Even if you get that lucky strike through, these guys are just not gonna hurt. Any way to give them trample? I could give trampling boots to the commanders, and we would have the Earth for that. Double larger, is such a thing even possible? I have no idea if that stacks. We'd end up size 6, but I don't think that's worth it. This is a pretty good bless altogether, though. Well, let's consider that. So we step in, we strike something, we kill it, and we're blood surged. So if you manage to get through our 16 defense, our 15 defense and our 16 attack, so you're actually hitting us and you're not getting repelled. You strike us, try to get through 17 protection, and even if you do, you gotta eat into our 42 health, but you're gonna do half damage and we're gonna regen 9 per turn. That is pretty good, also maddeningly expensive. But hey, nothing's stopping us from looking at anything more we could add. I wish I knew more about Slimer. No, any extra paths that I add are going to be a pain. I would also like, since we're going to be awake, we might as well take something that can actually assist with the fights a lot. Plus whatever we bring in is also going to enjoy these. So we want something that naturally has Earth, Nature, or Blood. So the question is who? Earth Snake has Earth. Very boring chassis, but it works. You got the Nature Dragon. Let's figure that dragon would have more health than 125. There's also giants here. You have the Earth and the Nature. You also have air that I don't really think I'll be using. Not unthinkable, though. Because it costs 160 just to get the 2 other paths on you, plus the amount to boost it. And nature's the one that costs us the most. Holy moly, it's kind of scary. Might be worth going for the dragon here. But oh my days, these expenses. Yikes. I'm not sure I could even get that with Incarnate only. I might have to go Dormant just to afford this. I need a bit of this just to afford my units, but the rest of this goes to hell. Yeesh, I don't think I can even take you awake like that. Even with just 3 candles, I can't afford this awake. What about the guy that already had his paths? So you can afford awake. Yeah, it takes time to mass sacreds, but I would like my my god to be able to get out and actually do some work to begin with. Sure, he'll take afflictions and all that, but he'll start conquering land for me immediately. Well, I can do this and not have too deadly a nation. For example, nobody likes taking Misfortune 3. Nobody likes having Death 3. Took more of that to be able to crank out more sacreds. This is certainly putting the hell in Hellbless. I could actually maintain Death 3 and get myself a cheap Air Bless as well. I already have a shield, so an air shield seems redundant. Even so, though. Even so. Well, if we have the air, I don't see a good reason not to use it. There's Protective Force and Thunder Weapon, but we're starting to look a little bit too expensive for that. Alright, I mean, our scales are terrible. We're going to be swamped with bad events. At least we won't have Misfortune 3 events. And our nation is going to die over time, horribly. That death is nasty. So the whole thing we have to do is keep generating enough income to crank out sacreds. And they should be strong enough such that I can throw out a Master Champion with a handful of unyielding guards and take on anything that the game throws at us. What could reasonably counter this? Regeneration will deal with poison. We are very vulnerable to being shocked by lightning. We have minor fire resistance, which is rather nice. We could get frozen, which is a little dangerous. So we're quite vulnerable to cold, but you can't cover every base. Fortunately, our dominion is full of heat, so the cold shouldn't hurt us too badly on our own. If we're on the back foot. How's this any different from real life Greece? Gold spears. It's only gold plated. Yeah, I still remember that scene from Pokemon. So yeah, my entire strategy is cranking out unyielding guards and master champions, and taking over enough land that we end up so rich that we'll be able to actually afford a mage core. And since our research is tanked massively, you know, my cheap researcher is only going to research for 4 per turn, so research is pretty much out of the question, except for some really low-hanging fruits. Or if I could have other places that don't have my dominion, then I could use that for better research. Oh man, this is glass cannon approach. But it's always nice to try the Hellbless every now and then, so let's go for it. We got 9 points. I can't reasonably put that to use. Always feels good when you get straight 0. It's like when you're making an army list for Warhammer, and you're playing a 2,000 point game and it comes to exactly 2,000. Do they still do that? It's been a long time since I've played Warhammer. Right, who wants to be our god? Our god is the Keeper of the Bridge, the one who asks questions to allow you to cross, I imagine. The Keeper never sleeps, he sees everything, even in the middle of the night. Skilled in air and earth. To complement his already formidable fighting skills. He has protection 15, but his natural protection is going to rise up to +8, because he's got that earth magic. So he'll have 11 nat protection. Yeah, he's going to be pretty tanky in combat. His hit points aren't amazing, but yeah, this guy is going to clear out areas for us, no problem. Right, who would want to be Greek? Surfer Rosa is apparently half Greek, so that works with me. I mean, I don't know why we've got a surfer with no water magic, but on you go. Surfer Rosa, we all praise you. Let's get into it. I should have mentioned this before, but the map we're going to be playing is a non-wraparound 4v4 free-for-all. So, New World, 4v4 free-for-all. Maybe you don't call it 4v4 when it's free-for-all, but there are 4 nations on the map. It's quite small, so unlike last time, this session shouldn't go on forever, unless things get really grim. Greece, pay back your debts. We play against Master AIs, for better or for worse. I should really probably tone this down to Mighty. Master just gets way too many resources. Nah, come on. If you can't tangle with a Master, what can you tangle with? We'll fight against, oh jeez, I don't know. What do you think, chat? The random nations or the old nations? It'd be nice to fight against some new and different nations, but I also don't want to know which ones we're fighting. Well, the important thing is that we play as Mantepbos. 2 random, 1 old. Now we're talking. How about we leave one of them to completely random? So it might be old or new. No, actually. 2 to random, and then 1 to definitely one of the new ones. Pick a nation. Pick a number between 1 and 30, and that'll be the random nation we fight. Unless it's one we fought before, in which case we'll just move it over to the next one down. Whilst you come up with a number, which I'm sure is challenging, I will take a quick drink. Captain Crow's the first one in. And whilst it's confusing, because their name also has numbers in it, what's a 241 mean? They choose 17. Oh, man. I think it starts at Bulberg, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Syria, the underwater castle. Is that a water nation? I don't think any of these are water nations. But it is called the underwater castle. I wish I could look at them and see what they're made of, but whatever. Alright, let's get going. We're going to load up Surfer Rosa, and I'm going to do my usuals, which is Graphs are allowed, maximum Hall of Fame, maximum global enchantment. If I somehow go AI, I'll be the same AI as the others. Random starting research, and let me think, there's something like 80 provinces here. Let's have 1 throne per 10 provinces. So we will have 4 level 1s, 3 level 2s, 2 level 3s, which is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 points. To win, we will need 12. So we won't have to kill everything, but we're going to have to dominate the thrones. That adds up, right? 4 and 6 and 6. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 12 is, yeah, good enough. Renaming is allowed, but we already have custom names. Let's go. You will see what they're made up when they crash their armies into your dying economy. I think we can check them out from here, though, can't we? Nation, Pretenders of the World. Syria, right. Oh, what a cool looking nation immediately. I really like these, oh, they're not even slaves, they're just spearmasters. That's kind of a shame, because the slave tag is really good for those, but oh man, flail. 2 attacks with a bite, look at that attack density. Oh man, these are so much better than my giants. They've even got better attack skill. Oh my days, I wish I was playing with these guys. And they get tramplers. Tramplers with good protection? Size 5? Are these flyers? They look like they should fly, but they don't. Oh, man. Sacred Temple Aspirants. Doesn't actually look very good, but there's some good attack and defense skill. Oh, man. Cheap temples? Fortified cities are not very good, I think. Paris heat scale 2, so 3 is a given. Fighting with... oh god, that's expensive. The nation randomizer makes incredibly expensive mages. But good, you know, actual protection on your mages so that when they're brought into combat they don't die to a stray arrow. What a delectable nation. Foul vapors afloat as well. This is kind of like budget Cetus. Flail is actually good against big boys. Those 2 attacks can only hit 1 unit, not true double attack. True, but they also have a bite. Good slashing damage on a bite. Strange it isn't pierce. How do you slash with your teeth? I don't know. I don't want to know. And then there's these guys who are real budget expansion. Hold on, a chakram? They've got a throwing weapon with precision 10. Yeah. Anyway, cool nation. We're also fighting against... Oh man, the Bear Riders again. Ephemeral Desert, so another random nation. Flail of Soul Control. Wow. Built in reanimating. And again with the 2 attacks, 2 heavy-hitting magical attacks. Low defense skill though, but sacred. Yum yum yum. Well, hopefully I can eat you. Otherwise, some pretty good size 3 rank and file. Probably want this guy for his buckler. Depends if you like axes or broadswords more. Oh no, forget that. Take this guy. Pike, length 5, repel city. His attack skill isn't very good though. And they've got great bows. And they're pretty powerful guys, so those great bows are going to do some serious damage. Longbow as well. Great bow's got more range and more damage. Jeez, man, I like this guy. He's got good rank and file. He'd be good for scales. Again, prefers heat. Everyone around here prefers heat, don't they? And then finally we're fighting against Pangea. That is an old nation. Well, people know Pangea, right? They got their strong nature stuff. Is this a Pangea with blood? I think that's rare blood. I think it's older Pangea that uses blood. And they've got their seducing dryad, so I hope I don't get smacked with those. Okay, interesting. So, very small map. Very intimate, we could call it. Let's make sure that we can see travel time and the names of the areas. We're next to Aquas, which we can't enter. Otherwise, we have 5 adjacents. Oh, Mori! Mori's got a throne on it as well, and Mori is declared independence from Scotland. Is it just me, or is there something incredibly low resolution about the map here? I mean, I know Dominion's maps are never that pretty to look at, but I could have sworn there were a few more pixels in the forest. Maybe it's because... Yeah, I think it's because the map is so small, so it's more blown up to fit. Normally Fidelity looks more like that. Oh yeah, Ilios is a throne as well. What is the key for map move? It is Control M. It'll show you the map move for anyone that you're holding to get to any location. So it's only 9 to move to Rigbarth, but I'd need 41 to get over to unknown province here. Right, so we could blind expand, but that has the very real danger of my pretender dying. It's unfortunate we didn't get our Dominion spread onto one of these other provinces, but hey-ho. I want a lot of these guys. They cost a bunch of resources that I do not have. That's maybe a damn shame. I hope I have mountains around me. Well, we've got hills, and hills have high resources, so I'm going to want those. I'm going to want everything, basically. Failing that, I could try out my Master Champions, but they also cost resources I don't have. I need a prophet. Will it be Ned Nickerson? I don't think it should be Mucus. Mucus is going to be spying for me. In particular, you can tell me what the throne on Mori is. Do I really want Ned Nickerson? God, we get so few starting units. This is a joke. And not a very funny one. The thing is, I would rather have one of my Master Champions be my prophet. But I suppose they've already got priestly levels, so I guess Ned Nickerson is indeed going to become our prophet. And you might as well research for 1 whole turn. 58 research could actually get us 1 level immediately. So we need to ask ourselves, what do we want? Earth is something we have a fair bit of. Getting our way up to Stone Skin or Iron Skin might be good for keeping our mages alive if they're ever, God forbid, out in combat. The pig symbol means that they eat more than regular units, which is a bit of a shame for me. Do I want to actually construct anything? I think the Ring of Water Breathing is construction 2. Although we don't really have water, do we? I might want it at some point, though. I really have no clue. Well, there is Earth Might. Wouldn't be that bad having someone spam that out in our unit. Same with Earth Grip. Tell you what, give me Alteration 1. And then failing that... none of these low-level conjurations speak to me. Yeah, none of that speaks to me either. We're going to be really miserly with our magic, sadly. Flight is just personal, right? Well, failing that, get me a little bit of construction. Alright, let's go. Like I said, our nation is dying. It's full of turmoil, nobody wants to work, it's hot as hell, everybody dies. So we actually lose every turn 0.6% of our population. Might not sound like a lot, but yeesh. Our 30,000 is going to turn to 20,000 before we know it, and that impacts everything. Does it impact resources, actually? I don't know. Right, so we got our alteration, because our leader is a good mage, and Pangea has decided to have Wraith, the Cathedral commander, as their prophet. Ned Nickerson is our one, of course, and then Martin Mutton, the spear commander of Brontes, will also be one. Okay, so what's around us? Scotland's full of scrubs. Moray has the throne of eternal suffering. Order, productivity, misfortune. I do not want that misfortune. That takes me down to misfortune 3. Order and productivity is nice, but I'm not really sure I want to go in there. Especially... oh, that is a grim thing to have on my cap circle. Wow, not good populations here either. It's all bad. It's all terrible. Right, Surfer Rosa, how about you go into Scotland? And Ned Nickerson... well, we should eventually have some of these guys, right? But when we do, let's start crapping out our sacreds. And I wonder if... actually, Ned Nickerson could probably take on Scotland. Surfer Rosa could go to Rigbarth. Well, I don't know. I mean, they're just militias and archers, and we're going to be fighting with Protection 13 heavy-hitting guys. I mean, if these guys all die in combat, that's going to be very sad for me. But I want you to specifically cast Divine Blessing. Not that that's going to do much. I want you to attack with everyone else. You guys even be given an order? Yeah, you got line formation right there. Alright. Divine Blessing and then help out. A lot of these guys are a bit behind. How fast do they move? 14, 15, 14, that should be fine. Why did Jake spend the points on with such bad skills? We've got a pretty good Hellbless, but we also need to actually get our sacreds out to do it. Surfer Rosa, you come out here. Do you have any spells that you can really cast on yourself? I mean, I guess you can give yourself Earth Might. I don't think you should give yourself Bark Skin. You already have Natural Protection 11. Air Shield? So those guys they are mostly longbowmen and such, and you already have a bit of Air Shield, so this should actually damn near max it out. So give yourself Air Shield. You know, with your nature, it'd be nice to get Moss Body. Is Moss Body just nature, or is it nature something else? I'll give yourself Earth Might anyway, and then just straight up attack. Divine Blessing, attack. Alright, go for it. Oh, our spy. I'm a little curious what's going on with that other throne at Ilios. But I'm also curious about these other ones. We'll know what's in Elos soon enough. But it shouldn't be too hard for you to run around. Right, Rigbarth. This one should be fine. There's no good reason that Rosa can't handle this. By the way, to streamers of Dominions 5, please always press C in combat so we can see the squares. The detail seen on a stream is never quite as good as what you see, and it's so nice to see what units are actually engaging. So, Surfer Rosa has got Air Shield. And bang, 140. I think it's impossible for you to be hit by projectiles now. And then you have Earthmite, and now you are pretty strong with hitting 31, but it's non-magical and not very killy, so we need you not to get slaughtered by these cavalry. And we need you to kill the cow. You immediately just got mashed, but fortunately you have regeneration, so as long as you just kill something, please. Oh god, is this where we just lose our god? He's gonna get poked at by all these guys. I need you to kill someone. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, if he can just kill someone, he'll get blood surging, and then he'll be a whole lot better. Is he actually blood surging? I'm not seeing a blood surge on him. But thankfully I'm also not seeing any injuries. Jesus, he's having a hard time hitting these guys. He's not having a hard time getting hit himself. There we go, he hit finally. Now his attack skill is up at a staggering 19. Blood Surge 6 is very powerful on big chunky units. Less so on small units that all just contribute towards a kill. But scoring a kill, That Blood Surge 6 gives him Reinvigoration 3. So that fatigue is going to melt away. In fact, it's equal to his encumbrance, so that's nice. But also, increased defense skill. His harass penalty is killing it anyway, though. But that attack skill and strength is what I like Blood Surge for. So now, look at him. He actually lands his hits. He kills. And then he goes in to kill some more. It's a shame he was unable to get the initial kill, but to be fair, he did get hit by heavy cavalry. And thank God you went in for this one and not the other guys, because heavy cavalry would have wiped out my regulars. And that regeneration is taking care of any hits that he does take, and just having regeneration makes you less likely to take afflictions when you do get hit. So, the giant Surfer Rosa says I was just sandbagging. There we go. Slaughter them all. And also, these kills are rather nice for you to get experience. We're going to be counting on you a lot. Look at that poor, crippled militia. Surely you want to show mercy. Glorious god. No, he does not. He wants to maintain his blood surge. I gotta say, that air shield's pretty cool. Projectiles will straight up not hit you. Do we have anything here about negated by air shield? Maybe, but it's hard to see. Alright, jolly good. Now for Scotland. Okay, Ned Nickerson, don't let me down. Look at these crummy units. You should have them down in no time. Did you cast Holy Avenger? Okay, well, whatever. So this is what I fear with my giant units. Sure, they're much stronger than a militia, but there's only one giant in a square here, meaning that all of these guys target him. In the worst situation, you could be standing against 3 loads of 3 guys to a square, so you get 9 attacks coming into your 1. And you could easily just miss because your attack skill is kind of crappy. Attack skill 10 to defense skill 10, I think you're less than half of a chance of landing your hit. Is that Ned Nickerson? Is that Ned Nickerson? That's Ned Nickerson. And he fails to kill a crummy militia? Come on, Ned. Guys, look at that. Okay, he did do a lot of damage, but he hit them in the arm, so instead he just sliced off the arm doing 5 damage. It wasn't a kill. Ned, please, you're never going to capture Nancy's heart if you can't indiscriminately slaughter people. Okay, there we go. I think he got a kill. Now he's raging. There we go. This is Ned Nickerson's true form. Attack, deal 20, defense 19. Now get stuck in. Too busy thinking about Nancy. Nancy and her built-in love enhancer. There we go. Squeeze those guys to death. There we go. Alright, that's more like it, Ned. Unleash the power. Right, Rosa, we need you around and doing God knows what. I need to crank out my my unyielding guards. Sadly, Reset Lemongrass probably won't be able to handle things on her own. I'm worried about those barbarians. They could do a lot of damage, but they do need to die eventually. And I don't want to send in Surfer Rosa. Surfer Rosa would get eaten alive by barbarians. Yeah, absolutely eaten alive. What in the world are those? Foul spawns? Don't often see them around. It's kind of a shame. I really want to take my cap circle, but it's not making it easy for me. Tell you what, you go and take over Inaba. Whilst Ned Nickerson, you work on... Huh, Pimbank. Pimbank looks like a soft target. But Celadon City has the money, potentially. Yeah, but these places often have heavy cavalry. Let's not risk it just yet. Okay, plenty of priests available, which is good, because my own priests... Well, we'll be fine, I'm sure. I eat barbarians for breakfast. Don't get so cocky now. I don't really think Lemongrass can take something on her own here, so you just pass. Mucus is going to go and check what's over in Ilios. Aggravatingly slowly, actually. Oof. Starting to regret taking all this sloth because the resources are a pain, but hey, I had to do what I had to do. I'd predict size 6 for giants, but I guess it depends how big they go with other stuff. Could be size 5. Oh, you mean in Dom 6? Yeah, with size going up to 10, I wonder what they're going to have for that. I mean, what size would these guys be on the new scale? What would be a size 10? I guess a Juggernaut would be a size 10. Okay, thankfully that protection of ours is working wonders, and there's Blood Surging Ned Nickerson. He's so mad. Blood Surge ran out, but he gets it back. There we go. Hands off my Nance. Ned Nickerson's brave deeds and heroic quickness. So quickness ain't so bad. That was Ned Nickerson. Inaba is where we had Rosa. Oh yeah, you're going to take out these naked tribespeople, no problem. Because they can't hit you, courtesy of your air shield. Not being shown anywhere. Maybe it just straight up deletes the entry, but surely one of these projectiles would have hit you by now. I guess it doesn't show up with air shield misses. Either that or these people are failing to hit this giant god in front of them. Anyway, just go and slice them up. That's what you have blood... Well, actually, are you even blood surging? Hold on, you don't have... I don't think you're blessed here. Yeah, you're not. That's weird. You're not getting regeneration or anything. Gods outside Dominion. Yeah, but I thought we were moving into Dominion. Yeah, we are in Dominion. That's weird. And a little scary. Yeah, Inaba was in our Dominion, so I don't know why that didn't happen. Right, Phantasmal Warriors, Militia, Light Cavalry, Heavy Cavalry. Basically a little too dangerous for us. I want my cap circle, but this is proving difficult. Right. I wonder if Ned Nickerson with these guys and Surfer Rosa could take on the barbarians. It's still a dangerously large number of barbarians to take on. It's spread there after the battle. Okay. I don't want to believe that, but sure. You guys can get over to Polybridge in time. Dunnel Heights, Militia, Heavy Infantry, Light Infantry. There's California as well. Man, I want these provinces for their money, at least until my Dominion goes and kills all the money. I'll make my way... Oh, right. We don't have direction to Dunnel Heights because of a river in the way. Wow, Mori is a dangerous place. Kind of a shame because, again, it's on our cap circle, but what can you do? I think we'll work on Mu. Could also work on getting myself some mercenaries. Mercenaries are often worth it. Pangea has already taken 2 of them, though. He only wants 30 pounds of gold. What's Urgek? Urgek the Beast Brother. I don't know you, but I bet the Dom 5 Mod Inspector knows you. Let's look up Mercenary, and his name was... Oh, not that. Where you go? Urgek, the beast brother. He's got a load of foul spawn. They fight like garbage. Huh. Not really sure I want to spend even a little bit of money on you. Feels bad not having a reset bring our units out to do anything. Huge Chimera was seen there as well. You know what? Surely we can just have these ones on bodyguard duty. We can cast Blessing a few times and then attack. And then you can go over to the likes of the channel, and then I can keep cranking out more of these. Because I'm more tightly wrapped on resources than money, and you're pretty comparable in resource cost. So why don't I just keep trying to crank out these? I don't see why not. Polybridge, I want you. I really want you because I want those resources for my capital, 68 of them. But Polybridge is dangerous. Well, maybe once we're finished doing all this, we can circle back to Polybridge. But I need to expand as much as I can. So we can manage this. I don't know, I feel bad for leaving Polybridge, but oh well. Right, Battle in Moo. Do we get it, though? Go, Ned Nickerson. I believe in you. Sure, there's a lot of them, but have faith. So this is what I mean. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them fighting these two. So, fortunately, it's failing to do damage. Hits you in the body, hits you in the shield, miss, miss, miss. I guess all these militia are playing Morrowind. Where you at, Ned Nickerson? Don't stand around the back. Get up and close and personal. He's all confused there. Mind thinking of nothing but Nancy. See, this poor guy's in an even worse spot. He's surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. He's probably going to die. His shield is well, his shield is damaged, and he himself is mostly broken. And he's scared of battle, and now he's very dead. But Nickerson's gone mad. There you go. Squish, squish, squish. I'm not the world's biggest fan of using giants. You'd think I would be. But there's a lot of shortcomings, especially on size 4 giants. And like that, Ned Nickerson's reduced to very little. By the way, I've not been putting any defenses on these provinces. Been completely forgetting. I always like to have at least 6 because that gets around at least the worst of the events, but let's face it, we're probably not going to be investing much in province defense. Alright, you should probably just head back, Ned. These troops are just weighing you down by now. I'm kind of tempted just to leave them behind, but well, they do still have value. Right, Rosa, do you think you can take on the Black Marsh yourself? Whilst Reset takes out the Channel. Master Chief. Maybe I should get a little bit more and then go in for the Barbarians. This is the Throne of Stability, gives magic resistance and dominion. Pretty good, but probably pretty tricky to go for. Let's check out what's going on in the Tomb of the Lost Queen. Master Chief's just going to hold out for a few more bits of backup to go into those very scary barbarians. I love giants, they just don't like me. That is sad. Alright, getting those heroes coming in, which is great. So, this is Bless, Bless. Sometimes this misses, and it's very aggravating when it does. I mean, look at this. The Bless went out to here. But it looks like it hit all of them. In really bad situations, you can have it where your friendly sacreds don't actually get the blessing, and then they are quite easy to kill. But they all scored a kill. They're all blood surging, and now they are just going to clean up house. Would be better if they were cavalry. They'd have better defense. They'd have better everything, really. Love me some good cavalry. especially Sacred Cavalry. If you've ever played as middle-aged Marignon, the Holy Order Cavalry are just delectable. Even with a mild bless, they are just thugs in their own right, and they can be recruited anywhere. Right, now this could be a problem. We're fighting actual mages, blood mages, and there's that Chimera. At least the air shield will keep us safe from anything that they throw at us. And you've gained a bit of experience, so you're straight up decent at hitting. Maybe you can kill that Chimera. So he used fire, but we have fire resist. We don't have fire resistance. Okay, I was thinking about someone else. Even so, we're going to kill that Chimera. We're going to kill that Chimera. We're going to kill that Chimera. Oh god, he caught fire. There we go, we're going to kill that Chimera. And despite being on fire, we're still going to kill everything here, right? With your Earth Might. As long as we keep... Oh, Blood Rain. Fortunately, our morale is really high, so hopefully we don't run away anyway. Pray tell, why they developed a new game and kept the old graphics? Because Dominion's players don't care about graphics. Oh man, that fire isn't very fun. Oh my god, we got diseased! Well, that's pretty bad. Fortunately, we have regeneration, so it's not like disease is going to kill us, but it is going to give us additional afflictions. Yeah, 1/10 of his hit points each month and additional afflictions. And we don't have a good way of curing that. Bit of blood to douse that fire. Yeah, the thing is, we could actually use a blood ritual to get rid of that. Are we going to steal your stuff? I wouldn't mind that flask of holy water. Don't know who I'd give it to. I find it's one of the most useless things to get. But we did take it. I just wish there was a way to liquidate those. And Reset Lemongrass has enormous strength. Oh, good for her. Alright, the expansion's certainly going better than it did with the last nation we played as. I really still don't think that 4 units is enough to take on the barbarians. But maybe 7 of them would be enough, so I'm going to give it one more turn, and then we're going to go for the barbs. We can do barbarians into Dunnel Heights, into all this other stuff. Make sure that we have the bare minimum of province defense. Surfer Rosa, you're going to work on Alexandria. Reset Lemongrass, you're going to take Mount Moon. And then Surfer Rosa is going to probably arc around the north to all of the blessed provinces that we can do. Well, not blessed, but places that we already have Dominion expansion into. These two, even preaching wouldn't do anything, sadly, so all I can do is have them hang around. I will eventually want to site search, so I will have to consider getting myself someone for site searching. More paths are better paths. The Sorcerer of the Ennoble Onyx, for example, gets me Air, Astral, and Death. The problem is I don't really have much use for Astral and Death. But I need our Earth, Air... I mean, yeah, if I could just get you with all the random spread, that would be amazing. Which are also very expensive. Very, very expensive. Why does everything have to cost goddamn money? Difficult choices. I think there was something Rosa wanted to cast himself. It was Sleepy something, right? Yeah, you want to cast Sleep Ray. That's just a single hit attack. It's not worth the fatigue that you get for it, so no luck for you. I wish I could give you... Oh, crikey, what is that? I thought it was Alteration, but perhaps it's not. Conjuration? There's like... there it is, Summon Earth Power. That would actually give you +1 protection for the magic bonus. For the reinvigoration, stop getting tuckered out. Alright, keep on fighting the good fight, everyone. I want to cast it on myself so I can just stay at home. Alexandria, the children are disappearing at night. This must be Kuja's work. Alright, go for it, Reset. There we go, the Bless missed one of the unyielding guards. Will the second one actually hit? Good, they're all blessed up and ready to go. They don't care about those projectiles, they've got Air Shield 60, right? Yeah. So even if it hits and gets past everything else, still 60% chance that the attack gets negated. Also, they're slings. Freaking slings. I thought slings attack twice per round. Anyway, plenty of ammunition, and it works good with precision boosters and fiery projectiles. And none of you succeeded in actually managing to land a hit. We'll know they land a hit because they'll turn red like that, and then they're going to land a lot more hits. That's the spirit. You know, kill them all. Oh, well, spoiler. Things went well in Alexandria, but we already knew that because we got an event there. You don't get events for provinces you don't have. So there we go. I know you took a hell of a pounding last time, but look, don't let that disease get you down. Just go and kill everything you see. Your weapon is pathetic, by the way. It's just a very normal short sword. Length 2, it's not going to be great at parrying. Actually, it's length 1, it's only length 2 because you are so large. If you had a longer weapon, you could repel. If you had an area of effect attack thing like a frost brand, that would be cool too. But no, you just stand there and very slowly kill your enemies. Guess I can't complain too much. Gonna make sure that we have our base defenses up. Gonna check that everywhere does. And now I think we're gonna go for it. I'm going to take your bless and attack order. I'm going to give it to all of these people. Bless, 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 attack, guard, guard, guard. And you are going in against those barbarians whether you like it or not, and you're not going to like it. Ned Nixon will come back and pick someone up. Well, looks like we've met New Pangea. There is a school of thought that says rush Pangea, because if I can get a second capital, that's going to be a lot of income, gems, everything for me. But rushing is dangerous, as we well know, especially against the AIs who crank out so much of everything. Maybe I could consider rushing them once I got my back covered, especially with all these guys free, because I do not have a lot of sacreds churning out. In fact, I should have checked the price of these guys on resources and recruitment points. Maybe I would have rethought tanking my resources as much as I have. Anyway, Rosa, go work on Argentina. Hopefully our Dominion spawns to one of these other places as well. Mucus, go and tell me what's going on in the Tomb of the Lost Queen. And then, where is Pangea? I think a good start is only 5. It has to be 5 or more provinces adjacent. And I don't think Pangea is one of the nations that can hide their capital. So the question is, where does Reset go right now? I think she burns down Stockholm. It's the only strategy that makes sense to me right now. Do we get any additional spies, by the way? Because I do want additional spies. Oh hell, that's amazing. Right, spies here can punch out rather nicely. Get the spies out, see what's going on down there. Grab a couple in Alexandria. Alright. Those barbarians scare me. If the barbarians win, they're going to set me back a few turns by slaughtering all of these. And to be honest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units is not what you want to send against barbarians. They hit really hard. But so do we, and barbarians don't have great defense, so maybe we'll be okay. If I cast a lightning spell and got a kill, would that trigger Blood Surge? Yes, it would. Right, Argentina. We'd need to research lightning, and we have no spare anything for recruiting mages. So it tries to hit you with projectiles. They obviously don't know that you've got the air shield operational. And then it's just, Itchitids aren't going to do anything to you. So, well, to be fair, that stone spear does piercing damage, but you are pretty terrible at killing them, though, surprisingly so. I really want a better weapon on you. Go slaughter everything you can. Nah, Polybridge. This is the barbarian attack, the one that's gotten me all sorts of worked up. Look at all those barbarians. They fight with mauls and longswords. The mauls hit for 24, the longswords hit for 24, but 24 gets extra slashing damage. And the leaders can go berserk, giving them even more everything. But on the plus side, these guys, they don't have great attack skill or defense skill, so it shouldn't be too hard to kill them. And if we just get a kill on everyone, we get our blood surge, and that makes us a lot harder to hit and kill. Barbs kill everything. You think they're going to kill our guys here? Let's find out. Oh, that's a bad start. Come on, get those kills. I want to see my guys glowing red. Oh god, we're getting mobbed already. Why are we not killing them? Okay, I see some glowing red. That's good. Oh god, well there goes one of us. Now we are jammed in tight with them. Okay, nice thing about barbarians, they rout easy. Yeah, there we go. Someone died there. And the problem with going a Hellbless like this is that every death hurts a lot. Fortunately, it was just one of our sacred units and not our sacred commanders. But that was pretty good. Any fewer units and we would have died there for sure. We got mobbed very easily. Now we can actually check him out. Look at there, Master Chief of Great Valor. Crikey, look at that, 26 morale on a regular commander. On top of that, he gives extra morale to those below him, but these guys already have immense morale. Sarcophagus? Who puts that in as a name? Anyway, we've got an enduring sarcophagus, and the Japanese goblin is yet to figure out how to be a hero. Good job, Greek giants. I guess you guys are on your way to Dunnel Heights now. I might have you split up at some point, but for now you're okay. Right, Ned Nickerson. You just get all of those guys as your commander. Urangu McBain. I guess you're just hanging around there for a wee while yet. Part of me doesn't trust this so much. I really wish I just had more resources coming in for more units, although I suppose I did just capture Hollybridge with its 50 resources. Still not that many. Sweet, our Dominion spread quite a lot up here, so Surfer Rosa. You could go to Big Blue Blob. I don't think it's worth it though, because it kind of cuts you off for a turn's movement. So instead I'm going to have you go down to the Highlands. Make sure we defend Argentina. Nobody would want Argentina to fall into the wrong hands, would they? And, ooh, the Pig's troops are not attacking. Pig the Cloud Mage just straight up joined me with his magical gems. You are going straight to the capital to do the only research in our entire nation. Tuchanka. Oh, there's New Pangea. They have not expanded well. I could curve on approach to New Pangea. I kind of want a second fort set up so that I can just start cranking out additional rank and file though, because there are plenty of ways to kill big chunky sacreds like these. Not that I can... wait, are my sacreds capital only? They absolutely are. Okay, that's a shame. I don't have a good way to boost my production here. I don't know if there are any summons that can boost that, but that's way outside of the realms of this. One of the more irritating things to get when playing this is advice about, oh hey, you know, you could do this, and the idea of doing this, it's like a level 6 magic thing, and you are in no position to get the economy to moving towards that. So perhaps I shouldn't give myself that kind of advice. Lethal Avalanche, Tatsusho's Holiday Home, well, you know, more land is more land. Go down to Lethal Avalanche and try and cut off New Pangea. Although having Reset and die in battle would be very sad. The Tomb of the Lost Queen has the Throne of the Sun. I like this a lot. It's going to negate some of my death, negate some of my turmoil, and we don't mind heat, because we're already heat 3. The downside, of course, is that the Tomb of the Lost Queen has a lot of watchers and soldiers, and it's also dark in there, and our units do not have any kind of spirit sight, or even dark vision. They're just straight up... Wait. Okay, I was wondering why we saw this on you, but you are already blessed inside our own area here. But yeah, we cannot fight well in the dark, and it's dark down there. Oh my god! Imposter Reset Lemongrass is a oh god, a monolith. Basically, I don't really want the Tomb of the Lost Queen, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this spy wait in there, and we're going to see if New Pangea suicides any troops into that. Meanwhile, Mucus is going to find out what that throne is. It's also going to tell us how much defense they have put into McDonald land, and any other movements that Pangea are doing. As for you, I want you to check out what that throne is. Maybe that throne. Trying to think. I still didn't frank enough of these out per turn. I took way too much Dominion, but in a way it's working for me. It's spreading my Dominion quite a lot here. And there's also the idea that I could be building up more temples as I go. Do we get any particularly cheap temples? No, there's still 400. I'd rather try and Hellbless my way into Pangea before I invest in temples. If I took down Pangea, or at least pinned Pangea down in their capital, such that they can't recruit any more units and I can just take the land around them, then at least I'd have a lot more resources to play around with. And I wouldn't have to worry about losing my temples to a counterattack from Pangea. Still want Celadon City in California, though. Probably good money to be had there. It's just the ever-presence of cavalry scare me. But I think if after our next turn of recruitment, I can send in our units into Celadon. And then it should be a free pass into California. No, the winter's going to block that approach. We'd have to go around. Well, it's not the end of the world. What are these people all doing? Why are they not all going to Dunnel Heights? A reset-shaped monolith. Scary thought. Right, lethal lava land. Then it's starting to get cold. Again, go my giants. We're fighting against the undead. I kind of wish I'd had you just do banish instead of anything else. These ones are not going to get scared. However, we don't care that much about... Oh, it's paralyzing poison, not regular poison. Hey, that's weird. You blood surged after killing an undead unit. I thought Blood Surge only worked against the living. In fact, I'm certain it only works against the living. Why did it work there? Maybe it's not about dead or undead, it's about inanimate or animate. Because there was... makes even less sense. Okay, I don't know then. I thought for sure it didn't happen. Yeah, the living dead, that's the point. Right, Dunnel Heights. Onwards and upwards. We're not scared of these wee militia chumps. As soon as we blood surge, we are pretty much untouchable. And between our defense and our shield and our protection and everything, we should live long enough to get ourselves a blood surge going. This is a very sledgehammery approach to my problems. And it will not work forever, so we need to make hay while the sun is proverbially shining. Growth +1 for us, and the Japanese goblin has great precision, which is absolutely useless unless you're using ranged weapons. Right, get us a little bit of defense there, and movement of... okay, well I can go down to Ocean and the Rebel Stronghold. It's a little tempting to split these guys up, though. Right, you go up to there, you're going down to there, and then I will have eyes on most of the thrones. Looks like Pangea have expanded in this direction. Means they haven't gone for Tuchanka, which means Tuchanka probably has some kind of very scary units on it that Pangea has been killing themselves on. They haven't even taken Canada. Offers me some opportunities. You go to Rebel Stronghold and then you circle back. Katsusho's Holiday Home can't be that difficult to take. Excuse me. Could feel the tickle in the nose right there. Right. I do really want to crush Pangea. And I should start sending these units out with that in mind. I know we have Divine Blessing, so the blessing is unnecessary. I will kill off one of these blessings then. Hopefully Ned Nickerson doesn't just get himself completely obliterated out there. How about you take Celadon City and then march your way down to McDonald Land? But you're already kind of around here. You can grab Train Valley and put Pangea under pressure. Of course, I don't want them running in and killing Reset, because Reset doesn't have a lot of backup. Oh, there's an idea of taking Timberwolf and kind of cutting them off here. That would give me time to get my reinforcements in. I don't know who's in Hailfire Peaks, but how bad could it reasonably be? Darkness is going to make it very hard to get our kills for Blood Surge, though. Something to be said for actually just turning around right now. Don't even bother with the Saiyan Rebel. Instead go Pimbank, Celadon, Channel, and then down towards New Pangea. I don't have very long before Pangea becomes too much for me to handle. One turn, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, da 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 da. Well, don't let them take Train Valley. The AI loves to province defense and dump. You just hide and wait there, see if anything happens in Tomb of the Lost Queen. I also want to check out Tachanka. Keep those units rolling in. The resource deficit isn't horrifically bad. I should be able to chunk out 1 commander with 2 bodyguards per turn for a while. Pangea is looking pretty pathetic, to be honest. Sometimes the AI is really bad at their initial expansion. Just like the player can be. Sometimes they run into a throne, lose their units, and they have to regenerate their own ones. The bonus for the AI is that they get so many extra resources. They can generally handle such losses without much of a big deal. Oh, good thing that despite the disease, he's not taking any additional afflictions yet. I'm sure he will, though. One blessing. Well, fortunately, I got blessed. Tuckered himself out, but he didn't have an item on him, so I don't regret not killing him. Not too much, at least. Alright, Train Valley. Now, whether it's good or bad for me, I'm not sure. But here is Pangea. Oh man, I even have my my Dominion in Canada. I could go and straight up take Canada and stare Pangea right down. Of course, if they kill my god, I lose my bless, so it's a dangerous proposition. But the idea of pinning Pangea down like that is delectable. I need my units back here. We have a lot of them moving in, but they're still a few turns away. Assert domination, go for decapitation, I'm working on it. My Barakeichi, or K1. You get moving on out. Set 2 here. Ooh, Mine of Superior Iron. It's kind of cool. Could move into McDonald land regardless. Seriously starve New Pangea of any excess resources. But then he could immediately counterattack. I don't know what he's holding in New Pangea. Yeah, no risk, no glory, but losing my god is painful. The AI gets a massive bonus to calling back their god, the human does not. Anyway, the pig. Surrender your gems, that is the price for joining me. Actually, your price is 36 gold. And your research rate is pathetic. Yeah, get on that low-level construction. Maybe someday we'll learn how to construct something. I feel a lot more confident if my units were a couple turns closer. Next turn they're in Celadon, then Channel, then Mount Moon. So 3 turns I suddenly have them within striking distance. Before that though it gets a little scary. I might move into Albania instead of McDonald Land. Then if I circle down into Pilot Wings Resort, then I cut off whatever expansion they've done there. And we don't know what expansion they've done down there. Sadly the snow is slowing me down. Supposedly not many units there. McDonald Lands is better than Albania. What else is new? Hey, look at that. They've gone pretty Hellblessy as well. Turmoil. Oh, but they got productivity. Loads of growth. But Misfortune 3. I would never choose to take Misfortune 3. This backfires. I'm going to feel so much pain. Oh well, believe that the reinforcements will arrive in due time. Maybe I should bring it down to just 2 blessings. We usually get it done in 2. Alright, how's this gonna go? I'm being egged onto something I shouldn't do. Right. Well, we did fight them in McDonald Land. What is the outcome? Yeah, see, now that we got a reasonable number of sacreds, they really just go in and raise Cain. McDonald Land, reset lemongrass, go dungeon diving. Oh, sweet, they actually didn't get a lot of units. Unusual for the AI not to province defense dump, so I'm surprised I'm not seeing 300 Pangean militia here. Now get them killed and get moving. Does anyone know how many turns Bloodlust lasts for, by the way? It's probably subject to randomness, like everything in this game. Stop standing behind them and get stuck in! Unyielding guard, reset lemongrass is up front, you could at least help out. Yeah, see, this unyielding guard got shanked hard there. Light lance for 6, charge roll doubled the damage. And you got hit with a battle axe for 14. But hey, you've got that protection, and you've got a staggering 20% regeneration. That's why each turn you're going to see a little green 19 there, keeping you artificially alive. Yeah, I think you would have died without all that regeneration. That's why it's so expensive, and why it was a backbone of my plan. But yes, McDonald Land down. And we actually took out one of their... Oh, they also have a really good Sacred Commander. Leadership 80. Trample, size 3 is better than size 4, don't be led astray. With Berserker 3 as well, but that makes them easier to hit. The fools. That battle axe does some serious damage, though that cleaves right through our protection. Anyway, took it out. Unfortunately, they counterattacked us in Canada. That could be really, really bad news for our god. But thankfully he is blessed, because this is our dominion and not Pangea's. So first things first, we're going to very, very slowly kill all these units, who thankfully can't hit us with their projectiles, because hey, we have air shield 140. This is one of the things that truly appeals about Dominion. There is an infinite number of ways you can do your builds. There are some things that you tend to see. Often a lot of rainbow builds with low-level blesses, and also some synergizing Hellblesses like, well, Fortitude regeneration like I'm using, but also Blood Bonding regeneration, or Blood Bond Berserker. But if you want to have your units explode on death and cause large grenade attacks at the enemy, you can totally put builds around that. And sure, some are meme and some are never going to work in competitive play, but who cares? It's a game. Have fun. Good protection on you guys, but those chakrams are not going to hurt me. Go, my god, Surfa. Mixed up Surfer and Rosa there, but... again, without regeneration, you'd be dying here. Because your defense skill is reduced to nothing due to all the harassment. But they barely do anything more than tickle damage to you. And eventually you just wipe out enough of them for them to start running. Not bad, and you're getting loads of experience from all these kills, which is further boosting up all your attack and defense skill, even without Blood Surging. I love Blood Surge, probably my favorite bless. So that was pretty good. Not only did we take this province, we also straight up beat their mercenary band. And the Highlands have decided to have a famine. Is that how they explain the clearances? Oh, no. See, they all just starved and went away because there's no food. The least talked about genocide. Right, I've been neglecting my province defense as usual, but there we go, we got some, and now my units are a bit more... Why is my barricade sheet here? Oh, I moved him separately. Right. the cavalry have arrived, except it's not cavalry, it's just very large units. I want you over in McDonald Land. I've got my eyes on Tuchanka, and we almost have Pangea cut off from the rest of their units. They're heading down to Lutetia, they've got Eden Prime, Albania, they've got a lot of farmland here. But we took McDonald Land, and Surfer Rosa can hold on to Canada, enticing Pangea to attack Canada, whilst at the same time holding it down with your godly powers. I could invest more in the province defense. Actually, I think I'll just have... I might have no province defense, actually, for now. If I bring in province defense, there's a chance we could hit point rout, because they would take damage, my god would take damage, they'd all leave. So Surfer Rose is going to single-handedly hold Canada for now. Hopefully Pangea sends in useless units to die drip feeding, and then before they know it, they're going to be surrounded by our sacreds, and we're going to take New Pangea. That's the plan. Unfortunately, Surfer Rose is doing not much out here, not even researching. And there's not much that they can do. They can't even build a temple because only sacreds can. Could build a lab. Get some research done during the downtime. Oh, of course, site search. That thing I've not been doing whatsoever. I could do that. Would be nice to get some mages going for some site searching around here. Maybe a relatively cheap mage. If I dropped you out and got a mage, that would allow me a few more unyielding guards. But yeah, I should really get my site search mojo going. You get me access to Astral and Death and Air. And then if I also take you, you'll get me Earth and probably Fire Water. So I'll go with these two. And then just crank out some more unyielding guards, as many as I can reasonably afford. Meanwhile, Sturm, I want you to pick up the guards we have, do our usual. Bless, bless, attack, guard, go. We're going to need every hand on Declan that we can for Pangea. Kind of rough though, isn't it? It's still the very first year, and getting Hellbless rushed like this could be very intimidating for a player. Wouldn't know though, I don't play MP, and if I did play MP, I wouldn't play competitive MP. I'm still open, by the way, if there are people watching and they would love to play this game as well. I think I'll take a little bit of you. I love doing PvE, so I'd be well up for some co-op, says the AI. That way we can crank up the difficulty and enjoy the oppression together. I have lost doing that as well. It was great playing with Fan of Gaming, playing a Blessless Kaelin and getting decimated. Anyway, the invitation is there, but you gotta meet me halfway there. Right. 1, 2, 3 turns and the General Cavalry will be ready to attack Pangea. For now on, I just want to kind of hold them in position. I would love to take Pilot Wing Resort, but they'd probably quickly take McDonald Land back. So maybe if my Barakeichi goes and holds McDonald Land, then Reset can take Pilot Wings, and then Pangea will be cut off from all of this. They won't make income, they won't make gems, they won't make anything out of this. Which is good for me. I also want a couple more spies, if that's not too much to ask. Maybe you as well, Alexandria. There's always use for spies. While you're there, you might as well preach, get rid of the enemy Dominion, even though my Dominion sucks. Their Dominion at least doesn't have death in it. He always looks so sad standing at the edge of the map after the last enemy has fled from battle. Is it worth it to search for magic sites? Absolutely. Magic sites are your key way of getting loads of gems. Okay, this Black Marsh is not even worth looking into. It obviously has some kind of site there increasing unrest. That's where I just got a lot of bad events, but I think I would have noticed that. But yeah, site searching is great. Just use some... I mean, it's good to site search up to level 3, but, you know, if you just do 1 or 2, you're fine. Late into the game, you want to max site search everywhere, and that's good if you use Astral. There's an Astral spell that costs 25 Astral Pearls that will search every site in an area. And it's pretty mage turn efficient, because you don't have to move to use it either, so that's a good reason to get Astral. But the budget early game thing is to just bring out your cheapest multipath mages and go and manually site search everything. I like that the Netherlands is always on the map and always a swamp. Oh, now there's a problem. If Pangea used a dormant god, their god is now awake. Also, I didn't find anything searching with Surfer Rosa, and now they are doing a counterattack 3 times. The Canada one is the very important one. Fortunately, it looks like they are fighting me with pathetic units. I think the takeaway here is that Pangea's units are quite expensive. Otherwise, they definitely would have brought in more. They have good production, but they have a lot of turmoil. Oh man, they're using crossbows. Of course, it's late-age Pangea, isn't it? Crossbows are pretty deadly. They do armor-piercing damage. So your protection is reduced by half for armor-piercing and 20% for piercing damage. Fortunately, we don't give a damn. We've got air shield 140. Come at me. Bring your best. Send entire armies. I've been playing Killing Floor 1 again. It's so good. There we go. You might have Berserk, but we have the Blood Surge. Hang 'em high. Alright, gonna be mixed grill for Surfer Rosa tonight. Surfer Rosa's really lazy. I'm sure they're kind of tired of going into combat like this, but that's okay. Once Pangea's down, you'll be able to take a much more auxiliary role. So this is my really crappy province defense here. Probably not going to survive. Oh wow, did. You Pangea, you're... I mean, these units are good. Oh, they're unblessed. Aha. Why? Why did you not send in anything to bless them? Come to think of it, who was the command? You were commanded by a black harpy? That's so sad. Okay, well that's how we won. No harpy, no commander, no leadership. If they hadn't lost their harpy so easily, this would have been a problem for me. Which tells me that... Are those flying units? How do they get over to Train Valley? We'll look after that. We'll look at that after McDonald Land. Now they're sending some actual units here. My province defense is just going to get churned. Blech. Not even worth the investment, to be honest. And again, could cause a HP rout, but our regeneration tends to cover a lot more than that, so we're okay. The bow guy comes along. And he wins? Oh, he absolutely wins. Oh, please kill the Dryad. Ah, damn. Well, Dryad might have died on return. Ah, of course, they have Albania into Train Valley. I could provincially defend Train Valley more. Might not be the worst idea. I certainly have a lot of money right now because I'm unable to spend it on units fast enough. And it would be nice to prevent the flank. They clearly don't have a lot of units to send this way, so if I send in... I mean, that is quite a lot of money to spend on defense. Keep you up at 29. That's not amazing, but it's something. I'll keep you there. Try to hold Train Valley. We're almost in a position to choke the life out of New Pangea. Nothing you can do there reasonably. I suppose you could move over to Lugdunham. But then I'd leave Canada open, and I like the fact that he's suiciding himself on Canada. Rather than taking the Mount Moon McDonald Land approach, you can do the Alexandria Lugdunham approach. But that costs an extra turn, and I really want everybody here to utterly shred New Pangea. Although, we can get to Canada in one turn, and then next turn we slaughter New Pangea. Pilot Wings Resort has a lot of Grove Guards, and those guys hit hard with those battle axes. I don't particularly want to run into that. My barricade, Chico, and reinforce McDonald Land. And then after that, I reckon you two are moving into the Pilot Wings Resort. And the rest of you are going to move on New Pangea. If we keep New Pangea under siege, they can't really recruit anything of value. And if we just straight up take New Pangea, that's even better. The problem is, Surfer Rosa cannot get involved in all of this. Surfer Rosa would be outside of our dominion, and that'll make them fight a lot worse. That name's very off-putting. Sounds very feminine, but you're obviously... Well, is that obvious? I think gameplay-wise you are a bloke there. Right. Actually, if you're moving over to Canada in one turn, you can take Lugdunham in one turn. Blon, I want you to use your power of love to discover what's going on. Ooh! We found Sar Sethiel. I hope they don't know how to sail, because they could go across this and flank me. I really need to start thinking about how I pivot my entire economy here. I should send out some... Ooh, nice. Got you for the site searching. You will be also for the site searching. I kind of want them to move together, so you do one turn of researching and then we'll just go... I guess we'll do it from the south, because this dude's kind of locked off. So yeah, just work your way down and around. Keep those unyielding guards cranking out. Mucus, you just wait in Lutetia. Ah, Arborang, Deep Canyon, so we know Tisa's somewhere around here. Probably one of these two provinces. It could be any of these three provinces, actually. But their capital's over here. So maybe we could shore up a defense here. I'm not so confident I could go in for a second quick kill. Because it's not going to be quick anymore. Pretender gods are awakened, they're going to have provinces, they're going to have a lot more of economy. I should definitely set up a... Oh, right, Christ. Mu is a keen place for a fort. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 connections. Kind of a choke point. The Rebel Stronghold would be better, but I don't have the Rebel Stronghold right now. Besides, I could additionally take the Rebel Stronghold later on. Get me a giant palisade over there. On top of that... I'm going to want a... I'm going to want a Sacred over there. And a Mage, come to think of it. Well, you're a Sacred Mage. You could actually do Scotland, Pimbank, Mu, build a laboratory and a temple in Mu, and then double back via Celadon City. Or that's what we'll do with our mages down there. Get Mu built up. I'll probably just want a line of forts around here, because my defense isn't great. But my rank and file, despite being horrible, do actually do... Oh my god, I was hoping it was more than that. No, it's only +1 castle defense bonus. That is not worth the absurd cost of you. These guys, they get +3. Man, in this nation, these units don't exist. I cannot think of a reason to recruit them. They're just terrible. Maybe someone could see use for these rank and file, but I'm not seeing it. Size 4 is bad. That's average hit points you'd expect for size 4. They've got good protection, good defense because of the shield, but so expensive. Can't believe someone put in a unit called Astrolab. You just hide and wait there. Helis. Alexandria is a prime location for a fort. It covers damn near everything. So let's have a fort over there. Got to invest that money after all. No mercenaries are available. How many enemies are there? There are 4 factions. We're 1. Pangea is the 2nd. Syria is over here. Probably over here as the 3rd. And Sarsenthile is the last one here. Sarsenthile has this area cordoned off for themselves. So that's kind of good for them. They can just take this with impunity. I can't cross water. Because my sailing ability is max size 3. And then you essentially have this area. I'm hoping you two clash whilst I set up a big border. And then hopefully I will have enough sacreds out. And maybe some additional magic to help out. But I wouldn't count on it. My magic is going to be weak all game because I'm drained 3. Anyway. Lugdunham, Canada, McDonald Land. Let's move. If you're asking how many units can be in the game, the number is absurd. But eventually, if there are too many units on the map, the game starts purging the smallest, weakest ones. Alright, so they're not done with a counterattack, but they are not going to be able to handle these. There we go, the giants are at the point where they just eat whatever's around them. Lugdunham, this is, okay, did this one get counterattacked? Well, as long as I have my Bless, which I do. Again, those projectiles simply cannot hurt me. I do wish it would say that it was negated by air shield, because surely some of those would have gotten through. But I guess it doesn't. Oh well. It's just more satisfying to see when a plan comes together and be acknowledged. It's almost like I planned this air shield, because you don't have a shield, meaning you're quite vulnerable to projectiles. That's why air shield helps out so much. It was a stroke of genius adding that in towards the end. Right, McDonald Land, but Maibara Keiichi should be here for reinforcements. Yes, he is. Well, province defense just gets shreked. Now they're pulling in the what they have as big guns here. Those Grove Guards. Like I said, that oh well, this guy's lost an arm. He's out of the picture. But this Battle Axe doing 30 damage is scary. That's why I really want to Blood Surge. We can repel that because our weapon is longer, but that's an attack skill versus their defense skill check. But again, their defense skill is terrible, and it gets even worse when they are when they're berserked. Look at this guy; he's berserked. His defense skill has fallen to a paltry 5. So even if he successfully lands an attack on us, we get to do a repel check. And even 10 is going to beat 5 most of the time, but never always. This game has an exploding random dice. So it's quite possible for a human militia to strike and damage a dragon. It's not reasonable that they're going to strike and kill a dragon. It's possible, but now we're talking like 1 in the tens of thousands. I was a little worried you were thinking about running away, but the sheer damage they're doing actually damages our shields here. Reduces the amount it helps us out by, but nothing we can't handle. Damn, there was that seducer again. Nice. See, this was the whole thing. I wanted my units to not die. That's why I added Fortitude in addition to Regeneration. Because if they bring things that hit this hard, it's still going to actually hurt us and could outpace our Regeneration. But with Fortitude, it just reduces the incoming damage by so much. So this is why I like to plant my spies inside Throne Provinces. Throne Provinces are the most heavily defended independent provinces there are, unless you find a particularly large heavy cavalry or barbarian province. In this particular case, it's pretty light. It's just got heavy militia, which, contrary to the name, they aren't that good. They have above average skills and decent protection, but they're still humans. And the magical rule of Dominions is that it hates humans. Humans are just the worst unit. The worst of everything. They're only size 2, they have very standard everything, they don't take blesses or buffs well, and they get smushed by just about any other race. Even the midgets, at least being small, is an advantage in and itself. Anyway, speaking of smushing, these are so cool. So they trample, size 5 tramplers, but if they run into something they can no longer trample, they can bite, 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 and length 4 spear. They're unsurroundable, so it's harder to hit them with what's it called again? Harassment bonus. So they're going to maintain that defense, low as it may be, and that's some good damage output. You know, if they're not trampling. And I always love spammable trampling. On top of that, unlike many other tramplers, they have decent morale at 13. Everyone is going nuts here. What's happening? Okay. I don't actually know what that's about. Right. The fact that the game even simulates shield damage is insane. It simulates a whole lot. Right, so this is interesting. The thing that makes this throne quite dangerous to assault is that they have these circle masters. Okay, they're sorcerers. They look like circle masters. But the point is they're conjuring an undead flank wall. And in this game... I'm sure there's some other game that the joke is about good luck I'm behind 7,000 skeletons, but this game cranks it up to 1,100. You can summon so many skeletons they appear inside enemy walls when you're on the outside. But the fun thing is that our lizard champions are a good counter to this undead chaff because they're just going to smush them, run them right over. The undead wall like this is great when fighting against thugs or other... Well, basically my giants. My giants would suck against these kinds of spammed undead because my giants don't have the damage output. But the lizards just mow right through them, and now they're going to mow over these guys. Splat, 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 splat. Man, these lizard people are so cool. I wish I was playing as them. Okay, now there are 2 of the random nations I really want to play as. Bolberg and these lizards. I just find the lizard... They look so cool. I think it's that really pointy nose face. Kind of looks like a witch doctor. A plague doctor, rather. Like a plague doctor with a green mask. And I like their scale armors that they have. And then there's one little undead guy. He got caught in what looks like earth meld or earth something. Pull from grave, really? Well, whatever. He's stuck there until he just gets run over by lizards. And all that done by this crafty leader. Oh, wow. An Inquisitor as well. Tax and Gem Collector is pretty useless. Oh, this is a good opportunity to check what their Bless is. And I sincerely doubt they didn't give a Bless. I think they gave the overcharged Bless. And the Inquisitor could be a Bless. Painfully German channel member, the King. Sometimes the Blesses don't show up here with the custom ones. It's also possible that their god is not awake yet. Could be an imprisoned god. Right, Storkholm. Brigands, of course. Alexandria, even more unrest. Brigands have taken advantage of the poor defences, are trying to take control of the province, and that's Alexandria gone. Well, probably. These are just villains, right? I think the villains are going to win. Wow, the Brigands gave up. Then again, so did my my giant commander, but our archers saved the day there. That's unusual. Oh, my scout was there. He was trying to build a palisade. Oh, thank God we had a backup scout here. Always have a backup plan. You got injured as well. You went limp on me. Anyway, clearly I need to defend this place a bit better, because it's going to be my fort anyway, so let's actually invest in that. Yeesh. My defenses suck. I don't like those giant units, if that's not been made abundantly clear already. Okay, so Pangea's counterattacks against me have failed miserably. We have them in the chokehold. I'm going to send... gonna send Archibald Vile, Urangu McBain, down to Hyrule, and the rest of you over to New Pangea. That's not a lot going there. I actually don't like those numbers. Ned Nickerson, you go and help out those other two in Hyrule. Sturm and the others, you go to Pangea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 of you on Pangea. That's actually kind of dangerous, isn't it? Maybe I should throw everything against New Pangea. Let's not put this down to chance. We're taking Pangea. I should move you in as well, even though there's a risk that they counterattack us here. Because look at this, he could defend with everything. A huge Titan of the Spring, so that's their god. And they're fighting on home territory. I think at this point, though, I will add more defences into McDonald Land, because I think they've spent all of their units here. They can only recruit chaff in these, and even not many. I wonder if they're building anything there. And also, look at this. I think they're under attack from Syria. Did Pangea hold Eden Prime before? Because they certainly don't hold it now. I kind of want a fort around here. Maybe Albania and Lethal Lava Land. Right, nature access, but have we got any more scouts around here? Kind of want these ASAP. I don't have the resources to be recruiting these guys. Alright, bring in some scouts then. I clearly need some scouts to help out with the building work around here. Which I want a general wall of forts here. I should be able to counterattack anything that comes our way by using my giant forts, and then we need to summon up enough power. But I'm still a little antsy, right? We fight best in the early game. Do you have Spirit Sight, by the way? Ooh, I could send you down to clear out the Tomb of the Lost Queen. But that's very risky, because if you die... And there's also a monolith. You are not going to have a good time defeating a monolith. I don't really think it's worth risking everything on Tomb of the Lost Queen. We'll leave it be for now. Better probably that you do a bit of site searching for now, and then we'll get you somewhere to do some research. Because you can site search nature and blood, and you'll be better at doing air than other guys. Okay, so this is pretty good. Sonic came out with air and fire. Actually, I would have prepared water. Huh. What was the other thing you could get? Well, no water, but I guess we could make do with that. Anyway, site search Scotland, pin bank, moo, build up moo, and then circle your way back. It's a brilliant plan. Also, it's just double blessing rather than all of the blessing, because we have divine blessing. And then we are going in. Let's see, what's the siege strength that we have around here anyway? Each of these things have the siege strength of 8 or so, which is fine, but there's not a lot of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I'm sure we'll pull down Pangea's walls fast enough. Also, if we get repelled here, that's a huge loss for us, because we're throwing everything against this. Right, we actually found something in Logdunham, the Wolf Oak. There was a counterattack in MacDonald Land, but this is what I mean, they really can't build up many units anymore. Do you even have a... Okay, you do have this, and you do have Blessing. Your Bless is Berserker and Undead Leadership, and Overcharged, and Corpse Eater. That's a really cool Bless, by the way. It means that sacred units that are able to last on long campaigns get a massively increased amount of maximum health, because every turn they will increase their max HP, as long as they're corpses. And if there was a fight in a province, they'll be corpses. Also, I thought I would win this hands down, but I've got no defense here. I think I forgot to add defense. And I'm going to pay for that. Yep. Oh man, I can't believe I didn't reinforce MacDonald Land with province defense. Oh well. You Pangea, you saved me. Divine Blessing, and that's a lot of them, sir. They are bringing in the wolves. They are bringing in their centaur catfracts. These are a little scary because they've got venomous fangs. And they've got good attack skills, so they will land their hits. Good attack density here from reasonable units. Oh my god, 4 to a square. Nice. Oh, that is very nice. 16 protection, 4 to a square with piercing. Oh yeah, recuperation as well. These guys would be great to bring on campaign. Mat move 14 isn't that great. I bet the other ones are faster. Yeah, 16 is usually a lot better than 14. But yeah, these Dryad Hoplites. Formation fighting, they take a bless really well. See, so much better than a human, and all they need is to have fancy little goat legs. Who are they commanded by? Benign commanders, big sacred guy with battle axe. Here's their mage, just nature 1 though, but a couple of nature gems, scary. Also, how naked are you? I don't think Twitch is going to have a problem with that, but you never know. Puritanical colonials will know no end. Harpies are just there to harass. Actually, the Harpies are just there to give me blood surge, so if anything, their existence is good. Same with the dogs. Now, if you're looking at this game thinking, oh man, you say anything's possible, I want to take those dogs and make them straight up big beastly units of their own instead of chaff. You can do that. You could use Gift of Reason to boost these guys up to be commanders. You can give them some equipment. You could graft arms onto the dogs and have them use their own sword and shield in combat. You could artificially give them magic paths so they can cast magic for support in battle, or cast magic on themselves. Give them an earth path. Let them cast steel skin on themselves. They have protection 20. Give them an amulet to make them larger. They'll have more hit points, deal more damage. The limit is really in your imagination in this game. Living in Sweden, it's only logical that the devs come to the conclusion that humans are worthless. I don't know, I don't think many people share my disillusionment with Sweden. In fact, it's a question I got when I came here. I was chatting to a guy in a store, and he's... I think I had to give my ID over, so he was like, oh, Sweden? What are you doing here? I was like, oh, well, I liked it more here than Sweden, so I moved here, and he just seemed in disbelief, like, what, why here? Why here over Sweden? Well, maybe it's a grass is greener problem. Anyway, those guys got mulched. And we took 0 losses, which is pretty ideal, because we need every hand that we can to shake down their flimsy walls. Good to take note that of these units, the Dryad and a few crosswomen retreated inside the walls, because we still have to fight those, including those horned serpents. Ooh, gold in the channel, despite our misfortune. That's nice. People are proud of their misfits. Taxes have increased. A freak show with local talents! Which side of the channel are they from? Upcoming event, battle in the arena. Ooh, I might send someone in. Because if we send in a self-blessing individual, then they might actually make it. Who are we going to send in then? It's kind of risky, right? There's no real big payoff for this. It sucks that I lost McDonald land. That was my bad. I should have reinforced it with units, and I completely neglected that. Just add a few more into Mount Moon so they don't go there, and a few more into Lugdunham. And you are going to continue searching around here. I don't really want you to go McDonald land. You won't get your bless there. Just go and site search for a bit there, Surfa. I know it's a gross misuse of your skills, but I'm making you do it anyway. I want you to go and get Train Valley's fort operational, and I want you to put one in... Gee, I don't know where, actually. I would quite like Shitatsu Show's holiday home, but I'm going to need to circle around and take that. If nothing else, you should go and check out Shitatsu Show. And two of you are going to site search here. And I believe I'm neglecting recruiting you guys. Ooh, this is painful on my sacred recruits. But that was somewhat expected. We've got a bunch of sacreds just hanging around here. Could I build two of you in a turn? Yeah, sweet. I should just crank out these guys wholesale instead of even bothering with the unyielding guards. Because these guys fight a lot better. 12-15 versus 10-12, and otherwise I think the stats are the same. Actually, you know what? It's complicated going back and forth. It's time for the Dom 5 Mod Inspector. Show us the units. Show us Unyielding Guard. And what's the other one called? Master Champion. Master Champion from Mantepbos. Sadly, we don't get the images on these. But let's compare the two. Hit points, you get 2 more on the Master Champion. That doesn't change the regeneration, because it still rounds up to 9 regeneration per turn. Same protection, same magic res, better morale on the champions. 2 more attack skill and 3 more defense skill is pretty huge. Means they're far more likely to survive and get their initial bloodlust going. Precision up, combat speed's the same. Map move is increased. Can I recruit these guys anywhere? If I can, that's so good. Otherwise, I think they've all got the same stats here. It makes note that they only have 1 eye. Twice... Yeah, these guys are recruit anywhere. Holy moly, right. You know what, these guys? Forget about them. Well, maybe a little bit from the capital, because I can make them here. But otherwise, these Master Champions, everywhere. Are they twice as good? Sure, they might be twice as expensive in gold, but gold isn't my problem. Resources are my problem. So if I can just crank out as many of these guys as I can, that's phenomenally good. On top of that, these guys get... Where is it? They get heroic abilities. Sadly, the Hall of Heroes is going to fill up and we'll stop getting them. But if they get enough battle experience, they will join this. In fact, Reset Lemongrass is the most experienced hero in the whole game right now. Good job, you. And that's why you've got immense strength here, +4. I love heroic abilities, and there is a bless, from this randomizer at least, which gives every commander heroic ability. It's a complete roll of the dice, but sometimes you get something phenomenally good. And we've got new ones, Urango McBain's Brave Deeds. Maya Barakachi's Unequaled Obesity, and the Heroic Endurance of Archibald Vile. Where are you at, Archibald Vile? There we go. Recovers from fatigue, so he's got reinvigoration. He'll never get tired in combat. Well, not reasonably. Right, Thessia, smouldering wasteland that it is, between Fungus Woods and Amity Airfield, also has a throne. We don't know what throne it is. It's kind of why spies would actually be good. Thank you for whoever told me that spies unveil what the thrones are. Could you close the mod inspector? Hey, that would be a good idea. That was getting in the way of everything. I'm glad people are there to remind me. Right, Pangea is falling. I will probably risk taking Hyrule and Pilot Wings Resort. Because I don't think he's going to counterattack. How much damage is being done on the fort? The walls are moderately damaged. Maybe I should just be patient. Because if I send out half of my army to Hyrule and McDonald Land and he counterattacks with his god, that could cause a problem for me. No, let's maintain the siege. There's no need to be too greedy here. I mean, greed is good, as I often say, but that doesn't mean I should be too greedy, right? Alright, end turn. Right, nothing found. However, Sonic managed to find 2 sites in Scotland. Ancient Temple and Mineral Cave. And also we got a Skull Temple for Long Dead Archer and Horseman. That was really good. So this one turn just gave us 3 gems every turn for the rest of the game, as long as we hold on to Scotland. Who would have thought Scotland would be useful like this? Pangea, as I expected, did do a counterattack, and they did use their god. But because I have starved Pangea from day 1, well, turn 9 or so, this is all they can bring out. However, that's a bit scary. She's loaded up with nature gems. She has Fear 9. That's going to lower the morale of my units. She's wearing a Crown of Command, but what is not scary is her protection. Only 4 protection. She has a lot of hit points, but she doesn't have regeneration. She goes berserk, so she'll be easy to hit. And I'm not really scared of her hitting us that hard with that magical staff. We will persevere. Anyway, time for us to kill a god. She might have amazing magical paths, but even the AI Pangea, there's no way they've had enough time to research how to cast good magic. She is fast, isn't she? Combat speed 32. Ah, you've got quickness. Did you cast that on yourself? Or do you just have quickness? Oh yeah, you did quicken self. That'll tire you out faster, but doesn't matter. Let's tear apart this god. Could you just gain health back? Oh, that's Ned Nickerson. Don't get yourself killed out there, man. Oh, bye-bye, Ned. Okay, well, Ned Nickerson just bought it. Anyway, let's go and kill that god for killing Ned Nickerson. Unforgivable. Oh wow, she actually just dispelled another one of us. Right, take her out. She's hurting us too badly. She's gone berserk. Means she's probably not going to cast spells anymore. She's just going to club us with 44 damage magical staff. Wow, okay, she is raising Cain. And on top of that, a lot of our guys are suddenly paralyzed. What's up with that? She's overcharged. But that only happens once, right? Oh man, am I gonna fail against their god? That'd be scary. Because a lot of our units around her are paralyzed. Okay, no, we're getting back to it. We're shanking her down. Pangea god reminded him of Nancy. There we go. One dead god, and they shouldn't have any units with which to call her back. Or at least nowhere near enough. Well, that cost a few of my units, but hopefully none that I care too much about. Well, I lost Ned Nickerson, and I lost another one of my commanders, and the Sword Guard I didn't care about, so ultimately we didn't lose up that much. Still more than 10% of my units, but they lost their god. And no god, no life for you. Province income down. I didn't enter the arena battle. There was only one battle in the arena. That's sad. I could have entered and slaughtered here then. Could have also been slaughtered, but I wanted every unit for this. Oh well, look at that, the Centaur Sage. So they actually won for Pangea. New Pangea won the Gladius. Don't get Madius. Still moderately damaged there. It's going to take a bit of time to tear this down. However, I am quite confident they have almost no units. However, look at this. Right, so Syria is also moving in on the remnants of Pangea. So I'm probably going to have a fight with them soon enough. And they're going to take McDonald Land and Albania. I don't like that, but not terribly much I can do about it. Not with New Pangea still being torn apart. Alright, you lucky devils. You get quite a large entourage. But I'm going to need the reinforcements down here, so let's get some Integral Hamster and Momakill down this way ASAP, please. ASAP means as soon as possible, but I'm sure you know that. Did Urango McBain flee from that fight? Possibly. Get stuck back in there. We need all hands on deck, Lynn. Get that siege bonus going. How about you, Rosa? Still site searching for me, I see. Alexandria is still being built up. I might want Fort in Lethal Lava Land, come to think of it, just like a wall of forts. Although that could backfire. I mean, if I don't ultimately need to defend, then they're a waste of money, but it's also a good bit of just... Well, one thing to consider is that I do somewhat desperately need more... Are you water access? Ooh, you're our water access, Itchdid Shaman. That's a shame. I need a temple and a laboratory over here, but I can do that for Argentina. Cool. Right, water access. Nice. It'll get me over to Forest Frontiers yet. Was that God immortal? Let's check. She is immortal in spring. If an immortal being dies, it will swiftly rise. Immortal 1... Da, 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 da. Is it spring? It was. Don't know if it counts now. Anyway, that's still 3 months away, so hopefully we'll be alright. Also, she might have taken damage during all that, which would have been super sweet. Still want the Rebel Wronghold. I also want you guys down there. Maybe, actually, you could go for Rebel Wronghold and get me that. That's me relying on these guys to continue doing all the killing over there. It's a good reason to have Alexandria and Mu as forts as well, because I can crank out more of these guys. These guys would be even better if they had a better weapon, like a Frostbrand. But they hold their own pretty well in fights, and they're quite expendable. You just wait there for now, and let's tear down Pangea. The walls are severely damaged. Nothing found. Dominion down, tax down, people leaving and dying, but look at our forts, we got them. First thing I want is for you to build a better fort. I'm not going to recruit any of these losers. I'm just here to make better forts. How's my god doing, by the way? Still diseased, but not getting further diseased, which is impressive. I wonder if regen helps with not getting diseases from that. Anyway, you searched there and found nothing. Let's go and check Alexandria. You two both search Pimbank. Next up, you're doing Mu. Chisaru and Rolchan. You don't really have anyone to guard you out there, but whatever. Where did I say? Oh, you guys are heading that way, right? Pondering where to move you. I mean, you can always just help out down here. We're definitely going to have a fight on our hands soon. Get down to Train Valley for now. Why are you just hiding there? I want a palisade in Train Valley. Because look, Syria's eating up all this land, and they could move on me afterwards. I'm going to have to take the fight with them. Those are size 5 tramplers, so they can actually trample my giants. But trample does more damage the bigger the disparity, so it won't hurt me that much. If anything, it's probably better that they trample me than use their many attacks on me. Train Valley's already quite defended. Hopefully be better defended when I put a fort on it. You guys keep the siege going, and then we're going to have to keep the ball rolling, I think. You just hide and wait. You also hide and wait. Wars are still severely damaged, but not completely dead. Also, they're still counterattacking me in New Pangea. Is that their god? Whoa! Okay, where were these hiding? Inside the wall, evidently. I suppose I should just be grateful that they don't still have their god here. They still have any blesses that don't require being require an awake god. So you can't actually recruit units in a fort that is under siege. So these must be their leftovers, unless any of them were summons. They took out some of my less important units, but that's really slowing down my besieging of them. I'm kind of glad they did this. It would be an unfortunate surprise to meet those when entering. Channel gives me pearls, Lavaland gives me unrest, and Sturm's brave deeds have elevated him to the hero with an iron will. Good, but tear down that fort, please. Should also lower their own defense. Do I really want a fort in lethal Lavaland? Well, I've got to use this money on something. At least some palisades should help. The AI can recruit whilst under siege. What? What? Why? That is not fair. Okay, well, I guess I'm completely wrong. The player cannot recruit whilst under siege. Why in the world that's an AI allowance is beyond me. So he still has high rule in McDonald land. Yeah. It's probably because it would weaken them too much to pin them down like this, but wow, that's painful. Well, hopefully we tear down that wall shortly. Let's search Alexandria. Now let's get you two heading down there as well. How much are these commanders in upkeep? 46. So they are a lot more expensive than my rank and filers, but that's okay. I never did Force Defense Canada. I'm at 11 there. Alright, so I mean I have a good chunk of land for myself here, but more is more, and I do want more. Hey Pig, do you think you could go over to Alexandria? And you and Roll-chan can make sure that there's a temple and a laboratory there, and then do the same in Argentina so I can get water access. Weak water access, but water access nonetheless. AI can recruit. Madness. Anyway, the place is breached. There's a glen of verdant greenery. I want those nature gems. I'm not using my gems whatsoever right now, but I might someday, believe it. Get over to the Highlands now. Roll-chan, no constants. Get me a temple. All of you, it's time to eliminate Pangea. Storm that entire castle. Barbarian and Sonic. Search the place for... actually, maybe build first. Construct a lab. Construct a temple. Building a giant fortress. You're just waiting there, which is fine. We have Mumbo's Mountain. Well, we have our eyes on it, at least. Has anyone claimed a single throne? No. Although, to be fair, people haven't really had the time to work on that. Defend Syria, take the rebel stronghold, and since it's across a river, and we will keep our side hot, this should be a... should just be somewhere that no one can get into. But yeah, I do want a fort on the rebel wronghold. In that effect, you could go and help out with that. Because Asea was just easy done for our sacreds. Now you might be looking at this thinking, why doesn't everyone just use a Hellbless like this? Well, remember my nation is constantly dying. We've already lost 3,000 people in the capital, and we will continue to keep losing people everywhere. We keep getting bad events, we can barely research, and that's one of the big downsides here. Just all in all, every province we take gives us so much less than, say, a nation with good scales. Obviously I want a balance between the two, but we run out of steam really easily with this. You know, we're not a steaming locomotive, we're a Prius. And we will roll to a stop, which is why we need to get so strong that it doesn't matter that we end up slowing down, starve our enemies out and such. I feel like I'm piling a lot of units over here. I want to shove some over in Mu's direction as well. Although I could also start using you to crank out some temples, couldn't I? I wanted one... Oh, you're already doing that, aren't you? Could still do that, though, even though my Dominion is crummy. Actually, maybe I don't want a lot of temples. The more my Dominion spreads, the worse my land is. Sure, it allows my god to fight more and better, but actually, maybe I should... Yeah, I should probably actually not build many temples. Yeah, I should only build temples for recruitment purposes, so basically temples and forts and nowhere else. One thing you can do is you can craft stone idols. I think it's Astral Earth. Let me double check that. Mod Inspector, please clear away all this stuff. Item... Idol. Here it is. Stone Idol. 2 Earth, 2 Astral. Level 6 as well. However, this reduces the... this reduces Dominion in a province. Every Dominion. So that means if you have a really terrible Dominion and you don't want it to spread, you could craft a bunch of these. Yeah, it would be expensive, but you could give them to scouts or other hidden commanders and just have them sit and destroy your own Dominion. And that can be good if your Dominion's really deadly and would otherwise sap those provinces. So I don't know if Airmore is going to have good Earth Astral access, but if you had it, or if you're playing a very long game, you could purposely destroy your Dominion inside your non-recruitment provinces, and then you would preserve the population, the growth, the luck, all of that. At least that's the plan. Kind of expensive, though. Right, we're moving in on Rebel Wronghold. We're storming New Pangea. Once we have that, we'll take Hyrule and hopefully take MacDonald Land. But I might have to immediately go to war with Syria and push them out. The problem is, Syria... I don't know if they're at war with Shar Sethile. They're certainly getting cozy there. We should keep an eye on that. Forlorn Muskeg, Freezeezy Peak, and North Face Forest. Let's try and remember that the forests are held by Shar Sethile, and Syria is in the swamp. If any of these change, then I know they're at war. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to shore up my defenses here. I'd love to take the holiday home. Once we're done with New Pangea, I'd love to wrap around to that. But I really want Pilot Wings Resort and MacDonald Land. Good fertile lands. Oh well. You could summon Dominion killing dudes with Blood 7 too. Who are they? Also Blood 7, yeesh. Now that's not useful things at this point in the game. Right. The Fortress of New Pangea. Did we do it? That's the big question. I mean, ultimately this looks like a very, very small besieging force. To think that they tore down this wall. Well, I guess that's magical spears for you. And I'm going to be very glad we have air shield, because those are crossbows right on the walls. They would laugh at our protection. Truly laugh at it. They'd see that 17, they would halve it, and then reduce it by 20%, and then they would rip me to shreds. No god, though. I'm liking the lack of god. Now get in there. Get your blood surge off the dogs. Only 9 defense skill. How are you missing those dogs? Come on. There we go. Blood surging on dogs, and then in we go. These guys can poison me, but we out-regenerate almost any poison. I think even true death poison we'd out-regenerate. Are those lucky commanders? Yeah, they are. I really like luck. 75% chance that a fatal blow is completely negated. You just got shot by your own guy, didn't you? No, it was Golden Spear. Anyway, die. Oh, wow. Syllable of Death is really caning me. That's the... I think the 3rd time I watched Syllable of Death was outright kill someone. I thought we had good magic resistance. Cataphract Commander hit Master Champion with a ranged attack. Syllable of Death for 1018 damage. Penetration roll... Oh, wow. I thought we had better magic resistance than that. What, did you hit a commander or a regular schmuck? Oh damn, a champion died. I don't like losing my champions. I shouldn't mind that much, right? I'm cranking out 2 per turn, and I will crank out many more per turn. But when my army is this small, it just feels bad losing them like that. Anyway, Pangea is down. Pangea is ours. That population, bigger than my own capital? Delicious. Income, resources. We need a temple so we can start cranking out Master Champions. And that's really all we'll be cranking out here. I didn't take note of which of our units died, but someone did, we know that much. Ooh, MacDonald Land got taken over by barbarians! That's cute. I still want MacDonald Land, though. Go and check if anybody's going to die. It could be that Syria took it over and then got mulched by barbarians, which would be good. That would clear out their own advancing forces. Okay. Hyrule surely has nobody looking after it. Archibald Vile can take that solo. Is Archibald Vile really the best one to send in? Well, doesn't really matter so much. New Pangea obviously needs some new defense. Mayabara Keiichi, I want you to construct a temple here, because I need to be able to recruit better. And here's the $50,000 question. Do we chain into a war with Syria? We could certainly push them back, but we would be inviting a lot of pain on our side. Because they'd start fighting us indiscriminately. Might be better just to tear the plaster off now, so to speak. Let's get our palisades up here. And if you could take Edinburgh and potentially Shutatsusho's holiday home, I'd be a very happy individual. You two get searching. We also need to recruit ourselves these guys constantly. Do I want mages? I mean, not really. I think right now I just need to push with what I have. Keep this thing building up as much as we can, although it's eating into my money big time, isn't it? Maybe I don't need giant castles at this point. Wait for now. These crummy little giant fortresses are fine enough. Commander point bonus 1, so I still get my commanders out. Not sure if I want them over here, though. This feels like a more accessible way of sending them in. Although I did just build a temple so that I could recruit them here. Anyway, you go and search there. Baby Elephant and Watto. Maybe I'll slow down on recruiting you guys here and focus more on the unyielding guards. Because they're cheaper. I know I was just talking about how they fight worse, but still. Could even do that. Crank out about 3.5 per turn. Still take the Bless. I think I will actually. We'll do that. Jake, do you have the time to give a rundown on the Hellbless for your troops? I missed the start. Absolutely. Any opportunity to talk about it. So, This is our nation's lineup of troops, and in my eyes, a lot of them are hot garbage. These regular troops that we have cost a huge amount per year. They have a reasonable upfront cost, and their stats are pretty so-so, and they're size 4, which is grim. It's just various takes of reasonable protection, but kind of meh for the everything else stats here. Attack 10 is such a huge letdown for a lot of these guys as well. So I realized early on that the only thing of value we're going to get is our sacreds, so we decided to Hellbless them. All of our skills are tanked as far as they go, except for luck, which is only down to misfortune 2 instead of 3, because misfortune 3 is... Oh, you don't want that. That's where the ground opens up and sends out a load of either barbarians or the... what are they called again? Those trampling weirdo things. I don't know, but they're scary and annoying. Anyway, this is the guy, so we have given them the bless of... Air Shield 60, regeneration, 20% regeneration, may I add, so we regenerate 9 health per turn. Blood Surge 6, and Fortitude. So they wreak havoc as long as they get their blood going. So we can take a look at a standard unit here when they get their Blood Surge going. There you are. Well, you're a Master Champion. I want to look more at the rank and file. Master Champion would be too interesting to look at. Here's our unyielding guard who's blood surged. Ah, he's weakened though. Yeah. Stop ruining my examples. It looks like our champions are leading from the front. Okay, here we go. Got a couple bits of experience as you'd expect from someone who's on campaign. We've got a length 4 weapon with 18 attack skill, which means we're going to repel like crazy. We've got defense skill 15, including the shield, so it's going to be pretty hard even to land a hit on us. 42 hit points, regenerating 9 per turn. 17 protection is really rather respectable. And fortitude, so even if you get your hit in, it's halved. So yeah, these guys are my strategy. Although I think I'm kind of pivoting towards the commanders, who are just the same but better. Now you might think, well, didn't they just kill you for 1,000 hits? That was a very special holy attack that this guy did. This must be their prophet, yep. Some spells are just, if they land, they kill. Killing in this game is dealing 1,000 damage. That is avoidable. Like everything in this game, it can be countered, but it's absurd. You'd need to wish, or use a lot of corpse eating to exceed 1000 health. Then you'd be able to handle it. Or you could have a second form. Then you'd become that second form instead of dying. Always ways around it. But wow, Integral Hamster's now a hero. Magic resistance. Okay, that doesn't feel very befitting for the man, but there you go. Hey, Worm, you already missed 2.5 hours? Yeah, you've already missed the slaying of one nation. Right. Build temple, the rest of you. I still haven't decided. I could take McDonald land and leave Syria with the rest of this, or I could just straight up fight Syria. I think I'm a pretty good counter to Syria. They've got a lot of attack density, but those tramplers don't scare me very much. Maybe I should move into McDonald land first. Yeah, get like a lot of you into McDonald land so we can easily slaughter the barbarians, and then we can split up down to Pilot Wings in Albania, reconvene in the Netherlands, push on to Eden Prime, and well, what are they doing in Lutetia? Growth +1, 2 Dominion, kind of cool. But their capital's around here, I'm almost certain of that. Exceptionally powerful, so Mucus, you're going to have to get out of there, otherwise you're just going to be discovered and hanged. Not hung, but hanged. And the pig, if we could kindly have that laboratory. Do I want a lab here? What would I recruit? Screw the lab, get me over here a lab so that I can get my Itchitid and get water access. Surfer's busy searching there, and Watto and Baby Elephant. Focus on cranking these guys out. Feels bad not to bring out any commanders, but I don't have the money for it, really. Want to be a bit more stingy than I am right now. How about you get into a position for dealing with California? Kind of a shame you can't all get over there, but I would like to take California and migrate over to Shitatsu Show's holiday home. Don't have many units to go and help out with that. You know what, I kind of do need you just to move these guys around, don't I? Let's keep you piling out. As for you... Big Blue Blob is still sitting there untaken. I should just take it. You just wait here, Pilius. I mean, you've got that horrific limp wound that you sustained in battle. I don't want to push you too much. And a Roll-chan. You think you could solo this Roll-chan? I think you could solo that. Yeah, go on, Roll. After all the blues killed, rock and roll. Does Blood Reversal spell avoid 1k damage? I've never checked. Often damages that are flagged as killing like that avoid such things, but I do not know. Personification. God of the Greatest Earth. The Throne of the Moon has been taken by August Prince? Brontes? I don't actually know which nation that's for, but it's probably Pangea. Nothing found in Mu? Oh no, I tell a lie. Sonic discovered the Scargazer Cliff. I think that's air. It is Astral Fire, so it couldn't have been more wrong. Ned Nickerson has now left the world. We can have somebody else. Now we can get Trebleard instead. And the Highlands have another grove of evergreens. Oh, the Highlands are very green. McDonald Land, we went in to deal with the barbarians. Never fun. No one likes fighting barbarians. Oh wow, this one's almost dead already. You're always going to take attrition fighting barbarians. I suppose what you can do is take advantage of low morale and spook them. If you immediately cast Blood Rain and Wailing Winds, they'd run away, but then you're using gems on indies. But we just have to go and face the music. There we go. Get an early blood surge and they simply cannot hit us. Now destroy them! There we go. Splendid. Hyrule. Is this going to be the end of you, Pangea? I hope so. Because they don't have much left to throw at me. A little bit of heavy cavalry, some crummy... well, just some crummy. They're all crummy. Down they go. And that is the end of New Pangea. She did not rule a single province. She is dead. Her domain is dead. It's all gone. Dominion, not domain. Edinburgh. Was I going into Edinburgh? Guess I was. Does regeneration help with healing permanent wounds? Regeneration helps with not getting afflictions to begin with. I mean, look at the Master Champion here, Mumakil. Mumakil? I find that hard to read. Anyway, they just took an enormous pounding from all this heavy cavalry. I don't know if they're going to live or die, but there's a very high chance that one of those hits would have given them a disease or an affliction. They didn't get one, and that's because regeneration lowers the chance of you even getting an affliction. This guy got one, but hey, that's the roll of the dice for you. At least it was only battle wounds. Hopefully you don't continue to die, but a lot of that initial damage was the charge damage from the lance, and the lance can only be used once in combat and cannot be used for repel. So actually, heavy cavalry, after they've done their initial charge in, are kind of crap. I genuinely would not recruit these guys just normally. Because they've got terribly low hit points, only 10. Their defense and their protection is pretty good. Bad example here because he's routing, but yeah, they're good for that initial charge, especially if they get around the back and straight into the Mage core. But it's very easy to counter heavy cavalry. One idea is just put some very cheap units in front so that they can tank the cavalry charge, then they spend their admittedly very powerful lance attack, which does double damage on first, well, only hit. These guys also have a lance, I think. No, just a spear. There we go. Go, my hell-blessed so-called giants. Take Edinburgh for me. Inaba is having a bad time. Palisades are done. But we don't settle for palisades, we grab the fortress. Recuperation heals the afflictions. Yeah, recuperation specifically heals the afflictions. Regeneration just makes them less likely. I'll put you in McDonald land, but I don't think I want a fort here. I want to push out. 3 of you into Pilot Wings, 3 of you into Albania. There's a definite mismatch in the army numbers here, so... There we go. 3 commanders and 5 sacreds going into each area. I miss Ned Nickerson. Can we get him back? Rocket Racer, you'll be our new Ned Nickerson. Right, the pig. I want a laboratory here, and I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'll build a temple there as well, and get myself that water access. You could actually build temples underwater, although I'm starting to wonder if this is even worth it. What am I going to do with water access? I know I want it, but there aren't many water provinces, are there? No. There is a water throne here, and this water province is huge, so it probably has good income. Problem is I don't really have units that can go underwater, but if I got my construction skill up, I would be able to build water-breathing stuff, and then I could have the likes of Roll-Chan and such go underwater. They'd be able to murk these units, so that I'm quite confident. And I have some water gems for reasons unknown. I must have found a water site somewhere. I wish it would tell you where. I want to, like, find the province with the water gem in it. Ooh, priest, high priest. Not something I ever usually want. And you still need a temple to recruit them, but they're there. I think I might have Surfer Rosa go to Argentina and just study for a while. They are amazing in combat. Oh, actually, they could just go straight over the big blue blob and take care of that. In that case, why even send Cacodemon out? We're going to need some help pushing down south, so I'm going to start pushing people down south. Rocket Racer, grab extra units. The rest of you can't get to California from there, but if you just wait there a bit, then the 3 of you are going California, then Shitatsu Sho. In fact, you could also move into Shitatsu Sho from Edinburgh. Ooh, nice province defense on Edinburgh. I'll take that. You guys continue working your way down south. Push Syria back. But now Syria has quite a lot of land, which is making me think twice about attacking into them. But, you know, the longer I wait, the longer they get. Should probably press my advantage while I have it. Archibald took this, no problem. You go and help out with Pilot Wings. Mayabara Keiichi, I think you built our temple there. fact, if we have so many coming in here, let's shove one more over to Albania, and then, yeah. We're going to sweep down here all the way to Deep Canyon. They have got a hefty fort there. I wonder if they took Masonry as a bless. Are the unit stats randomized as well? Somewhat. You're not going to find crazy stuff. But yeah, these are randomly created units with random stats. Maybe the spy should push forward a bit. I don't need someone on McDonald land currently. Anywhere else with no defense that needs some? Yeah, we took the rebel wronghold. That definitely needs some defense. Maybe some more defense. I'm taking all these provinces for the income because I am spending it like crazy. You two already searched and found not much. Maybe go and search the rebel wronghold as well. And then you can curve down. I want you to check the sites so Shitatsu shows. Eldon's Forklift, the Master Champion. I bet he would call it that. You can't get down to Tarsus. Go and join them in Pimbank and then move into California. That's right, because I keep cranking out more you, don't I? Gotta remember to keep these guys on this order. I wish I could set that as a default. That'd be cool. You know, all units of this type immediately take this order. Now that'd be cool. You're just waiting there. I guess you could search. I mean, it's very unlikely to find a holy site, but they do exist. This is looking like a steamroller more and more. Doesn't Jake control like half the map? I control this, but it's very fragile. My provinces are terrible. Turmoil 3, Sloth 3, Heat 3, Death 3, Misfortune 2, and Drain 3. And on top of that, I have no research going on. So, other nations that are doing research are going to be a whole lot better than me at that. Let's see, score graphs for research. So where are we? We're Mantepbos here. Look at that. Meanwhile, compare it to Shar Sethile. God knows what they have researched, but it's more than me. Income-wise, we look like we're top dog, but this is before, I think this is before the AI gets its multiplier for income. So, despite having all of this, these guys, who probably just have this, make a lot more money than I do. That's all the more reason that I want a big wall of forts along here that they're not going to penetrate into. So I think Rebel Wronghold, Mu, Shitatsu, Lethal Lava, Train Valley is a good wall into whatever we have here, but I'd love to take Syria as well. At least then I'd have overwhelming advantage over them, despite their bonuses. Alright, go for it. Mantepbos, nothing found. Right, Tarsus. Should be a steamroll against Indies. Oh, they are Zerkers, and we took them out, no problem. Right, now, the lizard people. I should just be fighting their crummy provincial defense. That's not crummy, that's a lot. They sunk a lot of money into this. Good thing I sent reasonable numbers in here. And who's this cool guy? Size 3 Spear Commander. Nothing too special, but a fair number of them. And attack density through the roof. These little guys as well. Fight, Spear, Chakram. We might have air shield, but it's not the 140 air shield. They can get through it. And look at that, they can mob us. The mobbing really reduces our defense skill because we get the harassment penalty. The ones on the flanks are going to eat it the worst. I mean, this guy's almost dead. He can't defend. He's got 2. Oh, God. So remember when I said we have Cyclopses? If they lose their only eye, they go blind. So this guy is just dead. He was just an unyielding guard, not a champion. The best thing he can do is just stand there and get shanked to prevent others from getting shanked. He's also bleeding, so yeah, he's very much going to die. He's just barely holding on with regeneration, but he's definitely dead. All of those hits are landing. Yeah, goodbye. Hopefully the rest can do better. Jesus, you know, I take solace in knowing that my enemy at least spent a lot of money on that province defense. And who's that running away? One of our unyielding guards. The unyielding guard has yielded. Okay, that was pricey. 2 guards and a champion. 3 of our 11 units down for that. And one of them actually made it back safely. Whew. God, I hope not all of their provinces are that kitted up. Pilot Wings Resort. And to think he only did that for a standard province. And he's doing it again for this one. Alright, get in there and get luckier. The ones in the back are unfortunate, they don't actually do anything, although I suppose they prevent us from getting mobbed by these guys coming around the back. Kill the militia, get your blood surge, and do not die. This guy here is in such a bad position. All of these units throwing themselves into it, and that's why size 4 is terrible. If they were size 3, I'd have 2 of them to a square. Twice the damage output, they watch each other's backs, one gets targeted, then the other. But like this, you're such a sitting duck on your own square. It's the big disadvantage to being large-sized. So if you're going to be large-sized, you might as well be size 6. Being size 4 is just all the downsides, none of the good sides. Still though, they managed that significantly better than their compatriots. Probably because they didn't have to deal with, I don't know, heavy cavalry, heavy infantry. Big blue blob as well. Were you attacking? I was attacking into their province defense. Oh, hello! This is interesting. I'm only size 5. Those elephants can and will trample me. Watch this. Squish. Even if you evade a trampling, you still take 1 bit of damage. So we evaded it, but we still took damage. We will definitely out-regenerate that, so we just need to kill these elephants. Or better yet, injure them enough that they turn tail and run, because then they trample their own units. Elephants generally have low morale, so they're easy to spook. But trample is really awkward for pushing your unit around. Come on, take him down. There we go, so this elephant is now on retreat, so is this other one. So it's going to squish! Walk over its own units. Squish! And now our actually unyielding keeper just slaughters the remainders. Good job. Tunnel Heights has lost population. In fact, it also got a barbarian attack, which wiped out the province, so we're going to need Dunhill Heights back again. It's not it doesn't cut us off, it's not too bad, we can take care of that in our own time. This is just one of the downsides of low luck. You're far more likely to get these kinds of barbarian attacks and other such things that just take over a province unless you have really good province defense, which I'm not paying for, no way. Sudazima and Ryuji Sakamoto. Agility. Agility and Obesity are actually good. Obesity gives extra hit points. Right, Pilot Wings Resort is mine. Albania is mine. We are going to check and make sure if we have any of the retreat. Oh, sweet. They retreated over here. That's good. You go and guard your commander with your life. And we are going to push our advantage over on the lizard people. Ah, crumbs. Didn't realize that river was there. And these guys are... they have swimming, so they can actually go across that. But surely that doesn't have swimming. What are those weird lizardy riding things? Are those their lizard champions with trampling in size 4? I'm gonna quickly check for their champion. It's a unit called a Sobek Lizard Champion. Sobek Lizard Champion. Size 5 apparently, but yeah, bite, spear, unsurroundable. It does not have... Oh, it does have swimming! Jesus Christ, they can swim with their chariot! Oh, that makes matters a little worse for me. I might leave 2 people behind to help defend Pilot Wings Resort, whilst the rest of you move on over to Albania and then into the Netherlands. Then again, there's only 10 of them. How scared can I really be? Screw it, all-out attack. We can't get over there, but we can at least get here, and then push our way to Letitia, Eden Prime, Deep Canyon, Syria. But I need backup. I need reinforcements coming in here. Got one unyielding champion over here. We've got Dillis over here. Leading Dillis. Go and pick up that unit and go and join the fight. Also, know your role. Let's get these fortresses upgraded, although it's costing me money that I don't really have. Let's site search the rebel wronghold. 2 swole to control and Sill Plain. You can go to California, right? Just get everyone in on California. Yeah. And then hopefully we can take over Shitatsu shows as well. And Rocket Racer, you're going to need to claim these thrones, so you're going to be on your way to Shitatsu shows as well. I'm not giving Rocket Racer any units because the units will slow him down a little bit. Does leave him more vulnerable, but losing my profit isn't that much of a big deal. Might go and take Dummel Heights back. It's not that great a province, but I don't like the idea that I could be cut off. Right, we have our Ichitid guy. We have water access. Do we have the big blue blob? You just go to Argentina and study for a while. Pig, you also just research. Roll-chan, I want you to head on south for reinforcing. Integral Hamster and Mumakil. Continue sweeping around here, although I could go into Syria and start raiding. You raid all the way down here with you two. You might run into trouble and eventually die, but that does sound like a you problem. Yeah. Raiding is not very effective against the AI, because they PD dump like crazy. And they always know where you are as well, so you can't even do stealthy raiding. Yeah, the amphibious assault chariots are something to be feared. I think I can take them down though. But they do have good defense. Okay. Boy, that money situation's grim. We spend 166 every turn on salary. That does leave a lot of income, but we spend a lot of that on our fortifications and our commanders, which we're just trying to crank out relatively wholesale. I think I'll double up the numbers of these ones here. I might want Lethal Lavaland and Train Valley able to crank out commanders as well. Alright, go for it. Yeah, the smaller bless would be giga strong, would need to be very pricey. That's fine though. There are some giga blesses. 20% regeneration of fortitude is giga bless, but man is it expensive. The Rebel Wronghold had a pond in it. Okay, well, Astral Pearls. We're not using our gems at all. Swear we will someday. Nothing found by the other guy, and then Bob-omb Battlefield. Take out big Bob-omb. I am surprised at that pathetic province defense. I don't know what the AI considers when they think where they want to put province defense or not, because they province defense the hell out of places near the enemy's capital. Probably before I destroyed it. Maybe they consider threat level when putting in province defense? I don't know. There's a lot I don't know about this. Maybe Loggy knows. Oh god, these people were commanderless, they just immediately run away. No fight for us in California. I wonder why. Whoa, okay, sometimes that's a warning sign that you should look into, because one reason this can happen is the province might have a disease site. You have disease, these all have disease. We must not stay in California. It's a cursed site which spreads disease. So we gotta get out of there. And we just put a lot of our units in there, so let's quickly check. Is anyone diseased? No, but get out of there. Our own province defense will be fine. They don't suffer from disease, but yeah, don't go there. Do not go to California. It's the worst place in the Pantocrator's world. Right, moving into Shitatsu Show. I want Rocket Racer to get over there if he can, so he can claim it. Sadly, he has to go through California. A lot of going through California. That can actually be used to your advantage. If you have an important fort on this, and you only fill it with things that can't get diseased, certain sacreds or undead units, then anyone who tries to besiege that's going to be sticking around for a long time, enjoying disease themselves. Actually do search this place. But once you search, you get researching, because I would like to have construction so I can get water breathing, and then I'm probably going to put everything into conjuration, because we can summon a lot of air elementals. The lesser ones kind of blow, but the big ones are pretty good. We have to be very choosy on our magic paths. We do not get access to many with this pathetic amount of research. Right, continue our raid down to Sarmazegatuza. And I do not like the fact that we don't have the Netherlands. What did we find there? Oof. Oh, crikey, that's bigger than was advertised. Yeesh. Okay, well, this is going to be pretty nasty. All-out attack. How could it fail? Well, this is how it fails. Crunch, 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 crunch. And they're hard to hit. They've got unsurroundable going on them, so they get less... oh my goodness. They just deleted our units there. Okay. These guys are a pretty great counter to me. And here I was thinking they wouldn't be a big deal. They just mowed down my giants. And we didn't even tickle them. Starting to wish I hadn't picked a fight with these guys. So, this is what happens with a Hellbless. Sometimes you run into something that doesn't even care about what you have. They have something better. Or rather, they have a very nice counter to you. Huh. And they have a lot of them. I need to switch gears and figure out how to deal with that. Ethereal things would destroy that. I could counter-trample them with air elementals, but that's a long ways away. Well, that is not our fight. I could stack up on hefty province defense here and hope that he doesn't try and take this. He could, though, and if he does, that's bad news for me. And also, Pilot Wing's resort is open because he could swim across that river. But we have to fall back. It's not our fight to win. And yeah, it's kind of scary to know that we are that weak against his lizard things. That said, it was a small amount of units, but we only crank out a small amount of units. Man, those tramplers are cool. Like I said, I wanted to play as these guys. Phew, that's... See, at least, although they have one tile, that's good attack density even if they can't trample. Their encumbrance isn't even that much. Cold-blooded, so they'd tire out in the cold, but everything's hot around here. Amazing protection as well. 20 protection, that's hard to get through. 27 hit points too, these things are amazing. Wow. Even 10 natural protection? No shield on them. They'd fall prey to evocations. Anyway, point is, that is not my fight to take. Best thing I could have, I bet they're suck at sieging. Yeah, they're terrible at sieging. So at least we have that going for us. We shouldn't be too scared of them actually attacking into our forts. So if they waste their time on either of these, that's good news for me. So I kind of need to go around and raid away from that death stack of those things. Scary though, very scary. Right, do you want to make your way over to Timberwolf? You two have site searched here. We're already building here. Maybe I also want a... Well, I do want a... What am I trying to say? I know, I've already got my laboratory and temple there. Let's not overspend. Go and site search other places. Like California! Hey, it's a death site there, I know. Let's go and check it out. Although if you guys get diseased, that's pretty bad, but let's take our chances. Matthew Steele and Sima Yi. Kinda want you guys to come out and aid the raid. Yeah, these guys are a problem. Best thing I can do is keep a good eye on where they are. Do I have any spare scouts to keep an eye on you? The problem is it's difficult to scout the AI. The AI always knows where your units are, so they can root them out very easily. There we go. Get a couple of scouts out. Try and keep an eye on that army. Of course, they could have other armies. That would be a problem. If we were size 5, they wouldn't be able to trample us. How hard would it be to do that? I'd need some good spell casting or a lot of nature medallion thing, and we don't have the research for that. There is a thing that you can wear to give you +1 size. It would only affect my commanders, though, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to give them. If this war drags on, it's not unthinkable to do that. Does anyone remember the name of that thing? I suppose I can just look it up. Dom 5 Modern Spectre, help me out here. It is a nature item. I'm pretty sure it's Constitution Construction 6, but if it's 4, that's even better. And I know that it is a miscellaneous item. That's it, and it's only Construction 4, and it's only 5 Nature to Forge, and it's only Nature 1. So I could counter those lizard things by making a load of commanders size 5. Wait, doesn't this thing only bring you up to size 4? I could be wrong about that. It says limited enlargement. Crumbs, now I can't remember. Not that I'm anywhere near Construction 4 research-wise, but... yeah, my research is terrible. Or rather, there is no research. There's my pretender, and that's it. And even if I crank out researchers, they're going to eat all my money and barely research because of my drain skills. Also, limited enlargement. I really think it only brings you up to size 4, but I can't remember. I'll put that away for a minute and look up. Amulet of Giants, Dominions 5. It only works for units size 3 or smaller, so it would not work for my commanders. Okay, so that's not something that would work. They don't have heat resistance, but again, I don't really have access to magics at all. And all of our units are size 4. Well, these Parsons are size 5. Not really things I want to use in combat, though. You could conjure elementals. Yeah, that's what I am thinking about. I guess even lesser fire elementals would help out, but I don't have the mages for that. I mean, I'd have to switch out and start cranking out these guys wholesale, I guess. Then you can do air elementals and fire elementals if you cross path fire. But the Shimmering Collar is so expensive, upkeep wise as well. They are size 5 though, give them that for free. So you wouldn't be able to be trampled, and thinking about it, your stats aren't terrible. You know, when you're as good as this other guy though. Golden Spear, Bronze Hammer, probably rather the Spear, but you get the air. Give them Trample Boots. Well, they're not going to trample the Tramplers. It's those Tramplers that are a problem for me. And speeding up Tramplers doesn't help too much because they get a ton of encumbrance for it. They take their full encumbrance every trample square they do. Although, with Summon Earth Power, you'd be able to get around all of that. Exalted Collar. That's not unthinkable. 3 random magic. Fire, air, water, earth. Oh man, I had water access all along with these guys. Huh. Then it was a bit of a waste going for the Ichitid. Well, sailing is useless. I might go with the Exalted Collars then. Could keep them in my back pocket if the lizard people put me under stress. And hey, they'll at least be able to research for me. The price of them is scary, but let's just start cranking them out. Because although I'm big and scary, I'm very fragile. Okay, so like I said, we're falling back. These things are too scary for me. There's no sign of these two fighting, but I'm definitely trying to not pick a fight with Sar Sethile. Yeah, I want Sar Sethile to take on Syria. That's kind of why I'm leaving this insulating block here. So that hopefully these two just come and butt heads. I also hope that you don't have the ability to swim across here, that way your only expansion is into Saria. Keep his back up of me. Okay, so starting to fight with the lizard people is going to prove to be quite bad for me. I wouldn't say my undoing, but I would say not a great option. Also, I'd calm down with the emotes there, Ancient. Look around you, see how many emotes other people are using, and think, is my flamboyancy here captivating? Probably not. Evergreens, windmill, not bad. More gems are good gems, but Rosa's starting to take afflictions. You'll probably not die from this because of your high amount of hit points, but it's still going to keep hurting you. Oh god, actually Mute is terrible. Halved all your magic skills. Of all the diseases to get, that's one of the worst. Okay, well, let's get you researching here. Yeah, very not cool. Right, so Ugly Dog, my water guy, is terabad. I really just got you so you could forge me some... I don't think I'll continue to recruit you. I really just got you so I could get into the water. Frankfurt Main Central Station looks pretty good. And having you here... well-organized city wall. This is a good way of seeing if these two ever really butt heads. And look at that, there was a fight in Mumbo Mountain. Interesting. So they actually managed to take out those independents. I can see how good they are. What a rank and file. I kind of envy having a sizable army like this. And they're taking on the vine creatures. Oh man, it's largely naked spear people though. So those bears are just going to have a field day eating these up. The AI doing its usual AI things of mixing fire mandrakes with their very flammable units. The bears must love the heat. And as we can see, if the bear rider dies, the bear resumes control, and they're still pretty powerful. A bite and a claw, 21 and 19. In fact, without a rider, in a way they become stronger. It's a scary army to fight. Also, that flail's control has extra attack versus our shielded units. Magical damage, 22 magical damage. Oh boy, and it hits twice. Scary. I don't want to fight you or the lizard people. Right, Dunnel Heights. We surely took it back from the barbarians, and as expected, these guys swam across to obliterate my crummy province defense. These guys frighten me. What do I do against them? Good thing they're not sacred as well, but the best thing I can think is hitting them with a size 5, but even then they've got amazing attack density against that. Good hit points, amazing protection. Yeah, they just squish like that. That's cool to see, but I need to be able to deal with that. Not often we fight in the cold, that's fine. Squishy humans, down they go, and Sarmazega Tuza, this is our rating. Hopefully we don't run into those lizard guys on the chariots, because those frighten us big time. There we go. Inaba has misfortune, and a plague kills people, and there's a large-scale attack that's about to happen in Dunnel Heights. We just retook Dunnel Heights, but they want to fight it again. Tell you what, just hang around there and have a bit of a lark until the attack hits. And the giant palisades in Rebel Wronghold is done. Let's have that upgraded, please, to a giant fortress. And that wasn't the other one done. There was one in Train Valley, but that got completed into an actual castle. So this is a slight problem. They can go from Pilot Wings into McDonald Land and raid me with impunity, because there's nothing I can reasonably do against those lizard champions. The more I throw against it, the more I simply lose. But again, they're pretty terrible at sieging, so one thing I do have is castles that I can hold, but the castles would eventually fall. You guys move out of there. You... I don't even know. Go over to Albania or something. What about you folks? You do have decent castle defense bonus, so you would easily out-defend the the riders if they try to besiege you. The problem is it wouldn't just be the riders, they'd bring in reinforcements. The AI loves to commit to a siege, they overcommit to sieges. Kind of exploitably so, but yeah, those lizard people on there... I thought I wouldn't have a problem with these things, honestly, but I am having a big problem with these things. Go around and just raid as hard as I can around here whilst those guys are away. Maybe even trim all the way around Syria and pin them down, but like, they got more of those things. A few of them won't hurt, but if they outnumber me with them, which they easily will because I don't have many units, then that becomes a huge problem. Maybe put just a little bit of defense here and move yourself down to kind of like trim off the capital and then try and swallow it whole. And then I think what I'll do is I'll try and flank around and take over Syria. My land is pretty garbage, so losing provinces here and there is not a big deal, but my income's also garbage, so maybe it is. Get moving. Is anyone going to Timberwolf Mountain? Well, we took Shitatsu Sho's holiday home. That wasn't much of a big deal. You two, I need you to search that place and get out of there before you get diseased. And Rocket Racer, I need you to claim Shitatsu Sho's holiday throne. The poison resistance actually might be rather nice. Especially if the lizard people end up coughing poison all over me. As for the rest of you... yeah, those lizard riders could very easily do us in. Right, get over to Timberwolf. Like I said, we're going around these guys. Try and keep an eye on them and not have them engage my main army. And hopefully it doesn't have more of them. I wonder if those are recruiting capital only. Can I have that under my units? No, it looks like those are recruit anywhere with fort. So if he is clever enough to crank out loads of those, that's a big problem for me. Alright, you wait in Eden Prime. Keep an eye on those. We continue to move around. You wait over there. Dalsum and Zubat. You guys wait here as well. Oh god, he could go to Hyrule. He could go all the way around here. He can really raid me with impunity. Apply the Locust Strat. Get the rich provinces off the enemy. Let them take your bad ones. Once they grow your provinces, swap them again. He has pretty bad provinces around here, and he's taking the good ones here. But yeah, let's try and choke out Syria. At least if he doesn't have his capital, he's going to be weakened in a lot of ways. Mucus, you probably just hide and wait in Frankfurt. You're probably going to get found. The AI loves to search for you guys, but try your best. Oh, look at this mix-a-bag. 4 magic paths. All sorts. Well, get researching. I might yet need you guys. Can't believe I have to use my god for this. Oh, there's a thought. They can't trample my god. But they can hit my god with intense density. And my... oh, God, I really hate the fact that he lost his magic paths. Mute is terrible. And I can't really make him anything to recover from that. What does it take to do the Blood Feast? I think you eat a lot of virgins for that. 25 or is it 80? I don't think it was that deep into it. I'm looking for, I think, Feast of Blood or something to that effect. 5. Oh, level 3. Blood Feast, here it is. Removes up to 10 afflictions, kills 750 people, 25% of cravings. Blood 3 would fix my god. I don't know if this works on diseases. It says... wrong one. It says 10 afflictions, does not mention disease. Disease is often treated different from afflictions. Blood 3. Do I want Blood 3? I'm not so sure. Don't know what else I can do for you, though. There's a Miracle Cure-All. Sometimes there are sites that can heal you, but otherwise, yeah, you getting diseased. Well, I knew you were gonna... You were always gonna take damage. Nature magic has disease healers, right? None that I think I can get to easily. Well, you're just gonna grab afflictions and take pain there. As long as you're still alive, that's the important thing. If you die, my bless goes, and if my bless goes, my nation goes. Fortunately, disease won't hurt him because he's permanently regenerating inside my own area. Right, nothing found. As expected, he is going around. And yeah, he's just going to squish everything he comes across. It's very unusual for Tramplers to have such good protection. That's why this unit's so good. Expensive, though. But the AI laughs at the face of expenses. Timberwolf is mine, no problem. I'm more interested in the likes of Aberdeen. Uh-oh! Oh, no, no, no! His Tramplers are here! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. It really does not take a lot of those Lizard Champions to completely ruin my strategy. And that's the problem with Hellblessing. You don't leave yourself very open to mixing up your strategy. Because you don't have the magic access to right any wrongs. And you're gonna have wrongs. We both retreated, but I retreated faster. So yeah, my raiding got cut pretty damn short there. So he's spiking his areas with more of those Lizard Champions as well. And they're a lot cheaper for him to spam out than my guys. What to do in such a situation? I suppose one thought is if I simply have enough of my units I can counter his Tramplers. So maybe we don't split up, maybe we all move together. If I get you all over here, yeah, maybe we can do something about it. And just try and pierce on through with everything we have. Unlikely to work, I'll be honest, I'm not feeling very great about this. Hey Matthew, steal you and join in as well. Sonic and Barbarian did not get diseased, go and check out Shitatsu Show. You guys see if you can't help out as well. And Dunhill Heights I expect to have a raid soon. Do you think we could at least cut him off? I doubt he's going to turn back to Pilot Wings Resort, so if we go in and just take this, he'll be cut off. That won't really do much, he can still go and raid to his heart's content, but... well, no buts. Yeah, get over to Timberwolf. All of you... well, might as well preach, there's not much else for you to do. You guys go and see if you can't help out as well. Or... nah, get in it. Penny for a pound. Okay, wow, this is rough. Those Tramplers have changed the entire game. Also, oh, you got discovered in Mumbo Mountain, didn't you? Yeah, they're very good at sniffing out scouts. Well, not very good, they just straight up know where all your scouts are. Leaving a gap in my defenses here is definitely going to come and bite me in the bum. Someone already hiding there, someone already hiding there. And I'll be able to see where you're going. I'll just still keep you there in McDonald Land for now. Any count? Oh, there's a million counters, but not many that I can access right now because my research is pathetic. Evocations would be a great counter to it. Fire elementals or air elementals would destroy those things. But that's Conjuration 5. And if I was playing with scales, I should quite easily be able to research that by now. But my scales are garbage and I haven't invested in research, so that's not working out for me. Right, and they're going up through Canada. They really are coming to get me. Look at that. They just squish me. And they're probably just going to continue raiding. The thing is, I shouldn't worry too much about that. I can just counter-raid. Right. If anything, they're doing me a favor by keeping their amazing tramplers, or at least the core of them, away from the rest of my units. The problem is those tramplers are still everywhere else in this country. And they can be recruited anywhere, not just in capitals, so they mix them in with armies like that, and that gives me a bad time. Syria just being crushed. I'm being attacked in Bobon battlefield. I think it's just that tiny... Oh wait, they sent in a single sage there. I don't think he's going to do too well. No, he does not. Interesting guy. So yeah, I got Pilot Wing's Resort back nice and easily. So we can just like clean up whatever mess he causes, but I'm still in trouble here. I'd have a free run to Eden Prime, but I need to... Well, I'm going to continue cranking guys out here. I wonder if I could take over the Netherlands. Just with these guys, though, we almost certainly have some tramplers, right? But if I just pierce on through, I could do some more deeper raiding. We've got a lot of guys here. If I just make sure that they're all told to bless and attack, we could punch our way through right the way down south. Our siege strength isn't that great, but we could probably maybe even split up this point, go around, and then concentrate on Syria. Ranking out loads of... I was wondering why I have all these scouts here. Keep a relative eye on what he's up to over there. Get someone over to Brazil. You just wait around there. And the rest of you... I'm glad I cranked these guys out wholesale. But let's continue on over here. Maybe little odds and ends could fill in any gaps here. Did I fight Tarsus? How do you check the history in a province? It's not I. I could have sworn there's something that lets you check what's been going on there. I'd like to know what exactly has going on there. You guys are searching there. Rocket Racer. Probably shouldn't just throw Rocket Racer's life away. You guys can help out with that as well. At a glance, it looks like Giants are dominating. No, we have a very hefty counter in the Syria. These tramplers just trample all over my Giants. I didn't think it would be as bad as it is, but it's really bad for me. Alright, best thing I can do is just keep cranking out my Giants and try and ruin their core area. That's going to be my strategy now until I can get something else online. Our research is not going great. 100 a month, huh? Maybe I should get away from construction. Go straight into conjuration right now. Can't think of anything I'll get a construction for that changes anything. Whereas Conjuration 5 will at least let me use... Oh yeah, this is the guy that I want. See that? Fire 3. Come in and smash these guys with fire elementals. And at the very least, with all this insulation, if I do get pushed like crazy, I should have enough time to be able to turn around and then get my elementals online and splat him. Because I have air, I have fire. I can bring in fire and air elementals till the cows come home. What are you going to do, Rocket Racer? You've already claimed Shitatsu shows. Maybe you're just going to hold out somewhere like Lethal Lavaland. Still waiting for that attack in Dunnel Heights that was meant to happen ages ago. Okay, this is understandable. Just need more Giants. We're working on it, but again, with our economy, we can't crank out that many. No magical sites, no magical sites. Tarsus battle. I was hoping this would be easy. It didn't look like there were many things there. Well, they don't have their tramplers, and if there are no tramplers, the enemy has no hope. That's not true. They have other things they could use, but what they can't use now is poison. We're poison resistant. Good poison resistant as well. 5 and 7 are a bit nyeh, but 10 plus regeneration, you are not killing us with poison, even death poison. Hyrule, so he decided to... Yeah, he turned around with his tramplers. Or, a more scary proposition is that he has even more tramplers. No, he turned around. He's got these weird skull guys over in Canada. How about we see about taking them on? I don't really mind if he keeps killing my dudes, as long as it keeps his big army of tramplers away from me. I'm not sure you'll do that on your own against bone fiends, but you might. I don't think, but why is there only one of you and not two? Right, you guys are going for a risky move on the Netherlands. We crushed Bob on Battlefield. I think I missed that. Oh, we already had Bob on Battlefield. Unrest. Barbarians in New Pangea? That's not very good. It's really not good. There's going to be a barbarian attack, and there's, for some reason, Misfortune 3 in Pangea. I think that's because our enemy had Misfortune 3 here. Anyway, pretty bad. It'd be kind of cool if the barbarians took out you for me. As in, you go and fight them for me. Well, let's preach our god-awful... Really shouldn't preach my my Dominion. My Dominion is pants. I guess you're just waiting there, Rocket Racer. There's not much more for you to do, although I could get you involved in the fighting. Hell, you're still a unit. In fact, you're a free unit. You don't pay for your profit. And again, Sacreds are half price. Don't take Forlorn Muskeg. I do not want to take Forlorn Muskeg. I want to push my way down to Syria. Sobek Lizard Champions. Those are the Tramplers right there. He's got a lot of units, including those. That's a problem. Do we pile everyone up here? Maybe even give us some fort defense against them? And just say, come and have a go? Because he's probably going to push into Bob-on Battlefield with that army. And the fact that the Lizard Champions are mentioned third means they're the third largest part of that force. So there's there could be up to 39 of them. Ah well, come get some. This could be really bad. I mean, he could just come in and cleave my army apart. But maybe the idea of just more giants will solve everything. Or it could be that this is where my run comes to a grinding halt. Yeah, you go and help out with that as well. You know to bless an attack. Kind of shocked at just how well they can mulch giants with size 5 over 4 trampling. But I'm learning stuff today, it seems. Right, you guys need to continue site searching. Go to Lethal Lavaland. I'd send you to Timberwolf, but it's clearly a dangerous place. You just wait. You two additionals, go and see what you can do to help out. We're waiting on that attack in Dunnel Heights. Is it not really going to happen? I wish there was a way to tell you. Oh, you are hiding. But I don't think I can tell you to hide and wait. I'll just wait there for now. Same with you. Wait and see what they have. Clog up their wheels with bodies. That is actually something that can happen. They could run out of stamina from all their trampling, but unlikely. Oh, crikey. That's a lot of searching I just did to pass the time. Right, Netherlands. This is us trying to pierce through the Netherlands. Could happen. They don't have their tramplers there. Get blood surging and get killing. Now, see the guys on the flanks though, they get ripped apart. Yeah, yeah. I need slightly more than that. The attack density on these guys is insane. 3 to a square with 2 attacks, one of them piercing. Okay, well that's a shame. Kind of a waste of those guys, honestly, and that was just province defense. How about Canada? I think I'm overestimating my job. Oh, hello, my old friend. Right, is he coming for me in Bob-omb? Yes, he is, and those are those accursed tramplers. We got a lot of units now, and I'm sending in some chaff just to lubricate their wheels a bit. .20 protection is actually a big problem. Not only that, their defense isn't terrible. But now we're the scattered ones. Are they running? Huh. Running at morale 14. There, don't fear the tramplers. The tramplers fear us. I still took out a master champion, but still, we managed to put them to the sword rather nicely. And then Lugdunham had some circle master thing going on. Well, fair play to you, but I don't like your position. You can so easily ravage me from there. How about you guys just wait a moment? See, just need more giants. That is true, more giants do solve the problem. Of course, I need replacement giants for all the giants that are dying, and also, we will eventually get diseased because of the supply usage. Because we are gluttonous. Not that gluttonous, but still. Without an item to give us a bit more supply, we are in a bit of a pickle here. Decent siege prowess, though. I mean, it's not unthinkable that we take down Syria. But yeah, we should probably split in two and then take out all the surrounding ones before we take it, now that I've learned that the AI can recruit whilst under siege. That's so unfair. I'm very unhappy having learnt that. Damn AI crutches. Okay, are they not coming for Dunnel Heights? Because if they're not, I'm just going to move you guys in to help out with the ongoing fighting. You two stay there for now. My economy is... It's kind of getting worse, right? Remember when I was making 1,666 a turn? Part of the problem is Pangea's incredible unrest is driving down that income, and another problem is that everyone back in my capital is dying. And on top of that, I have to pay for all of these researchers, but having these mages could save me in the long run, or the rather short run, actually. No, there's a third nation over here. I was hoping they'd be fighting the lizards, but I'm not seeing any conflict here. I was hoping, you know, between Ash Canyon, Freeze Easy, and North Face. I am specifically not bordering Shar Sethile myself, so that they're more inclined to attack the lizard people. This is kind of a border, but I don't think that Shar Sethile has access to swimming or water units, but we might as well check. Pretenders of the World, Keppa of Shar Sethile. They don't have water access, they don't have swimming or naval units. Yeah, they should be fighting these guys, but they're not. They did, however, take Mumbo's Mountain, and I lost my spy in the area. It's possible they are fighting there in Mumbo's Mountain, but I don't want to take my eyes off of this too much. We should send in some of my spies, try and get myself down over here and see what's going on. You're also waiting. Go over to North Face Forest and see what's happening. Okay. Nothing found in Lethal Lavaland. We fought in Sarmazega-Tuza. This is us approaching them. Ah, their trampler numbers don't look so hot now. 20 protections. Wait, only 16? These guys had 20 when I looked at them before. Ah, I see. The commander ones have 20. That's a little less scary, but still quite scary. Alright, come get some. So yeah, there we go. In with the immediate crunch. Trampled, evaded, trampled, evaded, trampled, evaded. But they get to do that many times a turn, and it stacks up. There we go. See, as long as we can just get in, clog them up, and shank them, they die. But if they have too many of those, that's when things go not my way. Ooh, the X casting lightning. Whoa, now this is cool. And yes, they do have Mason on their bless. So although it looks like they're barely blessing, it's just because they don't show up here on the UI. They have, I'm pretty sure this was added in their bless, but yeah, they're overcharged Masons. They're also moraled out, so kill them. Not bad. Not bad. Alexandria, Pangea, Barbarian Horde. Wow, we actually slaughtered the Barbarians. And here I thought my province defense was rubbish. I mean, it kind of is still, but I guess those big shields, tanky hit point pools, and decent protection are coming to save me. A couple of famous heroes, though. Akure Remu, you sound like a Toho. You're the Shrine Maiden, right? Anyway, you've got enormous strength. And Helden's forklift has the heroic quickness. Pulls the lever and that thing's going up and down at 5 kilometers an hour. Right. Hefty amount of you. Sarmazegatusa is mine. Why did I put so much defense in Bob-on Battlefield? I think it was in preparation for the big fight earlier. Right. They do have champions there. Do I split up, or do I just say come one, come all? Splitting up's dangerous. Staying in one place is dangerous. I can't enter here with my entire army, because it's a horrible wasteland. There will not be enough supplies for me. Gem generator and recruit enemy or mages. I'm pretty sure that wasn't gem generator. Are you talking about... well, you were probably talking about the binder guy. That wasn't gem generator, that's gem collector. Where is he? Here he is. There we go. That means he can collect gems even if there's no path back to a friendly laboratory. Similar thing, they've got that for tax collector, and that's on their bless. Gem generators, some pretenders have that, and the water troll has that. And the water troll is a recruit anywhere gem generator for water. If you get enough of them, you can have a water economy straight out of those guys. Right. I think we push on into Aberdeen. We could go straight for the throat in Syria, but I think we should just take around them first, try and weaken them before we go for the capital. I don't know, I feel like Hannibal here. I feel a lot like Hannibal here, actually. Can't speak for how he felt about the situation, but... You know, we've got a good army, our enemy has boundless resources. Where strong shock has pierced in, but do we march on Rome? Or do we try and flip Capua and Brundisium and get the locals on my side? I do not know. And I probably have sub-commanders who disagree with whatever I elect to do. Where are the elephants? My troops are the elephants. Anyway, it's kind of cool that Syria's guys here are being kept busy. I might just send out a little guy here and there. Wait, didn't I fail in Canada before? Well, I'm sure I won't fail again. Go for it. And if we distract them, all the better. Just keep pouring giants in. Fuel the fire. You guys just wait there. And you guys have site searched Leafa Lavaland, so now see if Stockholm has anything of value. See, we're doing pretty good in the gems. There's a lot of gems, but I don't have the research to put those gems to use yet. We will get Conjuration 2 this turn, and we are going to march on Conjuration 5, and that's going to be our counter. I hope. And if we manage to get that, then I do want Construction 4, because I'll have the magical path to actually build some things. Hopefully it won't end like Cannibal. Alright, Aberdeen. Show me your riches. Some tramplers, but I don't think that's enough tramplers because splat, 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 splat. Goodbye, tramplers. There we go. Oh, they did send someone away. Anon Finn, you coward! The battle is clearly won. And he decides to run home to Åland or somewhere. Well, there he is. He probably just wanted to go and meet the Rocket Racer. Just putting down basic province defense because I do expect to be cut off at some point. They went and crushed me in Pilot Wings Resort, but we took back Canada. I'm going to take Hyrule. I'm just trying to keep these guys tied up. I do not want to fight them. They're scary, and they might be coming around to fight us here. It's not unthinkable. Oh, Elliot Chen. I'm getting a lot of commanders in all of this. Very commander heavy. Tarsus. They tried to take out Tavish Finnegan de Groot. The hell is that? I mean, a single little assassin is not really gonna scare our guy. Let's enjoy some skewered assassin for dinner. And he probably tried to poison you, right? Well, you tried, but the poison dagger got repelled very easily. Kinda surprising that we didn't repel the short sword, but hey-ho. Why did you elect to wait so long in the research? I had to invest pretty much all of my resources into my Hellbless Sacreds to expand. If I were to go on research, it would be a completely different build for this nation. I wouldn't have these scary giants that could just pierce right in. The reason I went with my scary giants is that my regular troops are garbage. Even if I fluff these guys up, they're horrifically bad and very expensive what you get. So my whole strategy was sink everything onto my sacred guys, the unyielding guards and the master champions, because they've got pretty great stats. They hold the bless, and compared to my regular rank and file, the sacreds are actually cheaper than the regular ones. So I pushed in with those as much as I could. Actually built up a fair number of them around here. I actually need someone to go and collect those. Market trader, could you go and pick them up and bring them over, please? Aberdeen is able to hold us all here, that's rather nice. Oh, discovered in Brazil. What a place to die. Right. Deep Canyon's got a lot of units in it. I can't really afford to fight them. I think we'll just go around and then strike Syria from the back. Which means you'll be kind of following up. Or we could just go straight for Syria. This army has decent siege strength. But I would be pulling in all of their units. They would all come to Syria to try and lift the siege. And I don't know if he has a lot of units to send at me right now. I've gone and squished a fair number of them. Racking up the injuries as well. Might be better just to take the fight. Take the fight, take Syria, destroy everything else. That's the hope. Hopefully Frankfurt main station will get bum rushed by Sharsethile. Even with all this land though, it's worth so little to me because my crappy scales. Right, you guys, you finding anything in Stockholm? Can't believe I have to use Serpa Rosa to research with your mute ways. I'll have to take Elos at some point as well. We can win on thrones if neither of these two are throne 3s. It's a consideration. Zinky, get down here, we still need more troops down there. Starting to really wish the Rebel Stronghold had a temple in it. I might actually throw a temple in Rebel Stronghold just to crank out more commanders. It's the right thing to do. Where's your recruitment? We're recruiting our... Oh, this did not go well. This went very not well. Okay. There was a battle in New Pangea, just Hawks, no problem. There was a battle in Aberdeen. We got smashed before we even got there. Okay, just tramplers getting trampled. No problem. Did that stop us from moving, actually? I think it did. So with that attack, we didn't even actually get to... Oh, crikey! Where's this? Sarmazegatusa, they're not messing around. I must be blind. You seem to be basically winning the game. No. We have avoided the pitched fight with their massive army, and now the massive army is right in front of me. Well, that's goodbye to Master Champions. Yeah, that's not a big force, but to us right now... Oh, well, there goes the trample. But you were sent out there pretty much to die anyway, so don't worry about it. Too swole to control's brave deeds and heroic toughness they're now talked about, but... Yeesh. So they've got us cut off in Aberdeen. That big army there would probably smush us to bits. Maybe we should take the fight anyway. Better to take it on our own terms, at least when we can grab all of our units together in one place. Yeah, because if I can at least smoosh that army, and preferably not take too many casualties... Oh, you can't do anything. Why are you even here, Victor? You should sneak away to the deepest canyon. I should keep some of you there while some of you sneak away. Check out Mumbo Mountain for a little bit. You two searched Stockholm and found nothing. Alexandria... Phantasmal warriors in Alexandria. At least we'll take care of that, no problem. Mount Moon actually gives me money. And I wanted you to construct me a temple, so I can start cranking out more rank and file. I suppose it's not really rank and file, is it? It's my commanders, but it's kind of how I'm treating them. Could do more if I had a sacred put a temple in Lethal Lava Land. But my income is going down, not up, because my provinces are getting worse, not better. Well, we're getting there in the conjuration at least. Trouble is moving my mages in and not having them die. The not having them die part isn't too bad, because they are well armored and have plenty of hit points, and they're also sacred, so they benefit from my bless. In fact, if they kill people with Blood Surge, we're going to deal with that encumbrance pretty well. But yeah, these guys are my ace in the hole, so I'm trying to crank out as many of those as I can. Alright, Aberdeen, this is the big fight, don't let me down. It's going to let me down. Let's just have a look at it. Wait, Aberdeen? It was Sarmazegatusa I think I was looking for. And there was the fight in Sarmazegatusa. Right, have at. So there's as many giants as I can muster, and this is your army. Pretty well put together, actually. They've got the tramplers on the flanks as well as the core. And you know, there's not a lot of finesse to my battle, but I don't think there's much finesse I could add to these guys. I need them close together so they don't get swarmed. In a sense, they're kind of doing the circle defense that you would see in, say, Bannerlord. Now, some of them are needing to regenerate. That's not a good sign. Alright. Oh my god, those tramplers. Bad news for the guy going in first. He immediately gets trampled to death. Kill the tramplers. Oh god, they just paralyzed some of us. Alright, at least some of the tramplers are dying. Good, good. More of them dying would be better, obviously. Really scattered my giants. Fortunately, they have impeccable morale. The tramplers are largely dead. Largely dead. Who's that running away? Is it Anon Finn again? No, it's Etna. These guys are pretty cool. They're unblessed. They get more powerful because of the death. But there must be growth here because they're actually losing power. It's cool for me. The giant core is holding. I am as surprised as you are. But it is depleted. And my enemy is a lot better at replenishing their numbers than I am. They've got a better economy, they've got AI bonuses, and these things can be spammed out a lot better than my guys can. Also, yeah, they're, again, Lizard Champion with Protection 20. Where in the world is he getting 20 over some of the other guys? Maybe he has different... Yeah, he must have different ones. The Sobek Lizard Champion and the Syrian Sobek Lizard Whatever, he has 2 different lizard champions, and one has more protection somehow. I see one wears a cuirass, and the other one wears an iron cap with its cuirass. Given our size, we're more likely to... Oh, well, no, they're bigger than us. I think the cap is honestly wasted on them. How often are you going to hit one of those guys in the head? Okay, Giants won the day, but not for free. Whew, well, actually, only 2 losses out of all of that. I should be very happy with that, and I am. Look at that. But that is only showing one type of lizard champion. I am so confused. Why do some have caps and some not? God knows. Anyway, we won. We can take the march on them properly now. On top of that, Sil Plain has heroic quickness out of all of that. Right. It's as Brute Queen said, simply add more giants. We continue on the warpath to Aberdeen and then over to Syria. With any luck, we have killed so many of their tramplers that they can no longer muster a large force of them. This stack of 30 notwithstanding. If he starts moving, but actually, I don't want him to fight just yet. I'm actually going to send a sacrificial pawn to Hyrule. He might take the bait, he might not. Either I take Hyrule or I delay that guy by another 2 turns. Both outcomes are actually quite good. You go and reinforce over there. Reinforce, reinforce. You 2 go and search Mount Moon for some moonstones. I need to evolve my Clefairy. And Zinky, you have built that temple, and now we're going to start cranking out Master Champions. Or die trying. Probably the latter. What a sledgehammer approach. This is not finesse in Dominions. The description was saying something about them using light and medium chariots. Different types, maybe? You know what? I am very curious about that. Let's save. And go and have a look at them. What was the nation called again? Syria. Oh, they do have 2 types. There we go. Syrian Sobek Champion, Syrian Sobek Champion. 80 gold, 48 resources, 48 recruitment. 80 gold, 40... So for 8 resources, you give them a helmet and I think nothing else? No, they also get +1 defense skill. Wait, +1? That doesn't make any sense. Surely you would lose defense skill from heavier armor. I think it's worth the extra 8 resources for that defense skill alone, honestly. Same side. Oh, the protection is up, but that's only because of the head. The body is still 20. An extra protection on the head. Oh yeah, one uses a spear and one uses an axe. Then definitely the spear. Because length 4 means that you have repel checks, and your attack skill isn't terrible. Oh yeah, and that's probably helping the defense, because spear gives... There we go, axe gives defense -1. Okay, so there's no reason to make the ones without a helmet. Man, I'm looking forward to using these guys. I don't think I'd bother with the Asmeg champions, but I love these spear-wielding lizard guys. Oh man, I even like these guys. I think these guys are great for expansion. They die in droves, but they're really fast. So they just race up and then they eat and spear everything that's out there. I'd rather they had a trident, but I think I'd take the flail guys. Sure, makes your defense suck, but these guys have sucky defense anyway. They're there for their protection. Hey Jake, just wanted to say I really enjoyed the last Dom 5, Ichapur. It was the first I could somewhat follow. Yeah, I know Dominions is an incredibly deep game, so following it is difficult, but I try. Try to explain what's going on as best as I can. I'm not a great player, but I'm an alright player. Anyway, Greece pay debts. Go back. I still don't have a working mod to back up my saves, and I don't know how to make it work. I got what Brelix uses, and I can't make it work for myself. Right, you're going to hold out Mumbo Mount. Actually, hold out Freeze Easy Peak. They've got all these units lining up here. Why are you not attacking into the lizard people? You'd make my life a lot easier. But then if they took Forlord Muskeg, odds are good they'd go for me and not just more of them. Okay, right, the march on Aberdeen into Syria continues. And I just really hope that I crushed their main army with that. Let's look at the numbers, shall we? We didn't lose much of value. Hell, we lost let's say 160, 170 gold worth of units, maybe. 50, yeah, 165. They lost 100 units, including some 45 gold guys here, 25 gold guys there. Flail champions are really cheap, but those lizard champions, 25 of those guys lost. That's pretty hefty. Can we face the bear cavalry? We're bigger than the bear cavalry, so we have that going for us. And if we can take out the lizard people, at least it'll be a one-on-one. But yeah, those guys, very expensive in everything. But this looks like a scales nation for those. What do they have in terms of mages again? Death, nature, water. Really, these guys should be casting Quagmire, Rigor Mortis, Foul Vapors. They're going to need better poison resistance than 8, though. How are these guys? Ooh, that is sad. 8 isn't really good enough, but they can cast additional things to help out with that. Plus, they got a lot of hit points. They'd probably be fine, at least more fine than their enemy. Okay, right. Enough diversions. We carry on. Is what I will say after I've had my water break. I'll be back in just a minute. There we go. Oh, wow. Look at the Scottish events. Okay, right. Nothing found in Mount Moon. The big Aberdeen battle. Is it that big? I mean, come on. How hard could they still punch? Not hard enough. Those tramplers aren't quite so scary after we've taken out the core of them. Now squish them back. Crunch. This is great. I love easy piecemeal fights against the AI because you whittle away their resources at no real cost to yourself. There is still a bit of a fright if I run out of supplies, but we have regeneration, so we won't die to disease. It'll just be a slow and insidious killer. So this is nice. We can solo pretty well. These guys are thugs, by the way. This is a pretty ideal thug in a lot of ways. No magic path kind of sucks, but that also means they're cheap and easy to make, and they come with already all the stuff they could need. Magical weapon, full armor, and they self-fluff up because they are They're priests, so they get the bonus. This is a thug. A thug can generally go and take care of some province defense on his own. There are better thugs, but what makes this guy so good is that he's really cheap, so you might call him a light thug. But yeah, he's good. And of course we need an army of thugs to take out the enemy's main army. If these guys were able to solo the enemy army, they wouldn't be a thug anymore, they'd be a super combatant, or an SC. Anyway, good, keep that under wraps. This is probably their charioteers, continuing to be a pain in my body hole. One counter to this would be to take out the commander. Excuse me. If I had an assassin, I could assassinate him. If I had flyers, I could fly to the back row and assassinate him. If I had archers, I could shoot at him. His protection isn't great. But I'm not about to invest a whole lot into just trying to kill this guy. Pepsi Man's got troll blood! Oh, you don't see that often. That's a very rare commander bonus. Any wounds inflicted on this commander heal in seconds. He probably has troll blood in his veins. So he's actually going to be in battle with 25% regeneration. Man, Pepsi Man. So good. I wish I could kit him out, but we're not in kit out zone right now. Oh, the enemy is really not kidding around. He's brought over 110 of his units there into the deep canyon. There's still every possibility for this to go wrong. But let's march into Syria and try and send like an unending wave of reinforcements, because we will take losses. I'd ideally like to take out his province defense and then have him attack with these guys, but he's probably... He might even intercept us in Aberdeen, that's a risk. I wonder if I could delay these guys, actually. Victor, attack the current province and try and delay them from moving in. You will most likely die, but you know what? Just in case, why don't you just run away? You might run away safely. Blonde, keep hiding there. Let me know if these guys ever go to war with each other. Zen of Sudoku, add a tiny amount of province defense on these otherwise undefended provinces. You want to take back Pilot Wings Resort? I want you to take back Pilot Wings Resort. Might be a waste of your life, but it's something, right? You guys are moving in. You guys are in grave danger of being crushed by the McDonald Land Stampede Brigade. I want you to fall back. You can fall back up to... Wow, these guys have amazing map move. Look at that. 24? You guys can move around very quickly and aid with battles. That's cool. Also, since you're here, I want you to grab these guys. Have your guards, have these guys hold and attack, and bless attack. And although it'll be slow going, I do want you to help out. As for you two, take a step back to safety. Alexandria has already been somewhat searched. Scotland has also been searched. I don't like searching these kinds of provinces. But go and do it anyway. Farmlands have fewer sites, regrettably. Yeah, just keep sending in the reinforcements train. If we get caught out and die, that's tragic, so I need to invest. No half-assing this. We march on Syria and try and destroy them entirely. They have other forts, they can still do they can still gain a lot of stuff, but if we take out their core heartland here, they'll be a lot poorer for doing so. It's Fringe season after all, it absolutely is. I've only been to the Fringe once. I lived in Edinburgh, I went there then. I didn't like it, but it's not my kind of thing. A lot of very cringe-inducing amateur performances. Sure, great fun for them, great fun for the viewers, but for me, no thank you. Right, Timberwolf. Well, that's fine, I just left someone to die there, and die they shall. Deep Canyon, this is my delay tactic, I hope it works. Because I didn't want these guys attacking me. Although, that's not as many tramplers as I thought, so a lot of what I saw there, I think, was just their province defense. Yeah, okay, that was actually a paltry amount. I hope you survived. Yeah, Victor Losset actually survived to... Wait, retreat to Syria? That's interesting. That tells me our battle in Syria might have gone well. Yeah, come on! Die! Skewered lizard for dinner tonight. Splendid. Okay, right. If we can tear down those walls, and we've already severely damaged them, then that's going to be great. Dunhill Heights did have that attack we were expecting. And Pilot Wings, hey, we took it back. Splendid. Alright, the Cacodemon's unequaled obesity. Should lay off eating the Doom guys. And Mr. Hyde's got lightning reflexes. You need that to play the game. Alright, we tear apart Syria. Storm it, capture it, spread out, take everything, and then they fall. I still have my backup of my mages, who I may still need to rely on in time, but right now the strategy of more giants appears to be working. We, however, are cut off. If we rout, everybody dies, because they have no safe place to retreat to. The more safe places you have to retreat to, the more likely it is you retreat to safety. But if there's none, 100% die. Even a god will die to a rout like that. So, don't rout is the suggestion there. This is bothersome. These guys are doing nasty things to me. However, we can jump right onto them. It would cost me all of my mage turns, but I could jump there and just evoke them to death. I doubt they'll go to either of my forts. They could go to Stockholm, or they could go to the Channel. I could also turn around. I don't want to waste these guys' time, though. I think I'll just wait and keep researching. The lands they take aren't worth much to me, and I can clean up behind them. It's kind of like having a dog in a park here, so... what I'm saying is I'm not worried. Can you guys all go to Albania, and then I can move you through here safely? I don't particularly like losing all of this. I need my path back into here. Like I said, we're trying to keep the convoy alive. We got ourselves a convoy. I need a bit more defense here. He's definitely going to want to take that throne. And I want you two to move over there and help it out as well. I'm not willing to build a fort here. I don't have the economy to fort up right now. Do want to make sure that all of my guys know to bless themselves before they wreck themselves, though. Quickest way to do this is I'm just holding down 1, because I saved this as a command on number 1. There we go. Damn, I left a lot of them unscripted. They'd probably bless themselves on their AI scripting, but let's not leave that to chance. To be honest, relocating your mages from Death 3 to Magic 0 is +3... Am I really... I don't think I have Magic 0 anywhere, do I? I mean, yeah, I'd like to, but I don't know where I have that. My dominion's too strong. You are right, though. It's really good, and it would affect my crappy mages even better than others. Ugly dog here. I only keep you because you're cheap. Such a damn shame you went mute. You could help out with this right now. I could have you down here to help out. In fact, I still could. You wouldn't get trampled, but you would get chewed apart, and your protection being lowered from your muteness doesn't help. Alright, keep the convoy rolling. He is trying to defend Syria. Doesn't look like it, and it's breached. MacDonald Land, on the other hand, we get squished by his champions. Timberwolf we take. Aberdeen we take. Alexandria is getting phantasmaled again. We obliterate them. Bob on Battlefield. This is meant to give you like a fat chunk of gems for 1 gold. It only gave me 2. I've never seen so few. Omnitopia, I think that's from Secret of Evermore. I need to go there and revitalize that defense force there, because that got obliterated. And Tarsus, yeah, loads of bad events because my luck is terrible. And I mean my in-game luck. Look at that. Jings, everyone took Misfortune. That's weird. We saw Misfortune 3 on Pangea. We've got Misfortune 3 here on Syria. I wonder what the Bear Riders took. The bear people are kind of frightening to me. They've had all this time to build up with absolutely no problems getting in their way. I also don't want that river to freeze over, because it looks like they're poised and ready to take the rebel wronghold. Maybe you should preach there. I actually want my crappy dominion here so that it stays warm. Otherwise, they could cross over, and that's just so bad for me. One little bit of preaching might not be enough. Add a little bit more. But what about the convoy? I'm sure the convoy can have one little tiny disruption without it falling apart. Put a little defense there so that I know when these guys come. I hate seeing the message, "They took your undefended province." Just smacks of amateur hour. They built some nice forts for me. The fact that they are masons means they're building these amazing forts, which means when I take them, I get amazing forts. At least until my death dominion goes and destroys it. Whoopsie doodle. Storm that castle. Victor, you go and check out what's happening down south here. I don't really see what happens down here. Flan continues to hide. You guys can't really get over there in one shot, so you're just going to wait it out for now. A conjuration level 5 this turn. So we will be able to summon large elementals if needed, which is one of the best get-out-of-jail-free cards that there is in the game. Of course, here's hoping we don't need it. Just patrol this for now, make sure that you are able to keep it safe, because I am paranoid about it being attacked. Although we trimmed off Timberwolf, didn't we? You guys are moving in. You can go to Hailfire Peaks, actually. Give it a go. They don't have Spirit Sight, not that we do. Celadon has been searched. Go and check out Rigvath. I want Mount Moon back. But hey, my crappy provinces aren't worth much to him or me. Oh yeah, I saw the announcement for Dom 6. I wonder if they're going to change enough to make it worth it, but I guess we'll find out. So I get smushed in Pilot Wings, but that's good. That's keeping his Lizard Champions tied down. But he doesn't have many of them. I wonder if something bad happened to them. They used to be 30, and now they're only 16. I don't fear that anymore. Right, Syria. It looks like they counterattacked. Oh boy, did they counterattack. Maybe I was running my mouth a bit much saying they didn't have anything left to throw at me. Quite a lot of tramplers mixed in with that. Uh-oh, they might have won, because I didn't see a follow-up battle at the fortress of Syria. God. Kill him dead. Blood Surge and kill him dead. Yeah, at least we're forming a bit of a wall, preventing them from flanking us too hard, but then we got poor buggers like this, which are just standing around waiting to be shanked. Yeesh. Scary. Not to mention those casters. Alright, they're on a route now. We are not, because our morale is phenomenal. But they got a lot of their mages just retreated into the castle. Oh, and there was a fortress fight. Uh-oh. They just bolstered their numbers thanks to that. Especially with those kings. They're able to shock us pretty hard with their preaching. I'm worried. I don't think this is going to go well. Well, let's have a look. What do they have? Where's their god? Maybe they had an imprisoned god. Well, lucky me if they did. Go for it. They are summoning skellies, which can be a problem, but they don't have enough summoners to make that be a big problem. Get in there. Tramplers are not so great in these situations. I don't like them casting electricity, though. Get round and kill those mages. Do, 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 do. Did you just get... You got stunned. I thought someone got... Oh, what's that thing that makes you age rapidly? Decayed. Pretty good at zapping, aren't they? Do they have air magic? No, I don't actually know what's zapping us, but something certainly is. Right, we're close. Kill the mages. We have magical weapons, so they're ethereal. Oh, that's not ethereal, that's mist form. But we still pierce that with magical weapons. Now kill them. And don't fear any kind of moss body, because we are poison resistant. Can you just turn into a bear? Tamago 313, the werebear. You're all gonna die. Oh, I was so worried we weren't gonna take this fortress. But enough giants. They're not really giants, they're more like giantlets. Splendid, and we don't even worry about the chakram throwers on the walls. The lizard people have pretty weak wall defense, actually. These things are terrible. Compared to fighting people that had arbalists on the walls, yeah. Like, they can barely hurt us. It's unlikely that they even land through the air shield, let alone everything else. And this is why the battle took so long, because we don't have the attack density to pierce through that, but we do. There we go. Get the hell out of here. We've taken their capital. They can no longer recruit whatever special recruits they had here. And we get its glorious income. Now, we just gotta spread out and take what's rightfully ours. There's a thread in Dom 6 stream discussions with some support changes that were teased by beta testers. Yeah, but I don't like paying attention to this sort of thing. When it's out, and I'll check it out. I'm not so keen on early access or getting the intel or the rumors. Oh, nothing worse than rumors. Right, they don't have nothing left. How do we do this in a moderate way? Maybe you guys go to Morrowind. You guys go to Redditch. You guys go to Belgium. You think you guys can take on Deep Canyon on your own? Swamp champions, other champions, might not be a good idea to split up that much. Maybe I should just hold out where you are. Something like so. I don't really want to preach with my god-awful dominion here. But this is actually a good place to relocate my mages to, because at least it doesn't have Drain 3. It's just a long run to get over here. Doesn't look like a Hellfire Peaks battle went my way. I need to see how that played out. Oh crikey, in come the flyers immediately. Glad we got our bless going. We do Blood Surge on them, but yeah. The darkness hurts us a lot. -3 to attack and defense. Yeah, with more numbers we would have been fine. Just 3 people on their own. And they are racking up afflictions. Ugh, going limp is terrible. Huh, their flying units actually routed, but we still didn't make... Oh yeah, look at these crappy guys. They are terrible, but they'll take out our giants. And some of them bleed to death. Kinda cool to see that in action. Rolchan the Agile. Amatide's Endurance. Strength of Immigrant. Caesar 3 Immigrant. II's got Brave Deeds and Battle Bellow. Now that's another rare one. They'll flee when they hear his shout. So he got Fear now, which actually is pretty great for this kind of setup. Simon Belmont's enormous strength. What did he get? The Cross or the Holy Water? Holy Water's always broken in whatever Castlevania game it appears in, just in different ways. Right, anyone else to care about? You 3 should just wait there. Do some searching or whatever. Yeah, you guys also wait there. We will round on Deep Canyon, but not yet. Try and keep it pinned in there. The convoy is no longer so vital. All on battlefield has its own defenses. How about you guys just move into Navarra? I don't like moving in with so few. Maybe go and help out these 2 provinces. And then these guys are still hanging around, but they're far less scary now. And then I want to displace Preached to High Heaven, because I do not want it to freeze over for winter. It's still a little warm. I wonder if you also have warmth in your domain, or maybe this is the lizard people domain, I don't know. Still quite a bit to take out here, but with their capital gone and their realm essentially split, it should be a lot easier to take care of now. I got warmth in my domain, says Camphor. If you say so. Hey, well, I wouldn't mind having Mount Moon back. Let's get on that. And maybe just have one of you go over to McDonald Land. Some of you might die doing this, but that's alright. I mean, it's just $100 dues down the drain. Which maybe I shouldn't be so flippant about. Right, come on down. Let's finish the fight. You two go and site search here. Lawn continues to hold out, and man, I got a whole bunch of you now. Almost to the point where I've amassed enough to take on these tramplers. Still just have you wait for now. Yeah, balance is more of an MP thing, and I only do PvE, not PvP. Did one blitz, and it was kind of fun, but only because of the people involved. There we go, completely flubbed attack in Albania. Our fight into McDonald Land. Victory. Belgium? Belgium? Oh right, this is us spreading out from around their capital. I'm expecting not to run into too many issues, but I did spread myself a little thin. And as you can see, they've got some amazing priest casters. Yeah, they're not getting fatigued at all. They've got some basic robes on, and they can just keep casting. Is that a commander? Yeah. So there's the thing, these awesome guys, which I already think are amazing, can also be thugged out. Also, that's their profit, that's cool. They also are, I don't know what happens if you give them swords and things, but imagine giving this guy a Vine Shield, a Frost Brand. He doesn't really need a helmet or anything like that. So yeah, actually, Ultra Thug here. Frost Band, Vine Shield, maybe... Wait, he can wear shoes? Oh, now that's just not fair. Mounted units aren't allowed to wear shoes, but this guy gets it. He even gets the mounted... Oh my gosh. This guy's amazing. I can't wait to play with these guys. Tell you what, next run we do, I'll put it to a vote between these guys and Ballberg, because I really want to play as both of them. And I will do both of them, it's just a question of which one we do next. Alright. Victory in Belgium. What about Morrowind? Cobblers rise up, the power of shoes. Yeah, so shoes are exciting because they give you enormous map movement, and they can also give various buffs to strength, and nature shoes give you some immense amount of reinvigoration. And that's important for tramplers because tramplers get tired out quickly. Of course, tramplers don't normally get shoes, and if it's a non-trampler that becomes a trampler, usually you have to use their shoe slot to give them shoes of the Behemoth. But these guys, oh man, I'm kind of excited about using them already. This poor flanked guy is getting ripped into, but again, that regeneration keeps him alive and largely stops him from taking afflictions. Wow, at the start of the game we couldn't even muster a single army like this, and now we have enough to go and just conquer Morrowind of our own volition. Mount Moon was just coming in and taking. Sarmazegattusa has been a bloodbath for a while. And, okay, I don't really think this qualifies as bloodbath. Sling hit you for nothing? Well, let's change that. Skewer. Redditch. I think one of my friends is from Redditch. He never said anything good about the place, though. Nicely handled. I figured somebody died there. Not too bad for them. We don't get to see the names. I suppose if we watch the battle, we can see. We have so many commanders, though, it's hard to keep track of them all. What is it again? It's F1? And I swear there's a filter for this. It's like C for commanders. D for the dead? I don't know. Help me out here. It's showing dead commander. Oh, well, no, they're all there. Somebody must have died towards the end. died? Ah, there we go. Imperative Greg died. Actually, Rocket Racer also died. Oh no. Ah no, Imperative Greg was their hermit. Rocket Racer. Oh man, they were my prophet and their deed. How did they die? But they took fatigue damage and doesn't actually say what properly killed them. Oh well, that's life. Or in some cases not. Just nailed his shoes to the bottom of the wheels. Oh, well now we still got a fair few of these tramplers. And they're coming for my... This must be a fort, right? There's no way I'd have these guys hanging around if it weren't a fort. And they are probably going to destroy me. Oh, right, they want their capital back. Syria, of course. Well, I'm not terribly worried about that. They are not taking that fort with just that crummy amount of riders. So that actually buys me a bit of time, almost paradoxically, to go and clear out the rest of this. I might need all of these units dedicated down here for cleanup because I still have two immense fortifications. They can still throw a whole lot at me. Oh, Stockholm, as opposed to Storkholm. Different places, one's from Terranigma, the other's from the real world. Get in there, everybody. Who's hanging around in there? That's just a few unyielding champions who decided to run over there. I think I might work on Arborang and just keep it pinned down. So hopefully this will just ruin their days and then we can go and take back Syria. But I think these guys are on their way to Syria. In fact, I'll probably go Eden Prime and then follow on from there. So I should get my forces back together before that becomes a growing problem. Fortunately, an actual army of proper Sacreds, not just commanders, are coming in. Good rank and file. And now I can finally spread out with you guys. I wonder if I want to go and take out Tuchanka. I want to see what kind of throne is on Tuchanka. The Wormwood Witch, Mannequins, Phantasmal Warriors. I don't know. Quite a lot to lose if I don't take it. I don't have Rocket Racing to take the throne anyway, so maybe not. Maybe we take... Oh, they still have enough to give me a hard time with the crunching, don't they? They could double back and deal with pilot wings, but I'm almost certain they're going to go for Syria. I don't know about Tuchanka, though. It's a lot of units. They would mob my guys. I'll leave it for now, there's no pressing need. You go and help out with pilot wings, you advance on. You guys are preaching and failing to preach particularly well. Please preach harder. And then you guys go and keep the convoy rolling. You've done your searching Rigbath, found a labyrinth of souls. Did I ever find... See, a site search California, I didn't find what's causing all the disease there. I figured it would be a one death site. Let's try Black Marsh, there's almost certainly a villainous lair there. Volberg are the Ice Death Midget people. Spectacular size 1 Sacreds and a lot of death, so there'd be a lot of skeleton spamming and using cold instead of heat. And I want to use aura effects with them, because those auras stack with size 1 units like crazy. Come get some. Kill the tramplers, then kill everything else. Although, man, those little dinos swarm hard on the flanks. Really hard on the flanks, Jesus. And those dinos are really cheap and easy to mass. Munched half my army. Look at these guys, 13 gold, practically no resources. And you just swarm them and crush me on the sides with it. And that was largely province defense as well. I forgot to put province defense on my provinces. What a shame. Oh man, they just split out and took these back in one shot. That was a rookie mistake. Oh yeah, the roller derby is on their way. Yeah, so actually lost 4 Master Champions there. That's no small amount. Deep Canyon was a loving slaughter. Vara, no problems. Violet Wings Resort, no problems. Alexandria's got mist-covered Highland Warriors, which again we dispatch. They just keep sending those, don't they? Storkcomb gave me a Skull Mentor, which I'll put immediately to use. Arborang's going to take a while. Syria is damaged, and Dillis. Dillis the Brave, Dillis the Strong. Fortification 401. Right. I would actually like to clear out the people besieging Syria before this becomes a problem. I'm not sure I can get there in time. Because if these reinforce that, then it's a bigger problem to deal with. I might have split my units up far too much for all of this. I'm just sending 8 against these 40. I could lose everything if this turns out really bad. Let's get greedy. Split up a wee bit to take both of these. Deep Canyon, no matter how much I reinforce it, those tramplers are going to squish it, so I'll just put 1 unit in here. The rest of you guys, though, you could follow up. You could probably take the Netherlands. I'm putting all this confidence in them. You could probably not die. Superior Iron. Alright. Well, these guys successfully managed to preach. I'm going to leave 2 of them preaching, and the rest of them are going to reinforce. Go and help out our sorry friends. You guys go and site search here. My Mage Corps is doing research, and I'm going to give one of them a... Actually, I won't give it to you. I'll give it to Surfer Rosa. There's a Skull Mentor for you. Go and ditch that holy water, it's no good for you. Ugh, weakened, battle fright, mute. You're not looking good, chum. Construction 4. What can I do to heal this guy? It was Blood 3, right? Blood Feast. Let's go Blood 3 and get Blood Feast. Try and save my Pretender so he can actually contribute to the fights again. We'll also find out if it heals... if it heals disease. No Gift of Health. Well, there's part of the problem. This guy... Oh, well, no, he's at 5 now, isn't he? Gift of Health is a heavy enchantment, though. Level 7. That's a lot to go for. I need a lot more research if I'm going to get Gift of Health at a reasonable spot. You have no Blood Slaves? Well, it wouldn't be hard to get Blood Slaves, especially using Surfer Rosa. It only costs 5 to do the ritual, after all. Yeah, we might find some in an event or something, but if I need it, I'll just use Surfer Rosa to Blood Hunt. And come to think of it, well, you're already 4, so the Sanguine Dousing Rod wouldn't help you. Also, shout out to that guy who, when I asked if you could have 1 of each kind of magical item in this game, they kept insisting that they wanted the Sanguine Dousing Rod to find women. You know who you are. You got all these other powers, but you just want to find women? Well, different priorities in life. Right, Sarmazagattusa. Syria's still on the attack. That's good. I want him split up, and I want his armies decimated piece by piece. This is us countering their attack in Syria, with not a lot, so I'm a little worried about this. Worried for him. Is that his god? We've located the god! Brontes, the eldest Cyclops. He's got Protective Force. He gives a resource bonus. He's overcharged, experienced, masoned. He's a Mastersmith. He's got good protection, loads of gems, but more importantly, he's about to die. His entourage are largely fleeing. I'm actually surprised we managed to deal with all that, and now he is the one that is surrounded. His defense skill is pathetic. His maul is not large enough to repel our spears. We can surround him, and look at that shanking. His combat speed of 14 is actually faster than us. He's probably going to get away. But where's he going to run to? Where can he run to? You live for now, Elvis Cyclops, and surprisingly he didn't take any afflictions despite taking a lot of damage. But we saved our home. Wonder where he ran to. Arborang, they're trying to kick us out of Arborang and they're doing a decent job of it. Deep Canyon, of course. Wow, actually they just sent one crappy war chief into Deep Canyon. This is what I've been waiting on, and it's finally happening. Sarsethile is fighting Syria, and this is what they bring to the party. These look like free-spawn dispossessed spirits, although they might have gotten them somewhere. They've got their bear riders. So there's the thing, their bear riders are size 4, which is kind of good in a way. It gives an extra bit of length to their weapons. But like my giants, they can only occupy one square at a time, and that can be very annoying because it means they're easily ganked. On the other hand, look at that. Defense skill 16. It's 15 by default, but still. And their size 3 sword champions are kind of lackluster. That's good hit points for size 3. But otherwise, I mean, good defense skill actually, but that's with shield parry. You know what? Unimpressive rank and file is what I'm seeing. Oh, now we're talking. The Tomb Bearskin Sacred Flail of Soul Control. Now these guys are quite enviable. Good protection, terrible defense, passable attack, 2 to a square, 2 attacks with extra chance of hitting against a shield, magical weapon, 22 damage. And, oh, right, just to top it all off, I don't know if these are summoned or if they have another way of getting them, but fire snakes are pretty cool. They do have a heat aura, they also have firepower, obviously fire and poison resistant, armor piercing fire flares. And unlike many of these kinds of attacks, it's not limited on ammunition. So if you can just mass these things up, maybe fluff them up with some protection. They're gonna burn, baby, burn. Of course, they also set fire to their own units, but that's why you don't couple them in with very flammable bears. Oh, they put the fire out. Anyway, the point is these two are now at war, if they weren't already. Belgium goes fine. Belgium has a group of knights counterattacking, but we deal with that as well. Argentina gets me a few gems. I would never call one a few. It's be middle management. We're not doing anything to Arborang. But Popuri is brave. And very agile. I'm going to keep Arborang under siege anyway, even though I now know they can retreat. Because I can at least starve them of Morrowind. Let's defend Redditch and Belgium. Aberdeen is defended. Don't like having this border with Sharseth. I'm going to put up quite a bit of province defense to try and dissuade them from attacking me. After all, they're busy, aren't they? And now, I'm quite confident that Forlorn Muskeg is going to get conquered by Shars, which allows me to just envelop the rest of the lizard people. It means Arborang needs to fall, same with Lutetia, Brazil, and Netherlands. But hey, I should thank them, they built all those forts just for me. There's a Construction 6 item that heals afflictions, I believe. Yeah, Construction 6 is nice to have anyway, but that's a lot of mage turns to get there. I think I'll just go with the blood option. Alright, now we got my splendid backup. These guys, I'm kind of glad that I pivoted. I really thought everything would be on the sacred units that I recruit. I never considered that I'd actually be using sacred commanders. I should have taken a longer look at these guys. I think I was thrown off by their initial recruitment cost, but really, they hit harder, last longer, and are more malleable than the rank and file sacreds that we get. Do you think you can take the Netherlands? I'm sure they can. Just go for it. Have confidence. Once these guys finish up here, I guess I'll give Deep Canyon a bit of reinforcing after actually managing to survive earlier. They're just going to get trampled. Although, Probably don't have too much to fear out of Brazil, but I still need to go into these annoying cave areas. You guys could take Hailfire Peaks. I didn't send enough last time. I don't need you to patrol Shitatsu Sho anymore. Onwards and upwards. You guys have searched the Black Marsh and surprisingly found nothing. Oh, Big Blue Blob got retaken by Swordsman and Maceman. I really don't care. Like, that province is not worth caring about. Where else is there to really search for you guys? The Channel, of course. In fact, I have all this land that I can now relatively safely search. As for you guys, Syria is safe-ish now. Where am I going to send you? I kind of want to work on Lutetia, but I don't want to leave Arbarang undefended. I guess we go into Deep Canyon. Shouldn't half-ass this. Maybe I should throw everything at Arbarang, take that, and then move on. Because I'll be able to take Arbarang faster than they can take, say, Syria. And they're probably going to want to really work on Syria. Yeah, let's make our way over to Arbarang. About you guys, there is Brazil to still concern ourselves with. Yeah, one at a time. It's a lot of us going into Deep Canyon, though. But actually, a surprisingly large amount of supplies, so I think we'll be okay. Don't think the Netherlands is going to fall to just this, but we can always pierce through and take Eden Prime and Hailfire. And I want you guys to assist. There's a construction for disease healing item called the Miraculous Cure-All. Yes! Yikes! Disease healing 1. Well, you know what? I'm going to do it just to get my guy back online. It would be also nice if I had a few Dwarven Hammers to help out. Do we have any? I think it's Earth 3 for Dwarven Hammer, right? Yeah, anyone spot Earth 3 on these guys? Kind of surprising to have so many and not get Earth 3, but I don't have Earth 3. However... Oh, Alexandria doesn't have a... does not have a place for that. I have an Earth 3 right at the gate. So I could get him and just start cranking those out. I've got the Rebel Stronghold after all. The Rebel Stronghold doesn't have a laboratory. Mu has a laboratory. Right, tell you what, just get me one of those Earth 3 guys and have him crank out some Dwarven Hammers for me. Good. Yeah, 14 nature gems is a lot, but this is my god we're talking about. Plus it can be passed around. Arbarang, they're still trying to counterattack me. And they might actually win this time. We barely have anything left. I'm so angry knowing that the AI can now recruit inside their besieged forts. That's not fair. It's so unfair. Oh wow, you just got smited out of existence. Yeah, they are able to pray us away. We scare him off? We did! Immigrant, the Master Champion, has scared away Syria. And that's actually good, because we can maintain the fort, or the fort attack, whilst everyone else comes in to reinforce it. By the way, we've got some dudes that you can grab for this. Straight over to Arbarang. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 blood slaves. The Nerderlands. Should be fine. Depends how much they flank me with those little dino buddies. Yeah, see, the flank is just the worst position to be in for these guys. Come on. Greeks are good at holding lines. Right. the bottom line. That was me in Morrowind, right? Yeah. And I killed their god, right? That must have been in Morrowind. Spoiler alert. But we're chasing down that Biclops here. It's got a lot of gems. Sadly, you don't steal gems off of people you kill. You only steal items, and you don't even always get the items. Funny thing is, we're both Cyclopses. You know, he has one eye, we have one eye. You'd figure we'd see eye to eye on that. Wow, he clobbers, though. I guess, yeah, that maul. Holy Christ. 56 damage value. I'm surprised you're still standing there. He actually broke your shield. If that shield takes another smack, it could break entirely, and then you don't get it back until you are in a province with a... actually, I don't know exactly how it works, but if there's enough production in a province, you can get it back. Well, you're going to stun them, so that maul's about to just kill this poor guy. We're on you. Oh, wait, no. Blood Surge Reinforcement going to jab the Cyclops up the butt. Ah, oh, too little and too late. Impressive protection, but that's because he's cast Iron Skin on himself using that Earth Magic 6. Change all that bing, 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 bing. These priests that they have are very powerful. But we can still shank a god to death. The god is now trying to run. He's really trying. He just went and smashed baby elephant until it's weakened. However, that god is dying now, and with him, not all of his bless, but the stuff that requires an awakened god is going to go. I don't know by heart which ones those are. Right, crikey. They're getting harder and harder to fight. I hope he doesn't come back with those. Nice. Stars are right for thaumaturgy. Don't actually know what that means. Arbrang is unharmed. Lightly damaged Netherlands. I don't actually plan on besieging Netherlands, so I might just leave it be. And then focus on crushing the remnants that he has around here. I mean, there's not much he can recruit in Netherlands with barely anything there. So we're just going to spread out and take what we can. Here's our even more units to throw into the grinder. I wonder if I can get my my profit back. No, we're still waiting on that, but that's fine. We'll find other places for a profit. And you there, Hansa Pirate, your job is to constantly forge Dwarven No. Constantly forge Dwarven Hammers. I have to mix that up with the Smasher. Surfer Rosa, you may enjoy this miraculous cure-all. But I thought there was one that also got rid of afflictions. Maybe that's the next level up, but I'm pretty sure there's something that cures an affliction each turn. Then again, I've almost got my Blood Magic 3. Once I have Blood Magic 3, I think it's time for... I could go Enchantment for Gift of Health. Alteration with Earth for Iron Skin is actually quite tempting. Let's go for that. And then probably go Construction 6, and then Enchantment for Gift of Health. That's the plan. So there we go. That's going to cure your disease, but you're still going to be mute, weakened, and battle-frightened. I will have a blood thing to fix that. Oh, that's my grand plan. So Dominion. Dominion spreads from a few things. Dominion spreads for your profit, from your preaching, from your god, and from your temples. So just by existing, Surfer Rosa exerts Dominion. Every temple I have exerts Dominion. I don't have a prophet, so they're not exerting Dominion. And I have preaching going on. Preaching is only local. It only spreads in the province that they preach. But that can still be useful. I mean, if you preach up this province, then the global spread of Dominion isn't going to target this anymore. And I want this with my Dominion so it stays warm even in winter. You can get an overview of that by clicking on a temple. I only have 6 temples. I got 38 provinces, and my Dominion strength is quite high. So thanks to my powerful Dominion, odds are pretty good that it spreads successfully. And here we go, these are all the things spreading it. My god does 3 spread checks. My home does 1, my temples do 6. Thrones also do it, and I have 1 throne that's helping with that, so huzzah. The reason I'm spreading it so successfully is that I have destroyed 2 out of my 3 enemies' ability to spread their dominion. We've completely eradicated Pangea. In fact, our dominion is over their capital now. Their dominion is completely gone, so is their god. I have raided so much of Syria that they barely have any temples left to spread any dominion. Oh my god, I'm so glad I don't have to fight that right now, but I will soon. So the only thing they have spreading their dominion is a temple in Eden Prime, a temple in the Netherlands, one in Lutetia, and one in Hailfire Peaks. And all of those are going to die in due time. I am so worried about the armies of Shar Seth-Thiel, and I'm pretty sure that my units here aren't going to be enough. However, we are fire resistant, so his strategy of using fire will be less effective on me. Looks like a quick game today, especially compared to the last go. Oh, heavens, yes. Much smaller map, fewer factions, it's going to be faster. Not to mention it could be won on thrones. So, these guys... I'm going to take Hailfire Peaks, and then he's just going to be reduced to these 3 provinces in Arberang. And Arberang won't last long, and Frankfurt Central Station is already breached. I am worried about this guy, though. I mean, I have my forts in the Rebel Stronghold in Mu, but this is a very soft underbelly. I didn't fort this up at all. Maybe I should consider it. Well, there is the fort in Brazil that I'm due to take. If I just added a fort in Timberwolf or Tarsus... no, these guys have Wasteland Survival. They would actually do pretty well in a... in that kind of situation. But Tarsus... Tarsus could be tempting. I want a front line of forts so they don't pierce into my soft underbelly. Buy myself some time to get my Mage Corps over to help out. Alright, Teddy, your job is to construct a palisade here. Hopefully we can hold them off for 4 months. Let's... Ooh, barbarians are here! Oh man, it sucks to overwrite barbarian province defense with my own crappy province defense. Oh. I guess we'll do it anyway. At this stage of the game, barbarians would get flattened anyway, so it's not a huge deal. Are we maintaining the fight in the Netherlands? We're not. Am I going to regret that? Because, I mean, we do have them pinned down there. You know what? Keep them pinned down. Bring in reinforcements. I don't care if the siege is slow. We will speed up that siege. It would be even faster if I could bring in some mercenaries. Griff and his Skull Smashers. Dom 5 Mod Inspector. Who are these Skull Smashers? Huh, trolls. Trolls are pretty good at smashing down walls. Alright, who else do they have? There are the Iron Men. It's just a bunch of fairly standard swordsmen. There's a Master Druid. Master Druid. They've got Vine Men. I don't think they're particularly good at breaking down walls. And there's the Whisperer with 50 men. The Whisperer is a troll shaman with a load of Veti. Out of all of these, I honestly think the trolls are going to do the best, right? It's a question of just how much I really want these guys, though. I mean, £300 and £162, £108. I might take both of these. I'm gonna put in low offers. Maybe I'll get them both, and maybe we'll siege down the Netherlands faster. Although the Netherlands is a swamp, the supply usage could be a problem. Well, they get diseased, it's not my problem. This is not a great amount of Dominion, so I'm going to keep preaching here even stronger. Let's site search that channel. Keep our eye on Stockholm, see if they come pouring in. So you got Cerulean City down here. Mumbo's Mountain, soon you're going to have Frankfurt Main Central Station. I suppose one positive thing is that you're pressed against the wall, but that means that it's even harder to get through most of what you have. Oh well. Yeah, it is a very big army. Very scary. We found something in the channel. A painted cave. There must be paintings down there, right? It's only one bit of astral, so it's not worth worrying about. You guys go and check out McDonald Land. Gotta be some goodies in McDonald Land. Barbarian? Are you one of the guys here? Oh, you found the painted cave. Surfer Rosa... Wait, why were you searching here? I want you to research. I must have smashed R instead of S for him. However, he's no longer diseased. That's pretty good. In fact, I want you to blood hunt. Get you those blood slaves and get you cured of your afflictions. Are the thrones not worth grabbing? They're very well protected right now, Baron. I don't want to waste my army on it when we're in full-scale war. It's not a case of just grabbing them. All thrones, level 2 and 3, are very well defended. Level 1's a bit but the higher level ones absolutely not. So, much like before, we're getting ganked here. But I see this as a good excuse to get our blood surge going. Well, for those that get it going. Oh god, the dinos keep eating our flank! Protect your flanks better, guys. It's kind of on me, I should have lined them up better, but... that's fine. We take it out, we took out their temple. Sarmazegatusa continues to be a bloodbath. Such a great name, Sarmazegatusa. How could something so great be given to the Romanians? I see the Curse of the Tramplers is not yet lifted from me, but there was only 8 of them. They're trying to defend Arbarang. But now I've got considerably more to throw at them. Oh wow, man, those mages are pretty damn good. But they're also pretty damn dead. Because again, I don't care about their poison, I regenerate it, and I resist it as well. I took out one of my champions, but we don't get to see who. And they are coming in here. Oh wow, yeah, the Trampler Curse really isn't lifted yet. I sent in extras to defend this, and those extras just got trampled into oblivion. Oh man, let's see what's going on over here at Frankfurt. Fortunately, we have a spy here, meaning we can see this. I somehow don't think that their tiny little mage corps inside the walls are going to survive. You can take a quick glance at these guys. I'm not noticing any starvation within the ranks. So they're well supplied, at least. Alright, well, good luck to you. Go, Tramplers, go! Oh no, Wolfblood's clogging up the wheels! Oh, they're trying to push through. But they're already building up fatigue, and they're paralyzed, and... Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, these little dispossessed spirits. They're nowhere near as nasty as ghosts, but they can still paralyze you. Well, I'm kind of glad to see that they use a lot of longbows, because we almost entirely negate longbow attacks, projectiles in general. Albania is not making me any money. Barbarians are probably going to take over Morrowind, but that's not my problem. The wars are moderately damaged in the Netherlands and severely damaged in Arbarang. And hey, Surfer Rose is cured, we're already seeing to that. The Iron Men have been bought, and they're going to help me siege down... But that must have been the other guys. Wait, I got both? Oh, cool, there they are. They're my trolls. Good siege strength, 4.8 on them, and they don't eat, which is rather nice. These guys do eat, and they certainly don't have troll siege strength, but numbers are worth something after all. Hey, Clovis got that. The mercenary won't give me his sword. Give me your damn Baneblade. It's cool, it looks like he's got an Arbalist on his back, but I guess the Baneblade is overtaking that. Pretty strong unless they get flanked. The Greeks never change. History just writing itself here. So I'm going to leave these Tramplers because they're probably going to go to Zarya, and they're not going to take Syria before I take Arbarang. We take Arbarang, we crush them in Syria, and then we carry on. Kind of a shame I lost in Sarmazegatusa as well, though. It is actually possible that they raid me pretty hard. But they're never going to take the forts, and once the forts are in my possession, the war is mine. Glad we took Hellfire. Now, do we march on Brazil or Eden Prime? Eden Prime, deny them their money income. You know, as opposed to all their other incomes. Can't get to Eden Prime in time. How many were in Sarmazegatusa? Only 8 of them, but I don't think I'm going to turn the tide with 3 of them. Maybe you go and help out Tarsus, I don't want that to fall unexpectedly. Fruit Queen and Donkey Kong, the match made in heaven. Get over to the Netherlands, they need help. And you two. The preaching is going fine here, we'll maintain that, whilst sending you out to also Tarsus. Lon, there's nothing else to look at Freezeezy Peak for. Now I just am very, very worried about being attacked by Sharsethile. There's no reason they won't attack me. I'm the only target they have. They can't go into the water, unless they somehow haven't taken Thessia. But I think I saw that they did manage to take Thessia. Actually, best case scenario, Sarmazegatusa, your units move into Navarra and take that. I'll leave it tempting for them to take. And then you just continue the fight with Sharsath. Yeah, please head over in that direction. Save me the bother. I'll even defend this a little bit more just to make it less enticing. Raiding their own homeland doesn't hurt you anyway. Well, it kind of does. I'm still making money off of it. Hey, you captured 5 blood slaves, exactly the amount that you need in order to cast... Why can't I... Oh, caps lock is on. Cast Blood Feast. Let's get rid of these afflictions. What else is going on here? Okay, so they did actually come for Syria. That could be a problem. Crush those tramplers before they trample you. I think tramplers have it. And see the horrors of being a size 4 giant. Easily trampled. Anyway, Eden Prime is absolutely our victory. Pilot Wings has a dire pig. Yeah, those are annoying. And that's all they are. They are just an annoyance. It just increases unrest until the dire pig is found. You can patrol it out. You can province defense it out. Or you can just accept that it's happening. Hyrule's dying off. I mean, everything's dying. That's my dominion. We don't have a very great god helping us out here. Mucus was destroyed in Frankfurt, even though I tried to move them out, I think. Oh, that was my good spy as well. The one that can actually see what the thrones are. And he gives better reports. Syria's scout... These little guys are their scouts. 20 map move, not bad. Arborang is breached. The walls are severely damaged in the Netherlands. Syria is barely injured at all, and we are absolutely storming this castle. If I can click the right button. There we go. Yeah, this place is absolutely falling. And then Deep Canyon, Lutetia, it's all going down. Brazil will probably be the last thing they hold on to at this rate. Next job in Eden Prime. Do you want to help out the Netherlands? Who wouldn't want to help out the Netherlands? Huh. Oh, right, we were discovered in Frankfurt, not in Freezeezy. I think we'll hold on to Freezeezy. They took Forlorn Muskeg. But yeah, look at all those units just waiting to jump on us. And they will. No bones about it, they will. I need to think how to deal with them. I think their units are fairly fire resistant. Let's look at that fight here. I think they're fire resistant, maybe not. I could heat from hell them out if they're not. Mound King, Axemaster, Ash Disciple, Patron. Do they have a Bless? I think I only have one throne taciturn. I've not been going for the thrones. Someone must have gotten Blessed there, come on. Could you just bless yourself? I could have sworn they'd gone for a blessing. I'm sure we've seen their blessing before, but I'm equally sure that I forgot it. Well, no biggie. Let's see. Netherlands are severely. Arborang is breached. We are going for the storming. You're checking that out. Silu, not Lucy. I'm really skimping on the temples, but I don't think I need them. Besides, it's kind of better that these stay away from my cursed Dominion. I think we're using the Lizard People Dominion. It's a shame it's Misfortune 3. Ah, shame for them. What are you going to do here? Sarmazega 2's at 8 a load of barbarians, which is kind of good for me. I wonder if that wiped out their tramplers, because barbarians would slaughter those tramplers. I mean, sure, they'd take damage, but they would turn around and just slash through that 20 protection like it's not even there. Yeah, Netherlands is about to fall. Go and aid with that. And all of you folk are there to protect Tarsus. So, somewhat regrettably, let's have a temple, and the rest of you just patrol the area. Make sure you all know what to do. Good. And I think I can stop making more units over here, because it's taken quite a while to feed them over to the main front line. For now, I want you to head over to Eden Prime in preparation for... Oh, hang on, Brazil can only be grabbed by these two places. Alright, get over to Hellfire then in preparation for storming Brazil. You just hold out there. I don't know, look after the place or something. As for you two, search McDonald Land, find some delicious burgers. What's your favourite McDonald thing? I'm quite partial to their sausage and egg McMuffin breakfast. Which they don't do in Hungary, so that's a bit of a pain. They even did it in Sweden, but they don't do it here. Why? Why do you have to hate me like this? You're making that dwarven hammer, but is there anything else that I could reasonably create? I'm just thinking about shoes that I could make for the lizard people. You know, vine shields would be amazing for my units, for my guys. Because in melee, anybody attacking them would suddenly get tied up. We're about to fight large amounts of enemies. The problem is I can't make vine shields en masse because you're my only nature mage. And making vine shields is nature 2. I don't have nature 2. I think I dragged you out of your blood feast, didn't I? So what can I make to help out my guys that I do have access to? I have plenty of access to fire, water, earth, air. Let's click on someone that has all of those. Fire resistance, we already have that. Fire shield, I never think is particularly strong. Certainly not worth the investment that this thing costs. We already have air shield. I'm a big fan of the garbage value burgers. I'm not familiar with a garbage value burger. Is that something exclusive to Canada? Strength up, flying, earth magic, only aids. Dancing shield is 50% chance of blocking attack almost entirely. That might actually help, given our regeneration, just slowing down the damage incoming by a lot. It's air, earth, 2 air, 2 earth. I wonder about that. But yeah, a bunch of dancing shields on these guys would be pretty phenomenal. Even spells and area attacks. It's kind of tempting. You never often see dancing shields put into bulk work. I'm considering that because I do have access to the air-earth crosspath, and with a bunch of hammers I could crank these out wholesale. Then my thugs out there would do terrific things. The problem with my thugs, though, is they're not very killy. The dancing trident would give them an extra attack, and it would also really aid defense. Holy smokes, the stone bird would do even better. That's great for... Do you get multiple repel checks with multiple repelling weapons? Because the stone bird could help with that. Wouldn't be very killy, though. The trident would be more killy. Earth, air. Well, I got earth and I got air. Dancing Trident only costs air, though. Anything else I could give these guys to make them better? Air breathing, reinvigoration, salt, storm in a bottle. I've got all these gems. I'm just trying to think of a way to put them to good use. I love the helmet that casts lightning bolt, but I think that's an air 3 to make. Although I can crank out air 3. I can crank out air 3ers. You know what? Let's go with magical items then. It's high time we shifted up our strategy. I want 3 of these guys to crank out my my magical hammers, and then I want 3 of these guys, so I can't get any more because I don't have the money. But anyway, I'm going to crank out these guys and start making magical items to make my thugs even thuggier. And if they die, they can just grab each other's thug item. It shouldn't be lost too badly unless we have a total party wipe. It's a plan. At least it brings a bit of variety to my just club them with giants strategy. McDonald Man does have the burgers. The Enchanted Tomb Burger. And the Enchanted Tower Burger. Wait, Enchanted Tower? Oh, I thought that was a fort, but no, it's just more gems. Nothing wrong with more gems, but come on. Sometimes you want more exciting stuff. Let's see what Hyrule is hiding from us. Arborang Fortress hopefully falling, especially to this many giants. Yeah, there's no one there. Crikey, yeah, that one's just crunch taken. Morrowind has a huge barbarian horde taking it over, but we knew that it would. The Highlands, plague is spreading. Barbarian horde in Albania as well. Thaumaturgy is cheaper. And there are the barbarians. Actually, we slaughtered the barbarians. Cool. I didn't expect to see them in Albania. I guess they didn't expect to see me. Barbarians versus heavy cavalry is a bit of an even one. The heavy cavalry's defense and protection helps against their massive damage output. But they do get whittled away because there's more attack power, I would say, coming out of the barbarians. And they do have armor. They're not completely useless. I didn't even defend Morrowind, not that it needed it, it's just getting plowed by barbarians. We're starving in the Netherlands. Oh, right, yeah, so that did end up happening. And Pius the Scout, I didn't even know he was diseased, but he died in Alexandria. Okay, the Netherlands is open, so it's time for us to claim our just deserts. I don't think I'm going to send the rank and filers in. I'm going to send you guys over to... I might have you help out with Lutetia. You do help with these sieges after all. That's some good good siege power. Oh wait, no, that's just counting everyone in the province. If I sent you to Lutetia, you'd probably die. But maybe there's nothing wrong with just killing off the... killing these guys off. It's cheaper to maintain their service, though, but I think I'll just send them to die in Lutetia. And if they kill people in Lutetia, that's just bonus for me. We've taken Arborang, we will defend Arborang, and then we move on out. Deep Canyon, Lutetia, Brazil. And they are definitely not going to take Syria in time, or ever, really. We're here to hold Sarsus. Please patrol, but I could have sworn somebody was trying to construct a fort there. And keep that preaching going, because I want to keep this warm. No sign of our enemies attacking us yet. Hey, Surfer Rosa, Feast of Blood. Consumed 490 people in a ritual that successfully cured many afflictions. They are no longer mute, no longer weakened. They are fully operational. And unfortunately, they're just going to spend their time researching, so I can't think of a better thing for them to do. But they got a lot of research ability back because of that. And that means that once we do hit it, we should actually be able to put up Gift of Health. So let's go for Enchantment 7, Gift of Health. So powerful, and it's really powerful for our giants. McDonald's is always an exercise in regret. I don't usually regret having the occasional breakfast McMuffin there, but I haven't had one in months because can't find it here. They do all those weird hipstery like burgers here instead, which I'm not a fan of. I mean, ooh, yeah, fancy cheese and what are those green things again? Avocados? Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I like these things, but that's not what I'm going to McDonald's for. I want your nastiest, greasiest burger, and I want a hash brown to wash it down with. And if that's too much to ask, we're clearly not made for each other. Right, I can finally start cranking out these water-breathing thingamajiggers. I'm going to give you a hammer to make them cheaper. Can I really not crack something? No, you should be researching. You've got all that research ability on you. As for you two, you both need to equip a hammer so that you can cheaply make more hammers. Well, I'll say cheaply. I don't actually make that many earth gems. It's kind of sad how few I make. To that point, I don't think I want another one of the earth guys. Let's focus some more on the air guys and get the air stuff out. Alright, once we clean up the last of the lizard people, I'm going to sort out my thugs here in Syria, and then we are going to properly thug them out and go on the attack. And once I have Gift of Health up, my Mage Corps are going to grab all the gems out of the repository, and we are going to set Sharsethile on fire on our quest to go and take over. I mean, we could go for full domination. That's not saying we have to take all these thrones. My land is garbage. We can't polish this turd. Magic resistance, I mean, the lizard people have been using magic resistance passing kill switches on us, but that'll soon be a thing of the past. Moray's got... There's quite a few good thrones here, I'm not denying that. We can actually undo all of the death with enough thrones here. There are some unknown thrones, but we shall know them someday. In fact, if I could recruit one of my awesome scouts somewhere... Yeah, how about we just quickly make a spy there? I could have the spy go and check out what's happening in the Blood Kelp zone. Although probably I could figure out what throne it is by order of elimination. Right, carry on. 2 mercenary contracts will expire. They'll probably be dead. Yeah, still getting your profit. I think I lost my profit. I haven't got them back yet. I wonder if the AI gets their profits back faster than the player does. Feels that way. I need to find a long list of the AI cheats, because it's definitely long. Okay, so this is more of a normal pitched battle. These aren't terrible units, right? They got decent attack and defense skill, alright protection, an actual shield. So actually, as regular rank and filers go, they're not terrible. But they're still humans, so 10 hit points, you know? Look at that, they're getting killed by slings! Oh, those aren't slings, those are chakarams. Surprisingly hefty, those. I should keep that in mind for the dinosaurs. There we go, go and slice up our enemies, please. Oh, right. Trolls are size 3, so they do get trampled. But they also regenerate. Not as fast as my guys do, and not as much as my guys do. Anyway, this isn't a battle I'm winning. I sent these mercenaries in to die so that no one else could have them. You can eventually just kill every mercenary band in the world. I don't think they regenerate. Yeah, this is an actual... well, not really. Just us slaughtering them. The Netherlands, though, finally. Let's take out the swamp. Done and done right. Trade down, unrest, population down. All these bad events that, you know, I don't usually see because I like to go for luck scales. But instead we got misfortune scales. So. The Netherlands are ours. I think we go straight to Lutetia from the Netherlands, and Deep Canyon goes over to Brazil. I don't know if Syria will continue to exist on this siege, but there's no good reason for me to attack that. At least none that I can think of. Not when it's faster to just kill Brazil and then be done with my mortal foe. You there, you're my Air 3 guy. Why did I want Air 3 again? I genuinely have no idea why I was interested in Air 3. Don't forget PD, I haven't been checking my PD in ages, have I? Syria has no PD, but I can't put it on. Deep Canyon should at least have the bare minimum. Navarra's got one. Alright, let's try and add a little bit more to that to discourage Frankfurt Central from coming my way. Hyrule. Oh yeah, you guys need to search Hyrule. Timberwolf Mountain. Mount Moon. I just put in very cheap province defense. Like I said, 6 I think is the minimum to avoid the nasty events that just say there was no province defense, this province is now lost. But I haven't read every province, and there's no one person that knows everything about this game. Right, there's my spy. My spy... oh, he's not in the laboratory. Spy's going over there to put a ring of breathing on. I'm going to keep on cranking out these cool guys. The preaching seems fine. Go and keep Tarsus safe. Sorry, Tarsus is going to need it. I want you to have one of these hammers, but what did I want you to have a hammer for? What was I planning on bringing to the party? Why the heck did I want Air 3? I can't remember. Draconians? I don't think Draconians are going to help us out much here. They're awfully wimpy. They would have been a good... oh, now that was actually a good idea. What are Draconians on research? Ah, well. See all those problems I had with the Tramplers? I could have spammed out summon Draconians and had them fly and attack the rear commander. And that would have taken care of them pretty well, actually. They could have just waited and fought with the back bit, and I didn't even think of that. Why don't we put it to use anyway, right? Have you cast Draconians. And then let's go and see if the Draconians can take care of these guys. Was it Lightning Helmets? I don't have Lightning Helmets researched, so certainly not. Although I will soon, I suppose. I really have no idea. I had an idea and I've completely forgotten what it was. I don't think I want more hammers. Make a couple more. But then I won't have my earth for making other things. It was Lightning Helmets. Okay, that sounds feasible. Alright, maybe 2 more of those dwarven hammers then, please. Just give the Draconians a good leader, they're cowards. Yeah, actually I should make them something that improves their leadership, because yeah, they are very cowardly. Enchanted Tomb, Draconians in, Lutetia fight. At this point there is nothing that Syria can do against me. Even if they bring their entire army of, well, see, hard to flank me when I'm flanking you, isn't it? There we go, good old Greeks. Can always count on them. For what, though, I don't know. The fact that these giants are able to take down walls helps me a lot. If I also had to bring in Siege Cath, it would be an unpleasant time for me. Sarmazega 2's and Deep Canyon continuing to be problems for me. Alexandria, no money. Stockholm... A wave of religious zeal has swept the province, and a group of followers committed to Surfer Rosa, the bloodlusting lord, have joined your armies. Well, Jesus. The unfortunate thing is I have to pay these people. And to a lesser degree, I have to lead these people. Hey, Rick Astley, don't let them down. Go and bring them over to help out with something, whatever something is. Let's make a giant fortress, and let's actually compete in the death match. Let's have our sand-blasted grease monkey take part in that. Hopefully you can still bless yourself there. The rest of you patrol. Looking forward to someone joining and being, just saying, excuse me, what? You heard me. Right, so yeah... What's your map movement when you've got your draconian friends? It's only 20. And of course I don't have a laboratory en route for you, do I? No, I got one in Navarre. As long as you don't get intercepted, you can go to Navarre and Syria and kill them. Or so I hope. On your way, I would really like some kind of helmet of not being crap. Inspirational +2 is rather nice for that. And it's 1-1, so you're fine. Mr. Duffman, take this hammer and craft me that helmet, please. And you don't need to make rings of... Actually, keep them. I might want to get into the water yet. Hyrule's done. Canada is already done. So you're going to do the south here, like Pilot Wing Resort. Don't really need you guys doing much anymore. So just get to researching. I should have enough hammers to keep me Gucci. And since you're there, you can put on the Ring of Water Breathing and go into the water. Maybe don't go via Forlorn Muskeg, right? That's probably a bad idea. Don't get caught. Put that hammer away so I have a better idea of how many I do have. Get researching. Make me a few more of these shimmering piers. So Lutetia is not yet broken and Brazil is not yet entered. These units are probably... Actually, that could be a problem, because you might go to Syria from here. And then Syria does become a bit of a problem for me. It'll be fine. I love how you have Dominion over your opponent enemy in the top right. Yeah, a little bit. That's how we know about Final Destination. Kind of weird that I'd have Dominion over him. I've barely built any temples. Battle of Brazil. Well, we own Argentina. One thing about lizard people. Oh, I thought lizard people had dark sight. Well, they don't. That's good for me, because it means we're both blind in here. Difference is I only have one eye, so I can only be half as blind as you. That's not a real thing. In fact, it's a disadvantage. If your one eye goes, you are blind permanently. Well, as permanent as any affliction in this game. There are very few things in Dominions which are truly irreversible. One thing is being horror marked. Horror marked. You never know how horror marked you are, but if you're horror marked at all, you will be every so often attacked by horrors, which are almost unkillable. But not quite. There's a way to kill them. It's just very, very hard, and they are extremely killy. They usually have multiple attacks, which are armor negating magical attacks. Alright, so we did actually get to compete in the arena. And look at this wimp we're fighting. Go, sand-blasted grease monkey. You didn't bless you. Oh. So they gave us a slave collar, which removes all magic skills. So unfortunately, you are not buffed up. And you're dealing with a guy that could actually ruin your day. Does ruin your day. Oh. Ah. We did disease him though, so this guy's as good as dead. Wow. Sand-blasted grease monkey defeated by Derfura. And that means you're gonna get eaten by the bear, right? Yeah. Well, this guy's become... Oh no, the feeble-minded is from the slave collar. Well, that was a shameful display. I did not expect it would have a slave collar involved. Maybe I should have read the fine print. Right, we can't be harmed in Syria. We breached Lutetia and Brazil. Wow, we one turn breached Brazil. Storm Brazil, storm Lutetia, and Draconian guy, put on this helmet. And go over to Syria, where I expect you to hold, and then attack rear, and I want you guys to hold and attack rear as well from the back, and hopefully you're... yeah, there we go. Hostile Dominion, but the squad morale bonus should be up from us having this Helmet of Heroes. Might work, might backfire horribly, we will find out soon enough. My goal is to make the enemy flee. Right, go over to Blood Kelp Zone, pretty please. You two go and search Pilot Wings Resort for more spillover burgers from McDonaldland. You go pick up all these nasty, useless guys, which could be at least be used for siege or siege defense. I'll keep them in Tarsus, actually. And I would really like some better nature access, especially with such a ridiculous amount of nature gems. How do I end up with +9 nature gems in a non-nature nation? Beyond me. But I will want access to hiring nature. Woodhenge Druid is a good call, because they are sacred, so they're cheaper overall. But it does mean I need a... I need a temple here, and I need a... Oh, you can do both, actually. I'll have both of them do it like this. I need a temple and... words, Jake, words! Use your words! Laboratory. Temple and laboratory here. Then I can recruit Woodhenge, and then I'll have nature access. I might need that for supplies. It's possible that I'm going to need some endless bags of wine to keep my giants on the go. That's right, giants aren't enough. They need to be drunken giants. Get in there. Yeah, keep holding Tarsus. That's under greater threat than Rebel Stronghold, because at least that's behind this. What are you defending here for? What did you make? Oh, you made that helmet, didn't you? Get back to researching. We almost have construction 6. Give it another 3 turns, and I can make those fancy helmets. But the thought is maybe I should start doing those other crafty things. I mean, I'm not made of endless amounts of hammers. Please, Dominion 6. If you can't sort your magical items in Dominion 6, I might not bother with it. It's so tiring sorting those out when you have lots of item economy. I think I was thinking about dancing shields. But again, they're not very killy, are they? Dancing shields, dancing tridents. Dancing tridents are at least nice and cheap to crank out. Really? Does that really help me much? Not a huge amount of extra attack. Who knows if you could resist Dom 6? Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll spend myself on Dom 5 and then it'll have no effect on me. Alright, tell you what. Grab your hammers and crank out some dancing tridents. It's not like we are shy on air gems right now. Monthly foraging, dancing trident, and... Huh, this gives shock resistance. Cool, but no. You know... I could mix in these guys quite quickly into the fight, just to spam out air elementals, which is a pretty damn good reason to have them. Something that makes me not so happy about bringing them in is their relatively low protection, but I could still bring them in. I'm going to start cranking out these Air 3 guys on the front line wholesale. What's their movement anyway? Map move 20, respectable. Alright, we're going to repeat recruitment of these guys, and I'm going to use my vast number of air gems to spam air elementals, because I should be able to summon full-size air elementals. It's tiring, but they can do it twice, especially if I give them the temporary air gem thingamajiggers. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Alright, and how many air gems do we get? Loads. Sweet. Okay, right, that'll be our strategy. It won't just be giants clubbing things, it'll be giants clubbing things with the assistance of air elementals. And they will be even more powerful in a storm, but they trample. I don't think I need to give them storms for extra power. Alright, best of luck, get stuck in. Flawn is still alive out there, the power of love keeping her on her feet. Well, spoiler alert, the Draconians all died. We know that because we're still under siege in Syria. Pilot Wings has the Enchanted Pyre and the Crystal Flames for us. Syria, though. Alright, so how did this backfire so badly? How could it backfire? Look, attack rear. They've got their one leader mage there. Off they go, and they failed to even go for the mage. They decided to go for the tramplers. Attack rear is not without its foibles. And the thing is, I actually routed them, but I think we routed as well. Yep, we did. So those accursed draconians cowardly ran away. They lost half their armies, that kind of makes sense. They retreated inside Syria. But these guys are leaderless now, so at least one thing they could do is pop out and win. So, break that siege. Break it into pieces. Now, how did Brazil and Lutetia go? Was it Lutetia? Yeah. The underground fort. How does this work? What's above us? I feel like Dominions 4 had better fort fights. But Dominions 4 had worse fights overall because they used the turn... Like, the turns were very obvious, they weren't simultaneous. This makes a bit more sense, so you can see the sky above us. They've still got their annoyingly good mages here, which are doing... what's this, mirror form or something like that, making them harder to hit. However, enough giants with their golden spears will shank them to death regardless. So Letitia's down, Brazil is down, there's almost nothing left of the lizard people. The giant army is taking back what's rightfully theirs from Deep Canyon. The Brazilians are moving out as well. There's plenty of supplies in Syria, so we're going to convene there, and then it's time to punch our way up through Shar Sethiel. How exactly we punch them is yet unclear, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, rest in peace, Brazil. I'm suspicious of the Netherlands. Go and check it out for goodies. Swamps usually have a fair amount of goodies. The Bear Riders seem really passive. I guess they don't have any good reason to be aggressive. My Dominion isn't spilling into them much. Although I am kind of surprised they haven't attacked me. But then again, I haven't attacked them. Victory could easily be at hand if I just go for the... if I go for the thrones, but I think I'll go and destroy the Bear Riders. A more fitting end for them. Besides, I mean, that's kind of scary, but I do want to fight that, and I think we'd have a reasonable shot if we brought in our elementals. Take your hammer and forge me more dancing tridents, unless I can get the helmets yet, but I cannot. I really don't think these dancing tridents are a good idea. What am I achieving here? I'm getting like one extra, and I'm pretty sure strength of wielder isn't added, is it? Yeah, so I'm getting one, not even armor-piercing 19 damage attack going in. And I suppose maybe it will help with the parrying, or the repelling. And I don't know what I'm thinking with the dancing tridents, but I'm doing it regardless. The helmets will be better. But aren't the helmets really expensive? Maybe like 40 each, I hope not, that'd be sad. Right, lab is needed, and temple is needed. Then I can deposit that hammer, because we don't need it there anymore. Hey, you know what? Why don't we take the water while we're here? There's Blobhemia. If we send in... Krumer likes to go it alone. Send in the Rogue Survivor with Nyx. And Barbarossa seems fitting as well. Oh, I've only got 2 of these damn things. Alright then, Barbarossa and Krumer. Honestly, the odds aren't good for you, but go and do it anyway. Hope I don't just lose all those items. The rest of you are moving together into deep. You two just keep on preaching the good preach. Actually, no, go and help out in Tarsus. The Lightning Helm is 15 gems. That sounds a lot like 13 gems to me. Arborang? Christ, of all the places they go and fight me in Arborang? You're never going to take Arborang in time. You will, however, clear out my fort defense, which I don't appreciate. Why was there a fight in Blobhemia? Oh, that's us going in. Right, so let's see how this works out for us. We're underwater, and that's lowering our skills considerably. It's also dark underwater, so it's really hard for us to land a hit. So let's get that blessing going, if nothing else. And as long as we can just kill one of these, our blood surge will negate all of the downsides from being dark and underwater. And on the plus side, we actually get to attack twice, thanks to the Dancing Trident. There we go, we actually landed a kill. So now your attack skill is reasonable, their defense skill is pitiable. And we should be able to actually repel quite a lot here. There we go, repelled, 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 and repel always does 1 damage to the person being repelled. I think it's capped 1, but that's good to see that this actually works. I'm not sure if the Dancing Trident is all that necessary, but the extra damage output is probably quite welcome for this. And there we go, it doesn't matter what Syria tries to do now, they are completely vanquished. They have no provinces, nowhere to return, and that's going to remove all of their dominion as well. Good news for us then. It means I can go and take the Throne of the Moon. I don't see. Well, actually, I could have taken the Throne of the Moon to begin with. Do I not have my prophet yet? Hey, Nyx, you've done a lot for dominions. You become a prophet. As for Krumer and Barbarossa, you could actually go and take over Bloodkelp Zone once we find out what's in there. You'll also lift the siege in Arborang, because there's nothing there to worry about. And hey, I can't believe these guys are actually alive. They don't often stay alive. Could have them fly around willy-nilly, but they're really kind of crappy units. I guess that stands to reason, so you get quite a lot of them on the cheap. But at least I can fly them in whenever needed. And they don't cost money, that's another good thing. Oh well, just patrol this area, make sure that we have a little bit of defense going. Alright, can't defend Arborang, still has some... Yeah, it's got these unlied units there now. Okay, right, go and convene in there. Some of you are having trouble getting there in time, but that's probably because you have some units. Yeah. Why don't you give them all over to the market trader? That way just one of us gets slowed down. There we go. Not too shabby. You guys will all get in there just fine as well. Barbaran, Sonic, search the Netherlands, then search Lutetia. Quite confident both will have sites for us. Continue to defend Tarsus. Continue to wonder why Tarsus is not better fortified. And we've got a big fort down here. I want a better one over here as well. The rest of you just patrol this area, except all those scrummy units. They're just going to stay inside because they will help with siege defense if it comes to that. Sadly, I have to pay them for the privilege. And we'll get construction next turn. Alright, my income's finally spiked up a bit. Nice change. You all have the hammers. I'm gonna want more hammers. But I also want that protective force stuff going, don't I? Well, actually, I've got all these pearls and I'm not putting them to any real use, so why don't we just do some alchemy? Earth gems out of pearls. Not that I'm using pearls for anything. There we go, problem solved. But to solve my problem even better, let's make sure they actually have the hammers. Forge hammer, equip hammer, and equip hammer. Time to mass build temples. No, my dominion sucks. I don't want my temples. Right, let's start. Wait, unrest 2. Oh, that was a waste. That was a big fat waste. I need another nature mage. You stink, Jaguar Tribe Priest, but at least there's not endless unrest in your province. Alright, ditch that hammer that you barely use. Go over to Mount Moon. That's where we'll get our nature mage. You can patrol with the Draconians. True, it'll take me aeons to get there, though. Flying, patrol strength 2.1, eh. I'll just leave Black Marsh to revolt. Look at that, it's not even a province worth considering. Right, what are you doing? You're going to go for that throne, which is fine. You get over to Tarsus. That should be good. Ah, they are coming for me now. Construction done. Enchantment on its way. Shar Sethile. Good name, by the way. We declare war upon your unholy nation. Okay. And I knew it, the Netherlands were holding out on us. They've got their own imperial quarry. And their enchanted tower. More earth. It's cool. I was talking about needing more earth gems. Alright, Belgium. I was talking about my soft underbelly, and this is it. Oh boy, this is it. I don't feel particularly ready for these guys, but I'm just going to have to be ready. I wonder if they're going to go for me at my capital. Oh well, no doubt about it, they're just going to squish me. But I'm interested to see any blesses. Their god is definitely online. We're way past that point. Where are their holy units? It's those massive... These guys, the flail-wielding guys. Why are they not blessed? We saw you cast Blessing. You're blessed, at least. Flaming weapons, air shield, magic leadership. Well, I don't care about magic leadership, and I don't use projectiles, so air shield is out of the question. Flaming weapons is kind of good for me because we have fire resistance, so we laugh at that. Anything else that isn't shown here, though? Fierce resistance, I'm pretty sure, is not part of his bless. That's kind of cool. Don't need to worry about that too much, although his sacred units are still pretty powerful. We've got a... Oh, figures we find that in Pangea. Do we get to keep it? No. Then it's probably launching or planning to launch some kind of attack there. Hyrule, money down, of course. Patrolling in Hailfire Peaks. Oh man, you were meant to help out, Silu, and I forgot all about you. That's on me. Right, now that we have the construction, even though I think this is a colossal waste of gems, I want to do it. I want to is the best reason to do anything anyway. So all of you guys, put your 4G things there. I want spirit helmets aplenty. And that's going to cost a lot of lightning storms on the enemy and liquidate my... there you go, it's going to liquidate my air gems. Probably not in a great way, to be honest. But it's a way. Plus, if the battle drags on, it's a good way to keep zapping down at the enemy at no cost to myself. All of you can just patrol here. They went for Belgium, and that's a hell of an army to come to Belgium with, but I'd be surprised if you're not going to go for my capital. At least if I'm in there, I can do stuff from there. Or maybe I could just patrol it and say, come and have a go. And you're patrolling, why not the rest of us patrol? As long as everybody has the order to do this. Although having them exhaust themselves on my walls is actually quite funny as well. Although if they bring in all of these armies, they could cause a fair bit of problem for me. The thing is, I have defense bonus. That's a lot of defense. You know what? Forget the patrolling. Sit there and... Oh, don't even preach, that's bad. Just sit there. Sit there and wait. All of you just move on in there and hope that he moves into here. If he raids me, that's pretty bad, but hopefully he's tempted to go for the capital. I shouldn't bother putting any more defense on it if I can avoid it. Yeah. Kind of a shame I don't have a mage there to throw at them as well. Ah, there's a thought. Even if I don't particularly want one, I should construct a temple here. And this is our throne. Throne of the Stars. Pretty useless, but at least we know that it's there. You can just wait there, actually. Breathing very uncomfortably underwater. As for you, Nyx, I want you to go over to Lutetia and claim it in our name. Lutetia, which needs some kind of defense, please. Yeah, that last one did nothing. Just keep it at 10. Barbarian, Sonic, you're also going to be checking out Lutetia. Yeah, you just preach while you're there. Actually, they managed to punch away our Dominion here, which is uncomfortable. And you guys have precious little to do. Just research. I think I have enough hammers for now. Yeah. Right. How about? I don't think I put monthly foraging on those spirit helmets. They are not coming from my capital. They took Morrowind. They took Redditch. They took Ainu. And they took Navarre. That's unfortunate. I really didn't want them to flank around me like that. Oh well, everyone got in here at least. All of you just wait. And I can also start divvying out some cool helmets. I mean, you already have Crested Helmet for Protection 14. I'm not really doing this for the protection, I'm doing it for the auto spell Lightning Bolt. Which, again, I might come to regret. Oh, that's right, I should also be giving you your extra zappy zaps. I don't know if the auto spell can miss. Feels like something that could. Precision 4 is actually kind of scary, isn't it? Funny if it misses. Trying not to give these to people with afflictions. I don't want to be too biased against my own units here, but come on. The able-bodied will be getting the good equipment. What a thuggy army. Probably a colossal waste of my air gems as well. Especially when I want to use them for calling down air summons. Because what I could do, in fact, is make myself some storm in bottles, which gives me the air gems that I need to... in fact, I should get on those, right? Those are a bit more important for summoning my air summons, and I will want those in battle soon, because it starts looking a little scary, doesn't it? There are a lot of them, as I like to say. Right, please construct our laboratory and temple, so I can finally get some nature mages on the go. You help out with the preaching, and you two site search Lutetia. You, Nyx, claim the Throne of Ascension. There were 4 nations, including my own, Surferosa. We have single-handedly eliminated 2 of them. Maybe not single-handedly, I mean the lizard people did nibble a little bit in Pangea, but I had already ripped their guts out. Now this is truly one-on-one. A glance at his scales shows that he has full order and full productivity with heat 2, possibly 3. Weird that he would have death scales. And a little bit of misfortune. Everyone went misfortune, it seems. But yeah, his scales are much better than mine, so he punches a lot more out of his provinces than I do. How many people have I personally killed? Oh, we can actually check that. Throne of the Moon is now ours. Nothing was in Lutetia. Aberdeen was fought over. Edinburgh's fought over. Oh, they're taking all of Scotland away from me. Sarmazegatuzo is undefended. Inaba's dying. Giant Castle is done. And Marvelous AQL is apparently a heroically tough individual with a ton of hit points. It's kind of bothering me that they're raiding. I really hoped that they would actually just take the fight with me. Guess they're not interested. Oh, by the way, disease healing. You know, I could give that to someone in our crew here. I'll give it to Dillis then. And that way we'll heal any diseases that are inside our party as we go along. But I think we're going to have to go along. Not the Draconians, I'll leave them behind. Alright, guess we go for it then. I kind of wish I had my bottles of wine for these people. That's why I'm trying to get myself you. Guess you guys just research or something. If I make my way down to Enchantment 7, it's Gift of Health. Now that's a big boon for us. Feels so wrong to have you just research here. Anyway, your experience. You have personally killed 148 units, all of them in melee. I'm not sure if it's the highest kill count in the game currently. Sadly, gods are excluded from the Hall of Fame. But Japanese Goblin has 290 experience with 70 kills. So yeah, I think we can safely say you've killed the most. Right, good job, Nyx. I didn't defend Loggy. A little antsy about exploring here. Really want to kill these invaders. I'm so surprised they're not sieging me down. Well, I guess we just gotta take the fight. Head over to Aberdeen, Sarmazegatuza, just try and kill as many of their armies as we can. We're all sacred here. We're all going to be regenerating. Worry about Nyx though. Maybe we can get Nyx into... I don't want to put Nyx in danger here. Ah, he can just chill out in Lutetia. Why don't you just wait there? I don't have any thrones for you to claim yet. Although Blood Kelp Zone... That's barely worth it, is it? It's like a gem a turn income. All of you are just patrolling here for now. As well you should. Pretty soon though, I'm going to want my air mages down to help out. And I'm a little antsy about their lack of protection, but I might just have to cope with that. Are we going to make do with these guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Could have an 8th. Tell you what, you can sit here with a hammer, and you can monthly forge more storm in bottles, so we always have more. The rest of you, and my god, managing items is incredibly tedious. This, I really hope, is fixed in Dominion 6. Click, 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 click. Click, click. Alright, there we go. Oh, but I need to give them the other thing, don't I? Click, 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 click. Good thing these aren't geriatrics. And it'll be the end of the game before they are. Click, 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 click. And I need an order for you, and your job is to simply summon air elementals twice. I don't know why they say they can't do it. You have 2 temporary air gems. Kind of weird that it says they can't do it twice. Anyway, after that, just cast spells. Save that and push it all the way down. Huh, is there any reason that it thinks they can't? 2 temporary air gems. I think you only need 1 to summon air elemental, yeah. And it's an air 3, so they don't have to spend an extra gem for it. I have no idea why it says it can't do it twice. If I gave you a spare air gem, would you suddenly say that you could? Yeah. Maybe the game has difficulty understanding that he has another spare? God knows. Anyway, go there and do your own thing. I need you guys to help out though. I'll have you in Tarsus first, and then you're moving down further. You keep the preaching going. They're kind of pushing us back on that. I might hate my Dominion, but I don't want you crossing over into the Rebel stronghold. Plus, it's nice to have some backup troops available. Oh, tell you what, I should get some temples around here so I can crank out more of my thugs. To that extent, Silu, you can't get to Brazil in time. Letheril? Anyway, you get over there, see if you can't get me a temple in Brazil. Scary fight here. There's a lot of them, there's a lot of us. It's red because your mage will exceed 100 exhaustion, so it needs 1 more to reduce exhaustion, so it can cast the second spell. Yeah, but it can just wait 1 turn and it'll be able to cast the second one. Yeah, it'll be fine. Well, I hope it'll be fine. If I lose all these guys in this fight, that's me in a lot of hot water. Right. Oh, crikey, I didn't defend Deep Canyon as usual. Right, Syria. They are actually fighting me here. My province... Oh, you guys were still looking after it. Sweet, you actually did attack rear. You gonna kill that mage? Fantastic. You guys aren't as useless as I frequently claim you are. They look so cool. Like, how could these be bad units? But not that great, are they? 20 slashing attack, but again, they're size 4, which is quite a weakness. Ah well, their ability to fly and attack the rear, and your ability to spam them if you have air gems is something. They did come over to the rebel stronghold. Ow. Undead? Sailing? Magic carpet? Whatever the case, they came here and I did not account for that. Oh, right, they took Edinburgh, so they came in through there. And they are besieging it down, a fair chunk. Huh. Huh. That's what I get for just allowing them to raid into me. Right, ooh, spoiler on that, I want to actually see this fight. There we go, that's why I like the helmet, just instantly starts zapping the enemy. Of course, the more you have, the more the effect is pronounced. The flyers completely failed, their projectiles are going to be quite useless. Hopefully, unlike the lizard people, these guys don't present a huge problem for me. The bear attacks are really short. They're decent attack skill, but we should still be able to repel it quite well. And there we go, zap, 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 zap. A lot of paralyzed bears that aren't going to use their big scary bear attack on me. They're trying to fly at me with wyverns, and those wyverns are now dead verns. Well, this is pretty damn sweet. The only issue I have currently, in my opinion, is supply. And that's why I want my nature mage operational, so I can build bags of wine. Zap, zap, zap. Full victory. Great. You Pangea? Centaurs? Tch, obliterated. Let's see their pathetic attempt at taking back their nation. Pretty naked there. Selfish beings lacking discipline. And now lacking their lives. There we go, mixed grill once again. And Albania, well, Albania actually not falling to barbarian holds. Right, walls are damaged, curing disease. What happened in Scotland? Oh, everything goes bad. Right, little concerned about the rebel wronghold. But my army here is clearly, clearly eating more than they are able to enjoy. Right, I really need to get these people some proper supplies then. Sadly, I can't really see the supply availability around here. I could pull them back into Syria. I could split them up. I could split them up and gun down Frankfurt Central Station. There's probably plenty of supplies out there. And Silu and Deerso can bring over additional supplies. Do I have my... No, I don't have my supply granting not cornucopia, but bags of wine just yet. Surfer Rosa could make me a bag of wine, but I'd rather you researched, because you're damn good at researching. I think I'll split the army. So that means I'll take from you to you, go on Navarra, and the rest of you go over to Belgium. And I guess I'll work on Frankfurt Central Station. I mean, it's a shame they're raiding me, but they're unlikely to be taking my forts. Then again, that's a big siegey army, isn't it? Kind of frightening in a lot of ways. Keep cranking out more thugs from here. Maybe it's a bad time to go searching in Eden Frine when you have enemies right on your neck there. You go and check out Brazil. I could have you help out the rebel stronghold siege. Yeah, I could give it a go. Ah, but you have to go via Edinburgh. I don't really want you to take Edinburgh alone. Although I suppose you could, couldn't you? Yeah, it's a little too risky. Go over to Mu, then rebel wronghold. These guys are still patrolling here. Maybe you could help out as well. Actually, you guys could take Edinburgh. You guys could all just move together. Yeah, go and slaughter Edinburgh, take the rebel wronghold, and then start doing our own counterattack. Don't know why I've been dragging my heels so much on this. And inside here, we have you making Storm in a bottle. And I actually... Did my air gem income plummet from something? Maybe there were a bunch of sites around here. Sky Split O. Copper mine. I feel like I had more air gems coming in before. Not that it's a big problem, I can alchemize more. You guys just hold out with the preaching until we lift that siege, and we will lift that siege. Silu, you just look after things over there. Deerso, patrolling, just doesn't seem right, does it? Defend yourself. Keep that helmet on. I'll call upon you when you're needed. Oh yeah, the Netherlands could also crank out some more units for me. If I put a temple there. Yo, more Dom 5. Oh yes. It's been a fairly caveman clubby operation using my, what I would term as my only useful units here. Although, looking at it, being able to get Air 3 mages anywhere was pretty damn good. Continues to, well, we can finally see it in action, can't we? Alright, here you are. Why did you cast Mist Form? I told you to cast not Mist Form, that's for sure. I guess I see this as an like a battle not worth casting air elementals. But they're temporary air gems, so why not just use them anyway? Yeah, it makes me all sorts of unhappy. They don't use gems if it's a done deal, but they're temporary gems. It doesn't matter. This guy has a gem. I think I gave him that on by accident, though. Having him cast Mist Form wouldn't be the worst idea, I think, actually. Keep him alive for much longer. How much does it cost to cast Mist Form? Oh, it's only fatigue cost 10. Alright then, screw the air elementals. First thing I want you to do is cast Mist Form to keep yourself alive better. And then... you don't need to do the blessing, others no blessing. Yeah, from there it really is just summon 2 air elementals and you're Gucci. Yeah, the Mist Form was a good idea. I shouldn't have overlooked that. Great way of keeping them alive, especially if they get immediately jumped. Tell you, these guys though, they didn't learn the manners. Everyone needs to know blessing, then attack. Now go and save the rebel wronghold from itself. I'm not usually good with hotkeys, but there's a lot of these that have trained to muscle memory by now. Anyway, break siege is Shift E. Should be able to turn those units inside out, so I hope. My economy still kind of sucks, so it's hard to put up reasonable province defense, but it's also, in a way, probably not worth putting up reasonable province defense. They are still ravaging us, though. They got the numbers. Oh wow, we're still overeating around here. Gluttony is actually starting to finally hurt me a wee bit. But I should now have you, Elkhorn. Your job is to permanently make me bags of wine, and I want you to have a hammer to do it cheaper. And I don't want you mysteriously dying to something, so I will add some actual province defense here. And I will... I wonder how well defended Deep Canyon is. Anyway, try and claw that back. Arborang is under serious attack. Holy cola. I don't really want to turn back and deal with that, but I should have taken their attack into me a lot more seriously. Why do your scripts contain bless twice? It's a holdover from when I had a lot of units. But right now it's also a good way to delay their movements. Helps them defend the Mage core that they're with as well. So we can just crush Frankfurt Central Station. But yeah, losing Arborang, I'd rather not, but turning around and saving it is a bridge too far. Let them have it if they really want it. As expected, enchanted gate and hidden gold deposit. Splendid, I do need the money. Frankfurt Central Station, time to die. I just love those lightning attacks. Feels so good. We are not lightning resistant, so I'm hoping we don't kill ourselves with it. We are starving over there, which is unfortunate. Probably going to get disease here and there, but we have regeneration, so disease doesn't matter that much. Timberwolf as well. Yeah, man, they are good at splitting up and raiding us pretty hard. Once again, I did not defend Navarra. Managed to take Deep Canyon. Right. We're trying to lift the siege of the rebel wronghold. Reasonable army, but let's see how this works out for us. Blessing, Mistform, Air Elementals. Go, my Air Elementals! Now these guys didn't get fully fatigued. That's weird, because it was a 100 fatigue spell to cast. Ah, those Draconians can come around the back and eat us, but we are blessed. Air Elementals. Yeah, pretty small, pretty fast. This poor guy's not looking too hot. Save my mages! Save them from these accursed wyverns. Ah, he couldn't be saved. Hopefully someone picks up his bottle. Ah, they're coming at us with fire elementals though, that's kinda cool. Cool, because we are fire resistant, so whilst we're not going to completely negate that 19 armor-piercing flame strike, we'll reduce it enough so that it's unlikely to actually do any serious damage, and since we use magical weapons, we laugh at their idea of using summons against us. An ice elemental or an earth elemental. Yeah, those would be a bit more of a problem for us. But those ethereal ones, no problem. So we actually got the Storm in the Bottle off of the dead Shimmering Pier, which essentially means his death was meaningless because we can just hand it over to someone else. Wait, your god was there? Sorry, I must have missed that as I was trampling you under my giant feet. Are you the god? Are you the god? Hey, there it is, Kappa! Kappa the Pretender God. I didn't steal your stuff. Oh, I was wondering where the extra air elementals came from, so they summoned them as well. Ah, that's actually a bit of a problem, because they can zap us, but what's not a problem is their ethereal protection-proof nature. And that's where he's getting all those, he's doing living fire. But, oh my goodness, you just get shanked! Disgraceful. I don't know if I was able to cast any injuries on you, but your god is down. Our undefended Belgian province is taken. Arborang is breached. Again, I'm pretty sure no one's in Arborang, so take it if you want it. I do, however, really want some... Wait, they don't have a... Oh, we haven't taken it. There should be a laboratory inside, though. Again, we can cure diseases with our mysterious cure-all, but do storm that castle, take it over, and keep those endless bags of wine coming in. In retrospect, we should have had those coming in a long time ago. And now, I don't want to defend the Rebel Wronghold anymore. Now has come the time for offense. And since we've got that storm in the bottle, I can just shove in someone else to join in the fun. Yeah, get over there. You'll get the storm in the bottle from the rest of the troops. Lutetia's making us thugs. Netherlands making us thugs, so we can replenish our numbers. Nyx is gonna hightail it over to Brazil, I think. Brazil is also gonna get a temple. Oh, bye-bye money. Go and search Brazil for magical sites. This raiding is unfortunate. Especially since they're pretty good at tearing down my forts, apparently. And I'm pretty good at ignoring the threat and pushing into them. But again, my land is generally crap, and their land is generally going to be better than my crappy lands. So I won't worry about it too much. Seeing Jake be able to play Dom 5 with his disdain of reading and anything in games gives me hope that I too could learn it, or should I wait for Dom 6? There's a write-up on my Google Drive It wasn't written by me, it was written by Fan of Gaming, but it's what taught me the game, and I highly recommend it. It's so good. It makes the game so much more digestible and easier to get into. Oh, you've actually got me pinned down. I hope there is a laboratory in Frankfurt so I can grab my my bags of drinking. I think I'll hold you guys out here and then we'll go for a larger attack here. And again, Arborang could finish up and be devilish as well. It's here to be bedeviled. So many mages. So many expensive mages researching as hard as they can. But hey, if we manage to get to Enchantment 7, Gift of Health is going to change a lot of things for me. I assume. Right, keep you there. Storm Frankfurt. Move into Edinburgh. He's probably trying to go for Shitatsu Sho. Once upon a time that was relatively well defended. Those times be gone now. I'm going to grab a bunch of you and have you go over to Shitatsu Sho instead. So you can aid with the defense there. The AI loves thrones. Why not use cheap researchers and stick research skulls and feathers on them? The feather's probably a good idea. A very good idea. I'd never consider using air gems on feathers because I think air gems are too precious. But yeah, that would have been an idea. The main problem is I don't have cheap researchers. Even my cheapest researchers are far too expensive. And with Drain 3, they are just awful. Right, that's a given. Frankfurt falls. Arborang is also a given that it falls. We've killed a surprising number of them, though. It's the first time we've actually lost a fort this run. And regrettably, the enemy is not starving. I was hoping I could at least starve them out of it. I think they're largely killing themselves. Well, works for me. Whatever gets them killed. Yeah, they lost 35, but we only killed 8. That was their fire snakes setting their own units on fire. Deep Canyon has given me a High Priest, who I think I have to pay for. Yeah. But you also come with a free army, which needs to get out of there on the double. Right, we need to move into there. I just want you to cast spells from behind, and I want you guys to just kind of hold an attack on the back line. Can you be given formation? No. Blessing, blessing, attack. And I want you two to break your way out of there as well. Yeah, even you guys. Hold an attack, rear, bless, attack. Shouldn't be too hard to tear them apart. Arborang, on the other hand, has got a scary number of units in it. Oh, look at Navarra! They want Frankfurt back. Right, I can finally start giving out bags of wine. That should stop me having supply issues. The idea of just having your drunk army is kind of weird to me, but... did anyone get diseased around here? It'll be the rank and file who got diseased, no doubt. Oh, not bad, actually. Not bad at all. Sweet. I thought the starvation would hurt a lot more than it did. It hurts morale, but we can eat now that we're in Frankfurt. Rogue Survivor's Brave Deeds. Battle Prowess. Who are those guys that I gave the breathing rings to? They were in here. I can't remember where I sent them. Are they part of the army here? Don't see any rings of breathing. It was Barbarossa and someone else. Where in the world did I stick him? Also Gil, not to press you too much on it, but I want a few more bags of wine just in case this becomes an issue. Tatsusho's holiday home, please keep that patrolled. I'm not going to put a fort on it. But I could. Remember, let the enemy remember that I could. Rebel Wronghold needs to get back to making me those, but I'm out of money. That's going to be a running theme. I have to stop making... Oh, I am no longer making you guys. Right. Get rid of you. What I do have are far too many of these. My sacreds. So if I could just send one person up there. Let's send Godzilla up there. He's going to grab the sacreds and bring them down, and that should bolster my army something fierce. Cybercop and Monica friends. Go and help out with Syria. Massive army in Frankfurt. You've spent 1 month looting and pillaging. Now we need to consider what we're doing. We could just march, since we have our wine bags, we could just march straight up, especially if we rip away any good thrones from them. They have the Throne of Air and the Throne of Autumn. I don't care much about Autumn, it gives death, but I'm maxed on death. The Air, on the other hand, their air shield doesn't do anything for them, but it would make my troops completely and utterly immune to all forms of, well, being shot. Is this the air thing or the death thing? Perhaps we just march on, uncaring. One problem is that Nyx needs to follow up to take that. Tell you what, Nyx, I want to give you some fancy boots. Oh, it's only Nature 1 for Mat Move plus 9. But it's Mat Move 18 with 2. Too low level, though. Thistle Mace is also higher. Oh man, I want your research prowess. But I suppose at this point it's not too big of a deal. Alright, I want you to forge those fancy boots. Any better boots? Get him over there on the double, that way you can do thrones a lot easier. Faster than the fastest unicorn, they say. You can hold on to that, I think. At least it's magical. But Nyx does still need to move. Where is he right now? He's over here. We'll get you into... I don't want to move you here because if they attack you here, then that's very, very bad. How about we put you into Lutetia? That way you can grab the shoes. That's also not great, is it? The thing is, you need to be in a place with a laboratory in order to equip magical items, and Lutetia's the closest, so Lutetia it is. You two also move over to Lutetia for now. You have not yet searched Brazil, do so now. Laharl, I would like more thugs out whenever we can. I think I'll stop making thugs at far back. Does that count as far back? Too far back for me. I think a lot of recruitment got cancelled because of my lack of funds. Need you for Sarmazagatuz, I might need you for God knows what, just preach while you're there. As for all of you, somebody owes you... There we go, the bottle thing, there we go. Where do we go from Edinburgh? Forlorn, Bobom, Sarmazegatuza, we could counter-raid like that. Ugh, but Forlorn Muskeg has dire supplies. But if I go there, I might corner the units on Navarra, and I like the idea of putting them to sword. Let's go. Oh yeah, a labyrinth of skulls were located in Brazil. 1 death. We've not been using death at all, which is kind of a shame. I've really not been using Mage well at all. Look at all these gems being put to waste. They were there for an emergency. If I was pushed harder by the lizard people, I was ready for evocation spam on them. Syria shouldn't have been a problem. Still shouldn't be a problem. We're fire resistant. Well, we're fire retardant. It'll still hurt a little bit, but not enough. Oh, my poor militia won't enjoy it, though. The militia's already running? Oh, of course they are. But they should run into the fort. Let's see. 22, 10 of them made it back. A lot of those militia just died, but those were free spawn, and I had to pay for them, so I didn't really want them anyway. Draconians dying like flies as usual, but Syria's back in my control. Freeze Easy Peak. This is the main army on the march. Oh god, I just love that zap. If you just equip everyone with those helmets, you just zap the entire army before it even comes to battle. Of course, that's monumentally expensive on air gems, and there are many better ways to spend it. But I like the way that it also takes down the fleers. They barely got anyone. No, they only got 2 people to run away in time because we kept zapping them as they ran. Aberdeen. Yeah, that's it. Just taking out my my guys there. Brazil is under siege, but that shouldn't be a big problem. Hailfire Peaks. They're really good at splitting up and doing me. What the hell are these things? Burgmeister Guards. The elite guard of the Habsburg Burgmeister. 14 protection? Barely any damage in your square. Kind of pathetic. Do I have to fight that? I do. I gotta fight those things. They're gonna tear me apart. 15 defense skills. Scary. Anyway, yeah, they're ripping through me here. Ah, that's nice Phantasmal Warrior spam. I always like to see it. Well, as long as it's on my side. If it's not, it's a royal pain. And this is their big army that took out Arborang. Taking me out as well. Lethal Avalanche gives me Earth Gems. They can't hurt us in Brazil. They're probably going to go for Letitia from here. Next, put on your fancy damn boots and get the heck out of there. Look at the speed at which this man can fly. That move of 32. I'm going to send you over to. Get over to Train Valley and then around. The flags are kind of similar. It's hard to tell at a glance what they have. Bothers me that they managed to take Hellfire Peak. So those mercs? Yeah, that's the elite warriors there. Huh. Also, with the fancy boots made, you get back to research. Supply usage here isn't that terrible, but you go and take out Mumbo Mountain, and I think we might just push past Mumbo Mountain. I realize I'm leaving myself very open to being sieged up here, but if I just push up here, I can take their capital. And with their capital gone, their ability to recruit all their fancy units is largely gone. Yeah, man, the idea of these guys just coming and crushing that capital is just delectable. But that leaves me with very little to deal with these massive armies. And look at that, they could actually take Syria quite easily. I'm suddenly having second thoughts. Turn around, save Syria. I don't want that thing to fall. It's a hefty amount of units as well. Could be that they get enough to one-turn crack Syria. Although, it's a big wall. But if they bring in these as well, that's a problem for me. Bring in a little extra just in case. Yeah, you guys go that way and we go here. Let's not double down on his capital. There will be other capitals. You'd die in Deep Canyon of that, I'm certain. You guys have searched Brazil. Although I don't get the... Oh, you guys are pinned down now, aren't you? By just dispossessed spirits. Why don't you all break out of there? I want to see what these mages can do unscripted. You got little else to do but preach there. Five idols, that's okay. Jake, I believe a little earlier you referenced a guide or something that makes Dominions more digestible. I missed the details. You know what? I will just link it in chat. Let's make it easier for everyone. I have a Google Drive link that has loads of downloads and information and mods for various games that I stream. And no one ever knows about it, even though I mention it all the time and I keep it permalinked on the Discord. But here we go. Dominions 5, right up. Make a copy. And... Oh no, that made a copy. I wanted a link to it. Look, tell you what, here's just the link to the whole drive. You might find other games that seem interesting to you. There you go. Fully useful stuff. I assume that worked. Let me check my own link. Great, didn't accidentally link the Forbidden Toho folder. Right, carry on. Mumbo's Mountain. You go down, continue to cleave our way through. It's fine, my strategy has just become more giants. But you know what? It's really hard to argue with the performance of these giants. I really think the rest of these units are garbage. But I would be very interested in seeing somebody use this nation with scales only. Your rank and file I do think are rubbish, but the mages are good. 3 Earth Mage and 3 Air Mage on demand, and a lot of cross-pathing going on. It is good. Ah, crumbs, I forgot about Frankfurt. I didn't even try to defend it. Are those giants? No, actually. The sacred units are tied to my capital, but the sacred commanders are not. And that's why I've been cranking out these master champions. They're twice as expensive as my regular units. But they have better attack, better defense, 2 more hit points, and they can take armor, and they can bless themselves, of course. So let's see what these off-script mages do. Astral Shield's a good call. I didn't catch what you did, but you probably did Earth Skin, since you have natural protection 20 now. Just a few spirits in that, this should be fine. Animate the dead, a fire shield, and he's going on in! I love combat mages, it's just so cool. Yeah, you could sit back and twirl your moustache, or you could run in and set fire to bears for a hobby. Yeah, and he did. Roasted the rider, roasted the whole hog. Love combat mages. So, not a problem. Navarra, is that a problem? This is us doubling back, right? It is, and oh boy, that's an army. That's a real army. That's AI economy army. They got flyers for the Brat Pro, wyverns and great eagles. They got mages, they got bows, they got fire drakes, they're bear riders, rank and file. They got loads of their sacreds. I did kill their god though, right? More bears, more flying griffin things. Not a lot of casters, although they're kind of hidden in here. So we've got air, we've got astral. Ooh, crumbs, we got rights. Those are a pain in the bum. And my army's very small. And these aren't even the ones that have the thuggy items. So let's hope that we put those air gems, those temp air gems to good use. You actually got shot. See, it did 6 points of damage, but Mist Form actually reduced that. Alright. Get those air elementals going. I hope my enemies don't use magical weapons. Was that one of my guys dying already? Doesn't look like it. Looks like a scout died, so I think that was a griffin. Alright, numbers game is not in my favor. Let's hope those giants can hold the wall, and let's hope those mages can survive the great eagles. I think one of my mages already died, no questions asked. Yeah, Paperboy just crumpled. This does not look good for me. We are flanked to hell and back. Yeesh. Suiciding a mage to cast Doom to curse that entire army might be worth it. I've never actually cast that spell before. Maybe it would be worth it. Yeah, Jings, their harassers in the backline alone are causing me problems. These giants are just surrounded and about to die. Regeneration 20% isn't going to get you around all of that. That can help, though. And those, yeah, my air mages are dead before they could cast out more airs, so I'm going to lose quite a lot here. All those air in a bottle things that I had, they are certainly gone. I think you're trying to retreat now? Oh, not yet. Wow, they... Ah, here we go. Croatian Smoker is getting away. Their archers are getting involved. Some of my backline are surviving here, and even proceeding on. Suicidal? Maybe, but the enemy is starting to rout. In fact, Shar Sethial have routed. These broken bodies right here survived. Oh god, this guy doesn't feel so good. He decayed. Oh, he decayed to death. Wow, what a rout. And not all of those guys are gonna rout into a safe place. Jesus. That is mondo undeserved. We picked up the Storm in the Bottle, so we saved a lot of those, a lot of gems that we spent on those. And whilst we didn't kill that many, well, actually we killed 218. Rivens. Yeah, but their retreat, okay, the Croatian Smoker ran away, but that retreat's going to be very costly for them. Good job! Wouldn't have made that without the additional air mages, that's for sure. But damn, that was Pyrrhic, because I lost a lot of my own there. Eden Prime as well, apparently. Don't think it'll be a big fight. Oh, it's just those little annoying hobbity guys. They are powerful, though. Look at that, they slaughter my dudes. They really are elite. Frankfurt Station is under siege. Mumbo Mountain's starving, but it's also breached. So let's go and storm the castle and take it over. How's Frankfurt doing? Not well. That will not be well for long. Oh my god. So, what happened to Venus? They lost an arm. They have a never-healing wound, they have a chest wound, they're weakened, they're limp, they're mute, they're crippled, and they're diseased. Not a good day to be them. They're really hoping Gift of Health comes up within their lifetime. There's my Croatian smoker who ran away. How about we, like, backtrack over to Tarsus? Can we even get over there? Some of us can. Maybe go to Forlorn Muskeg and then back to Tarsus. This place gets a token defense on it. But I was hoping to save Syria. They haven't attacked Syria, which is quite nice. I'm going to put a token defense there just so I know when they're coming. Otherwise, keep the recruits coming in. I can barely make any, just make one a turn. Lack of resources because they've cornered off my capital. Ah, damn, these little guards, they're a pain in my bum. And he's raiding pretty well. He's taken over pretty much everything I've taken away from the reptile boy. But my core army is still there, stuck in Mumbo Mountain. Once we take that over and storm it, I will have more wine to keep the army operational. But I've also really lost out on a lot of my units. Making more of these air guys. I think I will give them each air and a storm in a bottle. And have them come and help out. They do die disappointingly quickly. There's an idea of me actually giving them some proper armor, but I want to focus everything I can on researching better. A mist form, get those air elementals up. And you can just go straight over to Forlorn Muskeg in case that ends up being a problem. Aid with the defense there. But there's Nyx. Nyx needs to capture the Mumbo Mountain for me. Go over to Tarsus and then Mumbo. Let's speed of this Nyx. Breaching there for no good reason. Here's our defense. I want you over in Deep Canyon. Hopefully I don't regret this. Elite Hobbergs are actually very good, but they get completely clapped by spells or Frost and Heat Aura, which can fatigue them, and that they do. Hey, I thought we freed up Brazil. Why is it showing in red here? Don't know. Oh, there's no laboratory that they're linked to. Should we build a lab here? I guess so. That's losing me all these beautiful gems, so yeah, get me that lab. I guess while you're there, just take a turn to research. Oh, there's no lab to research in. What am I doing? Can't even cast anything. Alright, you guys just chill out here for a wee bit. Although, maybe I could go and deal with these little Habsburgy things. Take out the Hailfire Peaks and then work your way down. And then yeah, man, shame my economy sucks because I want more of my thugs out. I could turn my air and my fire gems into Doth. Do I have alteration, actually? It's not as good as transmute fire, but I can do distill gold. 15 gold per gem. That would be a monumental waste of fire gems. But at this stage in the game, money would be welcome. Hopefully I have a Fire 3 mage. You look like Fire 3 to me. Let us distill that gold. Let's do 100. Yeah, let's do 120 of them. Bang. Get me some money. Get me some much needed money. There are people watching that are wincing to that. They would never do it. But right now I need money for my thugs. So let's carry on. 2,000 gold, very welcome. Hailfire Peaks, hopefully not a problem. Oh yeah, just these little useless guys. Forlorn Muskeg. I believe I've brought in some extras here. Mistform and Elementals and... So these tiny little guys, they get squished real nice. I don't know how exactly you get squished under a cloud that is ethereal, but they do. God, I love air elementals. Now, if you can combine air elementals with also having... we grabbed their Skull Staff. Skull Staff's a nice one. If you combine air elementals with also giving them natural protection, then they are a serious thing to worry about, because then you can no longer poke them to death with magical weapons pretty much for free. Air elementals, much like fire elementals, don't have protection. For defense, they rely on their ethereal nature. But if you give them protection, oh, they are something else. Of course, that relies on some pretty hefty spell casting or a lot of light fluffing. Navarra. Problem child of all provinces. This must be the remnants of the ones that ran away from me. They're still just clubbing my provincial defense to death. But I'm generally holding, although I'm getting raided to hell. All the while, I am ravaging their core. After Mumbo Mountain, I'm going to take out their capital. I love that zapping. It's so cool. And this is very low level zapping. What are we even zapping here? Oh, I think it was some kind of willow. Oh, a nasty decaying will-o-wisp. You, Marvelous AQL, are probably going to die to that. Oh, I think you survived. Yeah, wow. I mean, you are old as balls, but decay just causes you to age rapidly. And you can age to death, but at least giants live a bit longer than humans. Deep Canyon, obviously. Lutetia battle I was not looking forward to. Oh, but it's just those bloody Habsburgs again. At least they can't siege to save their life. Frankfurt main station is under serious siege. I don't particularly want to lose it. I went to great lengths to take it. But I'll tell you what I will grab are some more bottles of wine. Because I do not want this army to starve on me. And it's very easy to starve with so many large gluttons moving around. There we go. I'll go with the whole hog. I'll make sure their supply usage is almost negative. God, Marvelous AQL doesn't feel so good. Oh my gosh. Right. Let's set up something resembling a defense force around here so it doesn't easily get stomped over. Nah, waste of money. Waste of money. Just put in a small amount. Marvelous, you set up a temple and pretty much just spend the rest of your decrepit life preaching there. The rest of us march on Ser Sethiel's capital. When that falls, they're in a very bad space, despite all this raiding. As long as I hold their capital, I should be able to re-raid all this land back, and then turn my attention to the last corner on the map. Whoa, you do not feel happy with all of those, do you? Right, you guys just should generally all get out of there. It's not a happy place for you. Maybe go over to Mumbo's Mountain. Nothing wrong with old Mumbo. Although it might be better to retreat into my domain, because I will very soon have Gift of Health, which I can use to deposit some of the more crumbled versions of you. Hey, actually, we have Tarsus. We can go over there. We could spend a turn building up a temple there as well. Actually, the ones that don't need to worry about that could just move along. Let's give these over to the mages, who can actually use them. They can only use one, though. Double stacking the same item very rarely actually helps in any way. Huh, they're all full of them now. Oh, you're not. At least you wouldn't be if you dropped that lodestone amulet onto someone else. There we go. So, you guys go over to Tarsus. I do want Tarsus to be given a laboratory, though. Hey, Hanseatic Pirate, you get over there and build a lab for them. The rest of you... yeah, the rest of you go over to Mumbo's Mountain. There's a laboratory there already. You can shift out your items. Or these guys. In that case, one of you come over here. Then you don't have to go there. I'll send you over. That way you can grab one of the bottles and build a laboratory. Yeesh. Just in pain by the sheer amount of provinces my enemy has. Right, at least I can bolster my army something fierce with you, Godzilla. Grab a bag of wine. And hit the town, I guess. And give you this enchanted sword instead of a spear, but that would be more damage for not much gain. Hold an attack, I guess. Blessing is not enough for all of this. But you will soon be meeting up with other people that can do a lot of proper blessing. And actually, why even line up? That just invites being flanked. That might sound weird, but at least if we're in a big circle, we can kind of attack it. Does that even make any sense? I don't think it does. Well, whatever. I want you down here. We have a lot of problems down here. And you made me all the money, so you can get back to researching with your similar kind of people. There's a lot to be said for shoving them over to Mumbo's Mountain. Get a lot better research done without that drain. Not so sure they can get there quickly, and I really want Gift of Health thrown up. Though Gift of Health won't help me so much without my Dominion spreading over there. But again, my Dominion sucks. You go and preach that Dominion over there. You guys all preach and marvel at the fact that Syria is still alive. You guys go and aid Syria being alive. Oh, that's right, Lutetia's under siege now, but that's just with the little Hallberg crummy guys. You could actually go and kill those crummy guys, and other guys could go and claim some of these provinces. They just went away. Counter raiding. You guys don't even need to patrol here very much. I'd actually rather you went and helped out with the counter raiding. Grab this land back so I can just push them back to where they belong. They're probably going to turn their attention over to Sharsethial when I start putting that under siege, but too bad for them. Yeah, instead of preaching, why don't you actually help out with the counter-sieging? Go and take Redditch, for example. I have some crummy units here to help with the defense. Kind of. Don't know what to do about this helmet, I'll just store it. Maybe someone could put it to good use. Someone with a lot of units that they need morale for. Maybe the leader of all of my actual units. They have good morale, but that doesn't stop them from running entirely. So, market trader, there's your nice fancy helmet, and that's going to make all these units have even better morale. Alright, I'll take it. Do so, you're still there. You guys need something to do. I built a laboratory here, and I don't even know why. You're not under siege or anything. They wanted you guys. Getting hard to site search now. It's a little dangerous to move around. Why don't you guys just help me out by researching? I don't think more site searching is going to help me out at this point. As for you guys, Eden Prime's okay, Timberwolf Mountain. From Timberwolf you can always go down to Bobomb. You just wait there, I have little use for you. Alright, go. You can cast a death spell from Alteration that gives the entire battlefield 15 vulnerability to normal weapons since air elementals do magic lightning damage. The way I see it is they're going to get hit by magical weapons, which is the pain anyway. I'd rather give them mundane defense so that it works against magical weapons. Okay, Eden Prime first up. Easy victory, but let's be sure of that. Splat, 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 splat. Dead. Took a while, but you got it done, Master Champion. Redditch. This is me spreading out and counter-sieging. Bless, bless, and okay, they still have a fair few around here. At least they could set fire to their own guys, but that's a nasty amount of flanking for Mars the Master Champion. Come on, God of War. Hold the flank. Defend like your life depends on it. He doesn't have any experience, so he's not particularly good at this. Every bit of experience gives you more morale, more attack power, more defense power. And I want both of those, both so that I can repel and both that I can not get hit. Oh, well, down goes Mars. I'm not so confident we'll have this. Again, we're not very killy. So when we get mobbed like this, it's hard for us to actually deal the damage. If we had something like... Oh wow, this poor guy. If we had Fear or Area of Effect, anything, that would help out a lot. So you just got absolutely shredded on poison damage. But regeneration does out-heal the poison. You take 1/10 of your poison damage each turn, so if you get hit for 32 poison damage, you'll take 4, then 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Generally, it'll kill you slowly, but if you have regeneration, that really works to your benefit. I can't believe we actually won in Redditch, at the cost of Mars. Right, Timberwolf Mountain. Yeah, easy win for my easy life. And Aberdeen. It's risky with these counter-sieging because I don't know where his big main chunky armies are, but we seem to be doing pretty well. Now his capital. Remember, we have so many bags of wine that we cannot starve anymore. Even if he removed all of the supplies, we'd still be okay. And that blessing. And we zap him even before he enters combat. Curiously, does zapping with the helmet activate Blood Surge? I don't think I killed anyone with the zapping though, so I shouldn't get too excited about it. These guys have decent hit points after all. There we go. How Thermopolis should have gone. Right. Immediate breach on the capital. Forlorn Muskeg is undefended as usual. Timberwolf has feuding lords. Siege from the little midgets in Lutetia. And the walls are only damaged in Frankfurt, but it is going to go down soon. Before they even get a chance to think about it, we're going to storm their capital. We're going to steal their gem income and their ability to make their fancy units. Mambo Mountain has a little bit of defense going there. Ooh, 2 more turns and I'll have Enchantment 7 for Gift of Health. Then what do I want? I don't know. I don't really go for evocations right now. I'm more about conjuring things, and we already have the good conjuration. I think I could consider other globals, couldn't I? I have good blood access, nature access, earth magic access, riches from beneath. Riches from beneath does boost money a little bit, but more resources than money. And besides my... Oh, I've got a fair bit of that. I might do riches from beneath regardless, just start getting the globals up. Could also do Earthblood Deep Well. In fact, why don't you start with that? Why don't you cast riches from beneath? You guys did good. Get a bit of defense on Redditch. Is this always a fort? I don't think so. Take back Morrowind. You guys go around to Belgium. I know, I'm barely putting down any defense here, but I really don't think it's worth my very limited funds because the AI can just run in and do ungodly damage anyway. Take over Bob-on Battlefield. Eden Prime is ours once more. You want to try your hand taking out those little stabby guys? It might work, it might not. Barrel of whiskey will even help out. Yuan Shi in Brazil and Boomer, they can't make it there in time. But hey, they could go into Sarmazegatusa. Hey Nix, you made it! Time to claim your Throne of Ascension. We currently have only 1, 2, 3 points. How many points is this worth? Doesn't actually say, but I think it's a level 2 throne. What is it? Throne of Air. That's certainly 2. Throne of Air 2. So I'll end at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points out of 12 needed. That's alright, you can always win by total annihilation. Ooh, this poor bugger's gonna die without something to get rid of that nasty disease. His sniffles are just overcoming him. Funny thing is, with all of these guys, I could preach the enemy's Dominion away. But I think it's more cost effective to tear down his temples. Can't get over here now, the rivers start to work against me. But get over to Edinburgh regardless. And with all you guys, I don't need to defend Tarsus so much, although, wasn't the idea to split the magical items a little bit? Have you guys help out? Where are all my... Oh, my mages are over here. Right, I don't want to lose these excessive bottles. Also, I can deposit that death thing. I don't have any death mages, I think. Well, these bottles are nice for temporary air gems. Could go to Forlorn Muskeg. Would be nice to just really stick the fork in these guys, but I don't have the... I don't have my thugs ready for that. Spam out some frost brands. You got like 1 billion water gems. True, I do not have 1 billion water mages though, because for some reason I didn't decide to... Oh wait, no, that's not true at all. I do have a lot of water mages. I have rather a lot of them. Yeah, you know what, I don't think I'm even bothered going to use using my hammers for this. It'd be a pain to assign. There we go, that's a healthy amount of water gems. Hey, you could help out as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 frost brands coming out. Yeah, I could save a few gems if I assigned the hammers, but that's a royal pain to do. But yeah, these guys, they're great now, but with the frost brands, they would do area of effect attacks, and they'd be so much more killy. Good thinking, I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Actually, I will go the extra mile on these guys and give them the hammers. And the ones that I do give the hammers to, I'll set them to do this monthly. That way I'll have huge amounts of frost brands. So of them, these guys that have those, forge monthly. I swear there's a hotkey for that. Is it M? Yeah. There we go. Now our frost brand problems are dealt with. Well, the killy problem is dealt with. You go and help out with that. Who thought this would be such a thug-heavy run? You're storming that castle. Marvelous AQL feels so bad. I don't like these guys being stuck where they are. But I don't have an easy way out for them. And I don't want them to fight on their own either. They need to fight as part of an army. Honestly, they could join this army. This army could do with some extra fluffing that would come with some air mage evocations. Hell, if I had massive amounts of alteration, I could do Mist Army, and these guys would be very hard to kill. But I don't have any... Wait, that's evocation. Alteration. Yeah, Fog Warriors, very expensive, very high level, and would cost air that I don't have. What about you guys, though? You're kind of just farting around here. Why don't you go and join the Edinburgh crew? Yeah, that makes a bit of sense. Get in there and then go and attack from there. You're just waiting to die pretty much. Same with you. Although, you know, I could actually bring you two out to somewhere that has some reasonable dominion, like Lethal Lava Land. That way you might eventually become able to fight again. Alright, Riches from Beneath, successfully done. Battle in Redditch. With a proclamation. Is it a proclamation that I killed all of your little harpies? Because I don't think it is. Oh, Lu Bu is their prof. I better be scared of that. Another battle in Redditch. They weren't satisfied with just one. I never use that call down the eagles thing. Do you get to keep the eagles if they win? Because that would potentially make it worthwhile. That was tighter than I'd like. Sarmazegatuza. At least this is almost all me attacking him. There we go. Kill the Banes, kill the everything else. Morrowind. Oh, it's just soloing here, but you should be fine. Get the kill, get the blood surge, get the experience, continue to kill. And Lutetia is us against the midgets. You know, some people never look at these fights whatsoever. The way I see it, those people have lost their souls. Lost their passion for dominions. So the funny thing about these wee buggers is that they don't hit very hard. But there are a lot of them and they're kind of hard to kill. Fortunately, we can get past their pretty hefty defense skill with blood surging our attack skill. So finally, those little bastards are dealt with. Permanently? Probably, because we took out the commander. Bob on battlefield. Done, no problem. And the battle at the fortress, the enemy capital. Boing! Let those zaps come. You know, thinking about it, it probably was not worth the air gems making all those helmets, but... Well, from a gameplay perspective it wasn't, but from a I am having fun watching it perspective... Zap. Pretty good at zap. See, some of those guys are now paralyzed and unable to attack. It's also armor negating damage. And magical, so I could just smack this fire elemental with a zapping, for example, and have him disappear. Oh, nice. Bit of mage core here to take out. Chomp. Chomp. Yeah, eat that. Provincial income down. The walls are severely damaged here, I imagine. 200 out of 500. We could turn around and save Frankfurt. Question is, do we turn around to save Frankfurt? Let's not forget our friends here. Can you influence the position of troops in battle? Oh yeah, absolutely. See this? This is where you line up where your troops are. I'm not using it much because I actually want my units to just be a big bulk here. But yeah, you could do, I'm going to have a little box here, and I'm going to have certain ones over here, da-da-da-da-da. And then you can also impact their formations. Well, I'm just using line here for you. And you decide what their first 5 turns are going to be, and what they're meant to do after that. Cast spells, attack. There's a lot of fancy things you can do with this. Ton of it. But I'm using a very caveman approach here. There was a lot more finesse in my approach in the last session, because I was going a lot more mage heavy. This, though, finesse is not a word I'd use to describe any of the actions I'm taking. Right, I've got their capital. The bulk of their units are over in Frankfurt and around here. I'm not going to turn around to Frankfurt. I do want to save Frankfurt, but I'll probably just grab what I can from around here and shove it over there. I'm going to defend Morrowind and Deep Canyon in the hopes that he can't fight back with much from Arborang. Maybe a little more than that. There we go. And yeah, you guys are heading over to Frankfurt to try and help it. Reddit should, well, let's actually put a bit of defense around here so that they don't strike out from here or here too hard. I need to pile up my units before we go into Frankfurt. Get over there, get over there. And you know what? I would like these guys to start using my frost brands. You can't cold weapons? That was weird. Anyway, 2 frost brands on you, 2 frost brands on you. You guys are going to go out and hand out some of those frost brands, and if you 2 can help out, that's great. You can't bring frost brands, sadly. You guys are looking a-okay. How about you eventually join in the fun? Or maybe just hold out against Arborang and keep it pinned down. I don't particularly need these people to be any more killy. That's not really what the frost brands are for. The frost brands are more for this group, much smaller, much more in need of killing harder. And that's what's going to happen right now. Except there's no temple in Edinburgh. Wasn't I going to build one in Tarsus? Pretty sure I moved people to Tarsus explicitly to build a temple there. Not a temple, a laboratory. Lack of labs and the front line's actually hurting me here. Can we make it a Mumbos? No. Okay, tell you what. You build me a temple right here. You get out here. You guys just run away and live. You get over here to Edinburgh if you can. And I want a couple more mages. Actually, I don't need the temple because you can move into Edinburgh and bring a whole bunch of Frostbrands with you. I reckon I'll just give one each rather than going ham and giving them two each, although it would make them ultra killy and amuse me greatly. Anyway, into Edinburgh with a whole bunch of you guys. I certainly didn't want a temple, let alone a laboratory here. No money, just hold still for a little bit. So other than you, who's free? You're meant to be continually forging me the fancy bottles, but I think we're out of that, so just get researching for now. You guys also get researching. Rosa, enchantment could be ours real soon. You guys just hold out there, maybe preach a little bit for the heck of it. The Netherlands, I don't really need my thugs out of there anymore. We are pushing back the enemy. Make no mistake, they are our enemy. Sea Space, Caleb. Shouldn't need any more of you guys, but get over to potentially Navarra. You guys are all just hanging around here. You guys go and do Forlorn then. As for Nyx, he's mostly there to claim thrones, so he should just sit here and preach for the time being. All of you guys defending here, though. What do we do? We could go as one big barrel of fury, or I could split you up. I do like the barrel of fury, though. Maybe I'll go and take out what they have in Aldorf and then work my way south. I'm hoping that everything else can take care of flank. Well, actually, why don't I go to North Face and push my way up? That way they have nowhere to run except for their own capital. And if they go for the capital, they're going to be pinned down there for me to slaughter them. That's an even better idea. Boy, I'm full of good ideas. I'm having one hell of a bad day, says Kevin the Caveman, but as for many years, Jake's smooth speech is enough to cheer me up somewhat. So, can we put that in RimWorld terminology? What's your mood percentage, and what's the mood boost from Jake is streaming? As expected, they did decide to go for their old capital. They're going to take care of the problem. Yeah, that province defense is already dead. Wait, no, not quite. Did they intercept me on the way out? I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. I was moving away from there, I thought. Huh, don't know what to make of that. There's still a fight. A sizable fight. Fortunately, their units are quite chunky. They don't swarm me quite as badly as the lizard people did. And they don't trample me like the lizard people did. But my gosh, those are some big scary eagles. Don't be too scared though. They can and will be defeated. In fact, I think they've already morale broken and they're running away. Look at that. They're setting fire to themselves. We're blood surging all the way along the ranks. We're zapping them. And Ainu Boat Merchant is taking the front lines. He is not afraid at all. Although he is frightened of battle. That's a different kind of fear. Oh man, we're the ones going in for the flank. Sweet. Envelop them. Who's this bozo? I think he's my province defense. Why is there province defense? I thought I was moving. Oh wow, who is this baller? Toga token. I don't think he's going to survive too long. He's getting shanked. And he is decaying. There comes a point where you just cannot keep all your units alive, no matter how much you thug or super combat them up. A lot of high-end spells can just eradicate someone as they stand. Wow, Toga token's actually going to survive all of this. Jeez, unless he decays away to death. He's certainly hurting for it. But I think he survived. Why was there a fight there, though? I don't get that. Oh, we only lost 2 out of 81. See, I was pretty sure I ordered them to move over to Aldorf. Or north-facing forest, or just generally moving them, but instead I got attacked. Strange. Anyway, I killed their god again. We found an amulet of missile protection and a dancing trident. I don't really care about either of those, but it means that one of my dancing trident wielders died. Forlorn Muskeg. Yummy. Frankfurt has been breached. That's a problem. We have one chance to go and save it. I am periodically curing troops from disease, which is kind of a nice touch. I never normally carry around an elixir for that. Leon S. Kennedy and Volcanon are well known. Oh god, Leon doesn't feel so good. Lost an arm, lost an eye, his only eye. Never healing wound, chest wound, weakened, mute. Leon, maybe you should just construct a temple and chill out there. Unitech, perhaps you should just preach there. I'm gonna pull out the people that are just horribly dying here. Brute Queen, yeah, Japanese Goblin, you can still fight. Toga Token, you also just sit there and preach. Doesn't hurt you to preach. But the rest of you are moving on out to the north-facing forest. Frankfurt Central Station, we have to defend you now. Divvy out the Frostbrands. Aeromorph, you can have one. Dragon's Dogma Fanboy can have one. Factoria Engineer, go and give one over to Yuan Shi. That's not a lot of Frostbrands, but it was the most I could get on short notice. The Smoor, you're going back inside. We're not having you as part of this fight. The rest of you, go and save Frankfurt. Insofar as it can be saved. Florida Man can't get there in time. Or could he? I could give him the boots. You know what? Let's go absolutely mad. Nyx is going to surrender his boots to Florida Man. And Florida Man is going to equip his boots and two swords and a bag of wine. And with that, he is going to charge into Frankfurt Central Station. A German's worst nightmare. So you can actually fight with 2 or even 4 weapons at once. You take an attack penalty for every length of weapon you have beyond your ambidextrous skill, which is nothing for most people. But it does mean that you can... Oh, no, thinking about it, the most arms I think you can have is 6. If there's a way to get more than that, I do not know. Well, there is a Bless that gives arms, so you could have 7 arms. So you could walk in with 7 Frostbrands, or whatever weapon you want, and just slice everything around you to pieces. But you would probably want a shield, at least one shield on you. Leon needs some herbs, yeah, he needs to roll them all up. Can you guys get to Frankfurt? No, but you can go to Navarra. Please do try and save Navarra. Nice to push them out. It sucks that you got Arborang, but there's not a lot you can do with Arborang at this point. You two get over there. I'm going to have 2 of you head over to Morrowind. You guys are not within range of Frankfurt Central Station, but you are in range of Novgorod. Let's move on Novgorod. Who the hell's this? Oh jeez, Flawn! Flawn actually was able to remain hidden for the whole time. Go and check out what's happening in Tall Mountain, please. Venus and Nancy, you just sit back and chill. You have served your god well. And once I get Gift of Health up, you can serve your god once more. Even in death, you serve. Otherwise, let's get a little bit of evocation going and a little bit of thaumaturgy going. It's kind of the I don't know what to invest in decision there. Let's divvy out these Frostbrands to the people that can use them much better than my mages. Hanseatic Pirate, give your booty over. Rick Astley, Caleb, Furude Erika, Heavy Weapons Guy, Croatian Smoker, Meta Knight to Laura Bow. And I still haven't run any of the Laura Bow games on stream. I do intend to, believe it or not. Right, Hanseatic Pirate, go and build me that long-coveted laboratory in Tarsus. Meta Knight, why do you not have a bottle of air stuff? Let's give that to Meta Knight. Oh, I think I gave it from someone that can use it to someone else that can use it, effectively achieving nothing. Anyway, Powermonger, no, Hanseatic Pirate goes to Tarsus, so everybody else moves to Forlorn Muskeg, and then probably helps take the south here. Yeah, that works for me. Wait. I don't want the Earth guy. You go back there. Otherwise, Blessing, attack, Mist Form, Air Elemental, Blessing, Mist Form, Air Elemental. Let's have people run over to Mumbo's Mountain as a general rule of thumb. And also, let's start... Hey, what's this? An Air 2 Mage. Probably significantly cheaper than my Air 3 Mage. Oh god, yes. However... Oh my god, even though you're not sacred, you are so much cheaper. Oh hey, also got a Witch Doctor. You know what? I might go with a Witch Doctor. Having some nature up front? Nah, stupid idea. Probably a brilliant idea, but stupid idea. I like these Shimmering Page guys. But let's crank out the thugs. That way we can thug up right in the enemy's heartland. And a thought occurs that I have a lot more commander points in these large, well, these large places. Right, you just preach there. And there's our movement. Let's go. What kind of game do you intend to run? What kind of game? Don't know what you mean at all. Although maybe you're not even talking to me. A couple of cripples died from Belgium and Char-Sentai. That makes sense. There was a lot of fighting. Now, this is our opportunity to save Frankfurt. It's not a lot of forces to save Frankfurt, but it's honestly, compared to the other sieging armies, not too shabby. Plus, we have some Frostbrands on the team somewhere. Yeah, there we go. But where's Florida Man? He's the man of the hour. Commander, Florida Man. It doesn't show me where he is. Well, we will eventually find him when we click on a guy with 2 Frostbrands. Here we go. There's Florida Man. See his adventure. Oh, he's stuck at the back. He's trying to flank. He gets around and splat! The power of the Frostbrand. It's a reasonable weapon of its own accord. 8 magical damage with bonus defense. What makes it so good is it has this area of effect attack. So the square that you strike eats 12 armor-piercing cold magical damage. So you just deleted that square. And then you went blood surging, and now, my god, he's angry. Go, Florida Man. Achieve greatness in Frankfurt's central station. Oh, he got set fire on pretty hard despite his fire defense. Look at that. Oh, he got mind burned twice. Florida Man's ultimate weakness, thinking. How in the world is he not resisting that? He got magic resistance. Oh, 11. Huh, maybe I should have given you the Lodestone Amulet. Well, doesn't matter. Undeterred, Florida Man continues on. There's fire. There's mind burn. There's a lot of mind burning. Oh, he's decided against it. Florida Man's had enough. Mind burn is painful, though. Bye-bye, Florida Man. Your contribution to this fight... Well, you killed 2 bits of chaff. Oh, at least he survives. Keeps those Frostbrands as well. Now, can we actually go to the enemy? Because we have really reduced our number here, and we did want to save Frankfurt. Frankfurt is saved this day. Although, Jesus. Earl von Woomer died, Damien Killjoy died, Aeromorph died, okay. Voryat died. Doesn't show, oh, there's Florida Man with his retreat. Oof, well, some of them only barely died as well. So yeah, our minds have been getting frazzled. They've been using psychic shock lances on us. But, despite that, we won. We picked up someone else's Frostbrand, saved the area, and now Frankfurt is safe once more. How about North Face Forest? The Aeromorph thing is ancient lore, but one of our esteemed moderators around here way back in the day posted some graphic Aeromorph images I actually think it was just one. Doesn't matter. Struck him down. But since he was a mod, I always take the opinion that a mod hammer can parry a ban. So he just had his mod hammer broken. And then he came back and got another mod hammer, so good for them. Mod sword, mod hammer, they got their mod back. Right, so we have broken their raid on us very handily. And now we're penetrating into their area very violently. So I reckon the war is ours. We've pretty much won. Because even if I have something catastrophic happen, my economy is now much stronger than his. I mean, he might still be an AI, and he can still crap out loads of units. And he has some good forts with which to do so. But I've got so much more, even if my land is dirt. Yeah, he is squeezed into the corner here now. Aside from holding Arborang. This is quite befitting for Banner Saga that Arborang holds out against this Dominion of Death. But fitting or not. Hey, where'd Florida Man go? Oh, there he is! He never really ran away. Actually, it's weird that he still went here. Maybe he went inside Florida Central Station. That is great. Anyway, Florida Man. You can keep the bottle of wine, but you are going to be reduced to otherwise a rank and filer here. Shield Valentine can get a sword. And actually, why don't you all take swords? I got loads of... No, not the wine, the sword. Silu, here's your sword. Ah, you know what? Florida Man deserves 2 swords, come on. Think of everything he's gone through. Golden Retriever. Take a sword. And now we can slice them through here. So let's hit up Trash Canyon. And just pierce our way down. You guys are missing your frost brands. Well, you'll have to make do without until we find you a laboratory. Or we find you some people that can go and bring you extra frost brands, but I think I'll make do without that. Right, now, finally, let's start heading up north. I wish it was very easy to check how much fort defense you have in each province. Some kind of overlay that just says something like 0, 1, 10, 5, whatever. Rather than having to click on each of them, or even worse, using this interface. Now this interface would be fine if these would sort themselves, but these do not sort the columns at all, so you have to scroll through them and go, oh, Letitia has none. And then it takes you back to the top. Oh, Sarma Zagatuza has none, back to the top. Oh, Bob on Battlefield has none, back to the top. These kinds of annoyances in the game, I really hope Dominion 6 irons them out. Because if they don't, I'm going to wonder what they spent all these years working on it for. The elevation from Dominions 4 to Dominions 5 was fantastic with the simultaneous combat. And at a glance, it doesn't look like Dominion 6 is going to be that revolutionary, so at the very least, give us some quality of life. But then I hold quality of life in very high regard. Right, now that you're back here, get researching, and now that we suddenly finally have it, time to cast my favorite global in the game, Gift of Health. Boom. It's quite cheap, it is attainable, and it turns your units into wrecking balls. Unfortunately for me, it's not actually going to do anything, because all of my units are fighting in enemy dominion. But if we ever get pushed back, it's there for us. Plus, it'll heal up the horrifically injured ones. Especially if you guys can actually preach this. Marvelous AQL, preach it. So you get... Did I still never build that laboratory? You guys can push on over here as well, but... Yeah, my armies are feeling a little small around here. Freeze being a forest province rubbed me the wrong way. There were trees in Freeze Peak. I mean, what would be a more fitting province for it? We don't have Arctic provinces, sadly. Oh, hey, you two. You can go and dual-wield your swords out there. Splat, splat. Took Navarra, now what, though? I guess you can go and help out with the corner here. I will need to put Ainu and Arborang under siege, but where's my proper army? There's Godzilla, right? Why don't you guys go and work on Ainu and then Arborang? That would be splendid. While we're at it, we got all the siege chaff, don't we? Why don't we also have a couple of you, and then we'll leave the siege chaff down here. Works for me. What's Japanese Goblin doing? Apart from dying, apparently. Working our way north. We're taking it all over, and look at that. Negative supply usage means they cannot stop us. I first learned about supply when I was playing as middle-aged Machaka, and my neighbor was middle-aged Airmore, and as I fought them, I realized there was no population and no supplies. It was hell. That fight ended in a stalemate, and it was a really weird map as well. Like, the whole center was water, the only land was around the edge here, so you had to work your way around. And of course, the only way I could go through was Airmore up in the top right. What a fight. But I learned a lot. Which is, always something to go crawling back to when nothing else is working out right. I learned. Our business venture was a complete failure, but we learned something. Yeah. Level disgust there. Right. You guys might be fine just heading into Ainu. Maybe get a head start on that. Or actually maybe keep Arborang under siege. That'd be kind of funny. All of you guys could move in and just slaughter Arborang while the main army goes over to Mossir. And if I have any spare individuals... You guys don't actually get a siege boost, which is disappointing. You know who does get a siege boost? Go on then. Let's have all three of you help out. I'm going to alchemize some air gems. Mine's up to 90, and then I'm going to just cast more Draconians. Why? I don't know, but I'm doing it anyway. You guys preach. It's nice that N shows you the next free agent that you have. To Sar Chef Watsits. Actually, maybe make your way over to Drucker so you can help out there as well. Go. Where's the random nation that's literally only spiders? I suppose that could be rolled, but there's not been a lot of spiders in random nations. There's been monkeys and hobbits and those weird llama things, and plenty of Calum-style winged soldiers, but and plenty of bear riders too. Right, Draconians, Gift of Health, Draconians, Edinburgh Battle. I figured it would be a spawn like that. Nothing we can't handle. Crippled units dying. It's called a death march for a reason. Ash Canyon, have we brought the Frost Brands? We have the Frost Brands, and watch that just delete them. These guys who we struggled a bit, you know, back and forthing because we can't land those hits, splat. More splatting, splat. 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 This is why Frost Brand is the go-to weapon. And Vine Shield is the go-to shield, but we don't have good nature access for that. I'd have to use my Pretender to make them, and that ain't happening. Altdorf. Taking down the remnants of their actual army now. Love having these guys help us out as well. They just go around and trample at size 6, and if you have benign weapons, good luck even trying to hit them. Although if you do hit them, you'll do a ton of damage. Novgorod Cave, we can't see in the dark. Can they? Yes, they can, but we're just going to pick them up and eat them. And they are trying to take their capital back. They will fail, of course. Oh boy! Oh, they're actually trying! Oh, well, the province defense isn't going to last. See, the regular units we have are garbage. Just garbage. Big, expensive, lumbering, one-eyed giants. But yeesh! They one-turn breached their old capital. Well, all the troops that we had up in Altdorf, including Dongzhou, but probably not Lubu, save Sar Sethai. And you two are going to also break the siege if you can. Donjero, 808. You also get stuck in there. Know your role and grab your Frost Brands. Novgorod fell. Novgorod could also help out with Sarseth, but I think they'll be fine. Oh, it's the only way you can go. Never mind then. You guys... Huh, this wasn't the plan. Tell you what then, the air mages are going to... Oh, you can't even join up with them in time. And I don't want to cloud trapeze you, not that you even can. Huh, what'll I do then? Air mages, what's your movement again? 20. Can't quite get to Sarseth in time. Nothing really much for them to care about at this point, really. I guess head south in case they have some nasty surprises down in the bottom there, but I'm fairly confident that we're going to be able to take this back. What's everybody else doing? I don't need more thugs coming out of here, so I'll just have you preach on the cornerstone for now. Here are our draconian friends. Tell me I've still got that helmet of better leadership. No, I think you have it. Okay, well these draconians are going to be cowardly. But I have them to help out with this siege, so hopefully you can just fly your way over there without too much bother. It always bothers me that the commanders slow down when they have their own subtype of unit attached to them. It causes a lot of annoyances with trying to move armies around, but something we just gotta deal with. Gift of health and riches from beneath are up. Do we have any other globals worth our time? Earthblood Deepwell, it's hard to complain about, it's just a load of free gems. Pretty bog standard, but still worth having. Dale Gribble, Sellsword, Popuri. We're all rushing on in. Arborang's falling today. Well, not today, but soon. Dun, 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 dun. How about you two? You preach while you're there. Reddish should have enough fort defense to handle anything they crap out at it. And then there were you. Man, Flawn is still so well held together. I think, since we have the main... Where's that main army that I'm sending down here? It's you, right? Yeah. So if you do Stockholm, Cerulean, Tall, then you can make your way north. You could even do Mount Erebus. Sweet. You get back to your research. And I shouldn't need more of you. Navarra's too far to go, huh? I'll just stick around and preach. I can always call upon you if the time comes. The rest of you research. And there we go. Oh, I've got nothing researched in the queue, but this is fine. Yeah, I reckon the end is near, Rainy. We're going for total domination. Screw the thrones. I'm going to wipe out Sarseth. It's just a way of showing my appreciation for the fight that they've put up, and they put up a good fight. Unfortunately, they didn't quite have a good counter like the lizard people did. But man, they can still field an army. Remember what I said? Their back was broken? Thank God we have air shield. Did I claim the air shield? Yeah, look at that. 100 air shield. They literally cannot hit me with their project. What the... What? What? Dominions 5 Wiki, explain. Come on, let's read this together, shall we? Air shield gives a unit a percentage chance to ignore non-area effect projectile that was otherwise hit it, as well as bow and crossbow projectiles. Projectiles described as area greater than one person are unaffected, as are those that ignore shields. 3 sources. I would imagine the way to read this is I have a 100% chance of blocking missiles from hitting me, and those are benign longbow attacks. But clearly I'm wrong. This is not armor piercing or anything of the sort, so I have no idea. As for their precision is simply 10 plus 1 for experience. Imagine if we created a negative integer, making them hit 100% of the time. Well, it would explain why I never saw anything in the log saying air shield negated the effect. Anyway, this is a bit of a slog. We got flyers, we got bears, we got giants, we've got misty... They look like hobos at the back here. Misty hobos casting lightning bolts. I don't think we have frost brands in the mix here. That would lighten things up a bit. But hey, you chew through one of my giants is just another giant waiting to take its space, and you did, in fact. This guy. Quite like the axes, even though they drop your defense a bit. If I had an assumption, 11 defense versus 11 precision equals 89% chance to negate. That's news to me, but evidently 100 air shield does not equate to immune to projectiles. The nice thing about being so projectile immune, shall we say, is that all these projectiles coming in, some of them are going to hit their friends. Look at that, I'm pretty sure they just killed one of their own bears with their projectiles. And that... Well, actually, we can do a count on how much that affected us. There we go, munch the last of them. Get out of here, your capital is firmly mine now and forever. So, we didn't lose any of our units. But their jungle champions killed 21. And for some reason the Axe champion killed someone. Maybe that was taking out the elementals. Point is, they killed a lot of their own units with their own arrows without hurting me. It's pretty sweet. So I got their Doomglaive. Who got that? Bob. Who the hell's Bob? Is that Resident Evil's Bob? A lot of people got mashed up, though. Oh no, those are people that already stick around here, aren't they? Our own guys are fine. Splendiferous. Miranda Lawson. Alright, 808, Don Gero, Letharl, Baby Frank West. We broke their back, now let's break the rest of them. It's still there, I should make sure I have more defense up here. There we go. That might not completely die to everything, but it probably still will. Conjuration 6. There's some really nice sorcery stuff late game, but at this point it doesn't really matter. I'll just do... I'll do Construction 8 for the heck of it. Florida Man still going strong. Let's arc around the bot. Oh yeah, Cerulean City needs to be besieged, huh? Yeah, he's certainly built up a fair number of forts, hasn't he? Yeah, no Resident Evil stream. Certainly not Resident Evil Outbreak for a good long time. Arborang is being pinned down. Should be easy enough to siege down. And actually the Draconians are a nice way to just add a lot of siege power, aren't they? Yeah, 618 siege power. Although that is counting all of these guys. Anyway, these shouldn't take too long to take down, and as long as I pin them down in these other provinces, it should be relatively trivial to take out the rest of them. So you folks are going to go to Trash Canyon, and then Erebus, and then Drucker. Actually, you'll probably have a bit of trouble taking out Cerulean. You think you guys can do Tall Mountain alone? It'll be our chance to really put the Frost brands to the test. Simpson, you two head over there. You all just... Jeez, I do not need more thugs coming out of here. I'm going to slow down my recruitment big time. Head over to Ainu, less of a concern. And you just wait out Flawn. Wait out the rest of your days. Actually, we'll send Flawn to... Actually, Flawn was one of my favourite characters in Disgaea. Where's a nice place to send you? Do we have the Netherworld? Not sure if we do. I don't want to send her to Brazil. Send you to a holiday home. Nice place to put Flawn. Oh man, the ending to Disgaea 1 was so touching. I had to go back, restart the whole game, and get the good ending. Couldn't handle it. There's their god. The god will respawn on their capital, and that's really bad news if their capital is taken. He doesn't have any issues here, and he does have fear. That's scary. But hopefully we can still go and ruin his day. Please don't kill my commander. That would be bad, because then I would rout and you'd get the province. Well, you'd have to besiege it, and you'd fail. But I rather think we're just going to hack this poor lad to shreds, because he doesn't have protection to write home about. Got a lot of health, but down he goes. Yeah, see, there hasn't been a good reason for me to pick up and play the remake. the Resident Evil 4 remake. I thought I would, but I watched someone else play it. I actually watched Callum play it. And I was like, okay, that's fun to watch, but not really what I want to play. I feel like a bit of the campy nature of the original is not being captured. And otherwise you just have a cinematic experience. Okay, so these guys are in trouble, especially since they are not blood surging. Please blood surge, otherwise you are too easy to kill. As soon as they get the blood surge, they're a lot harder to kill. However, they've lost their ability to repel against short weapons, although pikes are size 5, they wouldn't repel that anyway. But now, look at that, that's a lot more killy than we had our units before, because they're suddenly hitting 2 areas rather than 1 unit at a time. You're having a hard time in there. Oh, very hard time, you just got deleted. Right, it's all up to you, C-Space. Bye, C-Space. Goodbye, my Frost brands. To be fair, that was 2 against 138. So maybe I asked too much of them. Ardania! Oh, did I forget to mention the dragon? Eradicate them. 3 mirror armors. It's kind of a cool haul, especially to get on luck -2. Magic resistance up. That'd be kind of cool for my units, but it doesn't give it a lot of protection. If you're really scared of being mind-hacked, then yeah, that's probably a good idea. Right, you go and finish up what C-Space could not in Tall Mountain. Cerulean stays under siege until Ainu is dealt with. Arborang, I'm surprised, isn't broken. Severely damaged. Walls are lightly damaged. Zinkies. Okay. Zinky here. Hey, I've had them for a long time, I reckon. They've got a ton of experience. They have clocked up 36 kills of their own, and they've got lightning reflexes, which is good for a build like this because that boosts up your defense and your attack. Does it boost up combat speed? I don't think so. Actually, does it do attack? No, it doesn't. It's still defense skill though, and that's still very welcome on a thug. Now, push them into their corner. They have nowhere else to run. Certainly hope they have nowhere else to run. You two get preaching, get rid of that ghastly domain that our enemy has. I keep calling it domain, it's dominion. Makes sense though, both of them make sense. I don't think you've ever streamed Disgaea for us. Oh, I don't plan to. Disgaea is a... Well, Disgaea 5, but we're talking 100 hours of senseless grinding for the sake of grinding. The story is gash. The story in Disgaea 5 is... Oh man, I would curl up in a ball of cringe from streaming that. I'm there for the grind. And the grind is good. Okay, you know when an enemy's desperate and they keep using the useless sending eagles at you. Tall Mountain, go and do what C-Space could not. He was not augmented enough. Hey, why are you not calling in? Oh god, these guys don't have their fancy bottles, or at least not all of them do. There we go, there's the fancy bottle. Look at that bad boy go, he doesn't even get encumbrance, so the nice thing about this guy is that he can trample without any slowing down. So if you cast these with also quicken, they are just going to mulch enemy armies. But again, they can be countered. Magical weapons, for example, destroys air elementals. Size 6s that are shock resistant, they just look at elementals and drink them. But if the enemy doesn't have that, or if the enemy isn't entirely that, air elementals are a great thing. In the end, it's kind of like building up an economy in RimWorld. Yeah, drugs are good, packaged meals are good, selling organs is good, but the best thing is all of them. And that's very much the approach in Dominions. Blood is good, so add blood to your roster of things that you bring to a fight. Being a one-trick pony makes you a very easy-to-counter pony. What's this fight all about? How did you even get to Altdorf? Well, you're making me regret my miserly approach to adding province defense here. An approach which I shall instantly turn around on. Also, those guys are pretty garbo. I'm pretty sure I can squeeze in the 2 of you, and you should be able to take it out. Unless they province defend and dump, which they very much could. The rest of you, though... Add a lot of defense into Best Korea. Take out Amity Airfield, take out Best Korea, take out Thessia, and then destroy everything else. Yeah, I was having second thoughts about that, but then I had third thoughts. Cerulean or Drucker? Mount Erebus. Drucker, then Erebus. Not stop them coming in here. I have a lot of money now, so I can just sink it on Province Defense without worrying too much. And since he's really weakened, it's highly unlikely that he can throw much at me at this point. I don't think we need even more thugs coming in. Yeah, this is the end game. We have largely won. Sometimes when I play Dominions like this, I usually just pin the enemy down into a corner. Make sure that my Dominion can't wipe him out, usually by putting stone idols here. And then I just grow. It's nice to have growth skills, build up my lands, make fancy fun guys, and then let my enemy build up, have them come in and fight. I find that quite a lot of fun, but the game is not well set up for that. If you accidentally win, that's just game over. Accidentally win. Right, I don't actually want you guys to get involved in the fighting. Go over and help out with... Oh, that one's also ready to go. Well then. Storm that castle. Storm this castle, and you guys go over to help out Cerulean City. That you could beat Patrician Perfect Hansa length. So the Patrician Perfect Hansa was only 166 episodes. Does anyone know how long it was in total? Because I think some long plays have already beaten it. Not counting Nancy Drew, of course. Nancy Drew was 300 and something hours. And I will count it. Debug mod helps with battle testing. Debug mod, huh? Maybe I need to look into that. So, can we handle these guys? Well, they easily took over my PD, and I can easily just Shrek them. Amity Airfield. Wait, what? Man, I PD dumped an Amity hoping this wouldn't happen. But they send in this, and... Ah, I see what they did. So they actually summoned an air elemental to take out my guy, and that caused me to rout. So even all of our numbers amounted to nothing because they were able to take out the commander. That can be a very frustrating thing with Province Defense. I remember being so mad at the freaking game because when I started out and I was playing as Yomi, I just had no defense against people flying to my back row and killing me. And all of our troops were undisciplined as well, so I couldn't even use them to bodyguard. So people are going, oh, get bodyguards. I'm like, I don't have bodyguards. Oh, it was frustrating. This is also something. He's still throwing everything he can at me. And he has a fair bit of everything. Oh, look at that. He's actually going to bring that fort down before long. Am I going to turn back and deal with that? Or are we going to... Ah, actually, we just took Drucker, and I have an army that can deal with this. Take that out. Take back Amity and hold Amity. And then once you're done with that, up to Mount Erebus. Arborang is now mine once again. Ainu is mine once again. Are there any provinces I've been missing the enemy's hold? Is there any province of the enemy that's holding that I have overlooked? I don't think so. Make your way over to Erebus. I doubt you need to. Funny that one of you is slower because you're, yeah, limp. I suppose it's not funny, haha, is it? Kind of tragic. What's the situation in Cerulean? The walls are moderately damaged, okay. You think you guys could take Erebus on your own? Or is that being greedy? Let's try it. I mean, these Draconians are just awful. Hold and attack rear, hold and attack rear, and then hold, attack rearmost enemies. Set that as the third thing. Give it, and let's see if that works. It probably won't, but let it be known that we try. And if that does somehow fail, Lorabo, Croatian Smoker, and Thoros, you help out there. Actually, Meta Knight, you also help out with there. The rest of you are heading up to relieve this siege. You two... Hey, Lubu's on my side. Now I know I can't lose. You also break that siege. Bloody over in Best Korea. Give Best Korea some provincial defense dumping. And maybe even a bit more provincial defense and just crush Thessia. I thought I told you guys to storm... Oh, you haven't taken this yet, have you? No. The whole point of you being here was to help out with this siege, wasn't it? No, there's no siege. What am I doing here? We already took this. So I do want you guys over there, and I want you guys to follow suit. And I want you to equip the Mountain of Frost brands that I have as well. These frost brands are getting out of control. There's no big downside to using 2 frost brands aside from losing your shield, which I suppose is a pretty big downside. But if you ignore the shield element and you just go all-out attack, losing 1 attack really doesn't mean much. If you lost more, sure, so don't equip long weapons, but short weapons are fine. I usually amass Draconians in the capital and keep them as summoners. Oh, yeah, because they can summon more of their own kind. I tried that, but they're just so easily killed. I suppose if you get a bunch of them early, then into the late game you can have a bunch of them and they'll take fluffs quite well for army size buffs, but they're still really cowardly. But if you hold them for a while, they get experience and more morale, so... I guess that makes sense. Yeah, airborne raiding squads would be good against non-AIs, you know, people that don't just PD dump everything. Thessia. Oh, one of my favourite moments in Mass Effect 3 was the demolishing of Thessia. I just hope that... I wished it was a bit more explicit than just, ah! You know, I wanted to see more dead blue people lining the street. Oh, would you look at that? You did Blood Surge. Lightning Bolt. I assume it killed. It didn't say that it killed, but you Blood Surged from it, so I'm going to assume you killed. Good, I was wondering if you could get Blood Surge from using your zappy hat. Yeah, I love seeing it all. Shock resistance of 15 on you. Thessia down, Amity Airfield down, Mount Erebus. Only 2 Draconians died, I am shocked. Yeah, Frostbrand and Vine Shield pretty much makes a thug. Oh well, of course Draconians win. Look, there's no way to lose. And even so, 2 of them died. I mean, 9 protection is low-ish. 45 hit points is pretty damn good. I don't get it. Why are they so easy to kill? I suppose it's this, right? They don't have particularly good attack or defense, and with 0 attack they can't repel anything. That's a really low defense skill for a flyer. But hey, they're free. Hard to argue with free. Beat them off our capital, and... oh, no, this is the capital, and it's their capital. Well, it was. It's mine now. Pretty minor force, but whomp, bring in the air elementals. I don't think... Why is he not summoning a second air elemental? Is he using his other gem to make the casting cheaper on his fatigue? I think he is. I bet he wouldn't do that if I told him to conserve gem usage. That's probably what I should have done, because he's only casting half the air elementals that I would like. Let's test that. No, still not putting it in not red for me. But yeah, I think they're using extra gems to make it less exhausting on them. Lazy Greeks. I mean, who's surprised? But still, lazy Greeks. Mount Erebus is critically damaged. I bet you guys just go and tear apart Cerulean City. I'm sure these guys can handle Erebus. You've got nothing left, my friend. It's Greek domination for you. Storm that castle. God, we barely lost any units across this whole campaign. Although, you know, about 5 hours ago I was terrified of lizards riding those chariots. And they still remain a scary proposition. Thankfully I don't have to deal with them anymore. Let's stop going so crazy with the frost brands. Who's even making them? Who is making them? I don't really need endless bags of wine anymore. Is there a guy over... Oh, there's a bunch of guys here making them. Get me construction for the heck of it. Lubu. Reach and have fun. Diao Chan, I'm under the impression, is a entirely fictional character. There was no Diao Chan. But the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is exactly that, a romance. How about JJ Ho-Ho leads off a separate detachment to carve their way through here? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't actually plan on running the sequel to Amayui. I've had my fill of that kind of game. Of course, I might get the hunger for it down the line, but Kamidori and Amayui were both great. Kamidori, I think, was better with the storefront stuff, but Amayui was... Anyway, I've kind of had my fill of those games. There were about 100 hours each as well, and I ran Kamidori 2.5 times. Yeah, see, this is why I province defense here. Get those heavy cavalry out and shanking these people. Supposedly tall and beautiful people. JJ Ho-Ho's separate detachment working wonders here. Why are you dark? Oh, okay, you've got another air shield going. Can't wait for missiles to hit me at 150 air shield. Arbalists as well. Yeah, they are so dead. Right. Thessia is taken. Everybody's moving over to the Pure Lands now. Everyone that can is moving over to the Pure Lands now. It's the end of the road for Cerulean City. Erebus, just send everybody in. Just go and storm the place. And now he's just pressed into the corner. Full kill, full domination. Amayui did have Fat Miner though. I like that guy. Shame he died, but I kept him alive with me in the thumbnails for the run. Dead, 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 even more dead, but I want to see the Draconians. Flying units really excel in these fortress attacks because you just completely bypass this choke point. Ethereal units do as well. Ethereal units just wander around this. Go, go, go! Look at them actually attacking rear, although in a strange and unique way. That certainly speeds things up and gets rid of enemy casters. That might actually be a better way to use these guys, just augment this rather than throw them into proper combat. Because they evidently suck at proper combat. Edinburgh, Arborang, Pure Lands. They're actually sieging me in my camp. Oh, that's the god. Right, well, if that's the case, we're just going to patrol here. Or I guess we have to break siege, don't we? But the rest of us take down Pure Lands, and yes. Oh, they went into the water. Where are my water-breathing rings? Where are the guys that I gave water-breathing rings? What happened to them? I mean, they gotta be there somewhere, but I don't think there's a search function. The best I can do is look along here and hopefully see an item, a water-breathing item. Maybe they died. I'm not seeing them. Huh. Well, it's easily solved. What I can do is I can grab these watery people and tell them to forge me. Water-breathing. Where'd it go? Water-breathing. 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 And you guys are going to get water breathing and shanking to high. Oh, you don't have the. You don't have the laboratory there. I need to get in here. No laboratories in sight. Well, someone can come along and build you a laboratory. It's no big deal. 30 commanders are doing nothing. Yeah, we don't care. Why are you such a fan of Draconians? They do nothing but let me down. Although maybe you're honestly asking me why I use them. I mean, it's free spawn, kind of. The leaders can spawn more of them, you don't have to pay upkeep for them. They're flying, they are pretty chunky units. There's a fair few things to like about them. They are expensive on the air gems, 30 to get a first batch of them, but they're the kind of thing that snowball well. As soon as you have like 5 commanders, they're going to keep spawning more of them. That's not really snowball, is it? It's not linear. No, it is linear. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm just rounding this out. It's been an 8-hour stream. Forgive me for retiring a bit, and also I got some nice meat from the farmer's market that I kind of want to eat now. I'm getting a bit hungry. Finish off Castle Malloy, finish off Gangplank Galleon, just generally finish the fight. Unless I have someone hiding in Final Destination, in which case, shame on me. Gangplank Galleon, easy victory. I like taking the water in this game. It's usually a very small investment to get into the water. So here we are, we're blessed, we're going in. Splat! Okay, it's not always this easy, but it only takes water 1 and construction 2 to get a ring of water breathing, and yeah, you'll suck in water, but water units generally suck. Use your Chad landness to go and squish them down. Castle Malloy, down you go. Just like RimWorld Castle Malloy. And would you look at that? We're actually beaten to the punch. Shar Sethial has been pinned down by knights. Well, let's go put them out of their own misery. I'm taking Sea Trader's Path. Sea Trader's Path, an easy kill. What about Final Destination? They could flee from Castle Malloy to Icicle Creek and rebuild there. I still don't have a plan for dealing with those 16 centipedes. I need to come up with them. And since this place is already breached, we just storm. Right, that's it. End game. He gives you one more turn before it finishes it all off. As you can see, our Dominion keeps spreading. He has no temples with which to resist my own Dominion. And even though I have a pathetic number of temples, 14 is pathetic. What turn is it? 73. I should have 100 temples. Then again, there's not even 100 provinces for 100 temples, and my luck sucks, so I keep getting attacked. Anyway, we're done. Final Destination. You have no way of coming back from this. Huzzah! They're all vanquished. We didn't need to bother with the thrones, although the thrones did give us some nice boosts in the end. Victory! You reign supreme, you are the Pantocrator! Your enemies are cast down, broken, dead, enslaved, or imprisoned. The sole author of fate. That sounds like me. Let's view the history. Can we pause this? I think we can. So this was the starting position, all fairly even. We all have our backs to the wall, so without... Wraparound can lead to some very unfair situations, although I do prefer wraparound. I just wanted to do this and keep it nice and small and intimate, make it feel more like a cage match. But yeah, New Pangea has some really good farmland nearby, easy access to water. Kinda sucked to be adjacent to Chanka, but it wasn't the worst throne in the world. You know, I had the same thing going on. I was adjacent to Mori, and in the end I never took Mori. In fact, I think we... the lizard people probably had the best start then. No adjacent throne, but they're less able to get nice farmlands. Really good farmland in the center for all to reach out and grab. Kind of feels like an Age of Empire map that has the gold right slap bang in the center. You know the one. Anyway, this shows both the Dominion spread and the provincial spread. My Dominion is pretty chunky because I started with Dominion, I think 7 candles. In the end I didn't need them. I should have gone candles like 3 or 4 because I could not recruit many sacreds anyway. I should have considered how few I'd be able to recruit. But yeah, the Hellbless allowed us to expand early on, and I'm so glad we did. We needed that power. And it was here that I decided to start shanking New Pangea. Our god, Rosa, was over in Canada, and our units came into McDonald Land, and then it was a big question, how do I go about them? And I think I squeezed them a bit. I think I'm sieging Pangea at this point because the reptiles are coming up from the south. All the while, Shar Sethial is having a bit of slow expansion. It's already been 1 year, but the AI is generally worse at expansion than you. That said, look how much the lizard people expanded. This is a lot for the AI. Yeah, Pangea down, but then we started fighting the lizard people, and oh boy, yeah, see them raiding right up here. I did not have a counter to their trample units. In fact, if they had just made a lot more trample units, I would not have won. The AI is not clever enough to go, ooh, trample units work, I'll make more of them. But if they had by chance made hundreds of them, I would have been forced to retreat back home and wait for my elemental conjures, and every time that passes is bad news for me. That immediate loss of colour was the death of the reptile people, Syria. That created a void of dominion for me to spread in, and now, yeah, this is us getting raided, and then we counter raid, and then we push, push, push. And as we destroy his temples, his dominion just starts withering away. Delectable. And now he is dead and the world is ours. Total victory. No need for any wimpy shrines. Ah. I think that's all I get. Exit probably closes the game. No, we get one more turn, but then I'm pretty sure it closes the game. Okay, what if we save and quit? Doesn't close the game. Swell. Alright, chat. You get a bit of agency in your life now. I want to play as 2 nations in particular, and you will decide which one we do first. The first nation is Baalberg, the very first in the list of the random nations. It appeals to me because it's midgets, but it's not those useless Hobbit mission midgets. These are Vetis. Their chaff is really interesting because these are some very heavy-hitting size 1 ambidextrous units. Look at that. Morningstar, short sword. The ones that aren't using 2 weapons are using a long spear, which is great for repelling, although their attack skill kind of blows. Morningstar hammer, Morningstar short sword, decent protection as well. These guys would die in droves to trampling, but to most other things, they would have a field day. On top of that, we have midgets on top of mooses, which are surprisingly cheap. I mean, this is essentially 2 bowmen, but they actually have hit points. No defense, which is sad, but that can be bulked up, potentially. But the real gem are the tomb lurkers. Again, size 1, but they have size 2 human level hit points. They are pretty reasonable costs. 21 magical piercing slash damage ice glaives. Length 3, so they can be used to repel against many other things. They also have an existing cold aura. Right, yeah, there we go. Chill aura 2. Sacreds, very cheap, very deadly. Delicious. On top of that, extremely spammable death mages. Death 2 on these things. They're quite expensive, they're not sacred, sadly. Neither are you. Neither are you. Okay, so not big on sacred mages, but they have level 1 and 2 priests. Again, midgets, again, cold. It's nice to play as a cold nation. And here's our low protection leadership 80 guy. That kinda sucks. I guess I won't be using formations much. Lovely. So there's the first option. So remember, that's Baalberg, or you could just say midgets or something. The other option are the reptile people that we just fought. Those guys really appealed to me. They were Syria. Oh man, kind of the opposite of that. Spammable size 5 tramplers with amazing protection, unsurroundable. And if they do meet something they have to fight, they get 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks. And if they get struck, they can repel with a spear. And decent attack skill, and not too terrible defense skill. Yeah, I like these guys. On top of that, they have my favorite, well, some of my favorite chaff, the little dinosaur guys that run around. They bite, they flail, and they have reasonable protection, below price, although I kind of think that's the same price as the Sacreds of Baalberg. And they also have interesting spells to use. They have Water Nature, we're talking Quagmire, we're talking Foul Vapors. I think they have Death as well, right? Yeah, they got Death, so they can also do Rigor Mortis to just slow you down and bog you down. Delicious. So, are we going to play as Syria or Baalberg? Reptiles or midgets? Poison or death? Actually, I suppose they both have death. You decide, and I'm just going to finger in the wind it. In the end, we're going to play as both, but this is one that I do next week. Chumro is in first, and Chumro says midgets, and as we know, first vote always counts double. So 2 on midgets, 1 on lizard. Midgets for the win, lizards, midgets, 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 moose, midgets, midgets. Alright, we're playing as midgets next. Will we make our pretender now? Nah, we'll save that for next time. We have many options. Actually, you know what? I'm going to rejig the random blesses for next time. Because the blesses that we have access to here are randomized, and I'm going to re-randomize them. Because I feel like I'm relying a little bit too much on Blood Surge 6. I think that's the second or third time I've used Regeneration 20. I want a fresh batch to look at and spend another hour or two just humming over as we build the nation. But it will not be a Hellbless. I want to go pretty strong on maging with Bolberg. Because we got death, that means we've got hordes upon hordes of skeletons. And we still do have water nature, so a bit of fouly vapors is not off the cards, especially with our swamp. Oh man. You know, I've been streaming too long today. Cheers for joining. I'll be back tomorrow with... What day's tomorrow? Huh, tomorrow's Friday. Okay, well I'll be back with RimWorld till then. So until then, so cheers and cheerio.